Was my mic muted the whole time? What's up, Ketonomics? Oh, I don't have YouTube chat on either. Hold up. All right, there we go. Where is this? Peru. All right, there we go. Anything ever come from the Conquest event someone talked about yesterday? I wasn't Conquest. Are you talking about the Grant versus... Grant versus... Bradner? Oh, the Japan event. I didn't tune back. I didn't end up tuning back into it myself. But I mean, I'm sure something came of it. All right. That looks good. I just gotta get. I'm gonna get chat on the screen real fast. Okay. Round 2, we skip the first round. Yeah, they didn't stream. They didn't stream round 1. Yeah, no round 1 stream. All right, someone say something in chat so I can make sure the chat is working on stream. All right, cool, it's working. Thank you. All right, I think we're good. All right, what's going on, chat? Yeah, we got the Lima special event today. We're going into round 3. They didn't stream round 1, and I didn't get on in time for round 2. I think Reggie Drago beat. Reggie Drago did beat Terapagos, I believe. I believe Diego did beat Andreas. Hi, Peruvian here. Sadly, the transmission is frozen, and maybe they just stream the matches. Oh wait, there's no. Is the stream? They're not. They can't. Is the stream done? I mean, they're not being able to stream it. The reason why Diego did not kill the Pidgey in the 3rd round. I mean the 2nd round? I don't know. I didn't watch the second. I didn't watch the 2nd round. Well, that's kind of lame if the stream is not streamable. Yeah, the 3rd one, in the first Phantom Dive. Trapper is really best 2nd format? No. Can you use MS Paint to replicate rounds 3 to 8? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, what did someone in chat just say? That the... Hang on, make a button. He said that they stream. Did he mean that they just record the matches? I have no clue. I mean, the stream is still live, so... Yeah, the stream is literally still live, so I'm not sure. MS Paint to replicate the... It's just a break from between rounds from what I can tell. Jeez. Yeah, as far as I can tell, it's a break between rounds as well. I don't know what they're saying. I can't read the chat. Different language. I mean, the stream is still live, so I don't know. Yeah, appreciate the 37 months there, Mitch Master. Okay, the casters just appeared on stream. Dude, I gotta stop believing chat. I stopped reading chat. I have to just like from now on. I'll never read chat ever again. I hope G2 win Worlds. Are they even at Worlds? Mid team. Azul, do you think Carmine is better than Squawk for the turn 1? Well, no, Squawk is better than Carmine for turn 1. What is the answer to that question? As far as I think Squawk should come before with my experience with the deck is I think Squawk should come before Carmine, but it doesn't mean Carmine couldn't also be included on top of Squawk. You appreciate the 11 months there, Torres. Wait, I never knew this was happening. I'm glad you're streaming it. Yeah, I mean, it's not an official stream. They're streaming it, which is cool. Love to see you doing these stream along with these tournaments. It helps you folks follow alongside of what just TPCI posts. Yeah, I'm down to stream. I mean, even League Cups sometimes. I'm down to like restream even League Cups sometimes, but there's generally not that many. Oh, here we go. Wait. I assume this is round 3. It says round 2, but in 1 to 2. I just don't think they've changed over the graphics yet. But we've got Charizard versus Hawlucha. Now, Quad Hawlucha is a pretty powerful deck in the format, but the Charizard matchup is actually pretty tough, to be honest. So we'll see how Marco handles this. Obviously, open to Hawlucha because you only play Hawlucha here. We'll see if we can get the turn 1 Hawlucha attack with the pickaxe. A little random to pull it off, but that's what we're hoping for here. I'll punch into the Luminian. Only Charm and no Pidgey down turn 1 is not great. And then open Luminian. So, like, pretty... a subpar start, I guess I would say, for Juan. It's, like, not truly terrible. It's just, like, subpar. It looks like it is Drago on the... it could be Raging Ball, actually. Well, no. It is Drago because of the Hawlucha start right there. It being Raging Ball would actually be pretty weird. Yeah, it being Raging Ball would actually be pretty weird, to be honest. All right, let's do some predictions over in the Twitch chat as well. Should be the right one. Yeah, predictions are up. And it does look like it is Drago. I'm not sure how I feel about the nest ball for the pawn versus just nest ball for... We lose superior vessel. I feel like just going and get the Drago and attach the Drago is a little bit better there. They are playing the scoop up Cyclone. They did find a Drago and an energy for it. I feel just like going and getting Drago and attaching to Drago is like... Makes a little bit more sense there, a little bit cleaner. Safer, I guess. Scoop up and birds. Oh, did they have Noctowl in there? I didn't see the Noctowl. Unless you just mean the Halucha. Scoop up the Halucha. Ooh, it's kind of broken, actually. The hand that kind of sucks there, actually, for Marco. I also feel like Marco should have played that energy switch, because there's a decent chance you get Iono'd here. So I feel like Marco should have played the E-switch, moved the grass energy from the pawn to the Drago there. It's been good for a Drago deck in the late game. No, I think if you're gonna play well, I guess you could actually combo with Super Rod. I was gonna say that it's not good in the late game because your energy's like unpredictable at that point. But I guess if you play double Super Rod, it's like okay. But I think Poppy's just better because it's not relying on your deck's composition, and you always have extra energy on your Ogre Pawns to move around. Basically, I think Poppy would just always be better than Crispin, but neither are very good. We do see the Arven coming out here from Quan. And honestly, the question for me here is like, what do you even do? And it looks like is lining up the Candy Charizard. So I don't think you even want to swing here as Juan. I think you just want to leave the Halucha in the active for a turn. But you maybe want to Candy out the Charizard so you have a Charizard. So you don't just get Kyurem to like Kyurem board wiped. So we can get like Mander Pidgey, Candy Charizard. And then if Marco really wants to go for a Kyurem play, it's like, okay, go. Sure, go for it, you know? But it's not going to be as detrimental, possibly. We see a Nest Ball actually coming out as well. So there could be like 3 Pokemon to even kill KO with the Kyurem. Oh, he's going to go for the Radzard. Interesting. The Radzard is pretty curious here. Got Charmander. There's the Force Seal Stone. And we are using it. I assume it's going to lead to a Candy Charizard. Okay, yeah, the Candy's in hand. I guess maybe just got the Radzard to load up 1 on the Radzard. Radzard's a little awkward. Like, this opens up like a play for Marco to go like Prime Catcher Radzard and then Kyurem. Oh, but Marco doesn't play Prime Catcher. Marco plays Scoop Up Cyclone. Yeah, we see 1 to the Radzard, 1 to the Charizard. But like Marco, I don't know if we're gonna assume Quan doesn't know about the Scoop Up Cyclone though. Quan should be playing around Prime Catcher. This would let Marco go like Prime Catcher up Radzard, Kyurem, and then do like 110 to Lumineon, 110 to Rotom, and KO Pidgey, and be like, all right, go ahead. And then you're like, well, this kind of sucks. Like, wait, are we not going to E-switch off first? Wouldn't you E-switch that off first before you scoop that thing up? But it literally is just scoop a set. Marco had a terrible hand, so it was like draw with pawn, reset pawn, draw with pawn. I feel like we should have E-switched off the pawn first there from Marco. I think that's definitely a mistake. Well, unless we're trying to get all the energy back in hand to draw more cards next turn. I guess Marco's hand could be that bad where Marco's like, I need this extra grass for next turn. Candy Pidgeot is coming out here from Quan. This is like one of the awkward things about the Charizard deck. And the Radzard's weird from Quan because Quan could have got Duskull, I believe. I think Quan does play Dusknoir. Ooh, okay, Quan does play Maximum Belt. Okay, so we can actually KO the Ogre Pawn here. I was like, this is like one of the awkward things with the Charizard deck. Is like you can't KO anything until your opponent draws a prize card unless you put Dusknoir in play. In like this matchup, like Drago can just be like, well, I got nothing, I'll pass. And you're like, well, I do 180 damage. But, boom, there's the Maximum Belt, there's the boss. Gets the first 2 prize knockout. Kyurem and Hoot Hoot are prized here for Marco, so it's not even a question here. Oh, it is Marco. Dude, they had... I didn't realize this was actually Marco Cifuentes. They had his last name spelled with an S to begin with, so I didn't think it was Cifuentes. It was with an S, so I was like, oh, it's not that Marco. Wait, that is Marco Cifuentes, right? Just a punch with the Drago, pass back over, and benching the... Oh, I guess he benched his Nippity and drew 3 cards. I was going to say benching was weird, but we did get a knockout. I mean, it's just going to be boss here, I assume. Oh, going for the Thorn, actually. Cut the black. Loki Maximum Belt Zard is pretty strong. It might be the best way to play it to deal with Dragapult, to be honest. I thought we were going to see another boss here on the Pheasantipity. But there might actually be another boss to actually even use here. Charizard probably plays, what, like 2 boss? Looks like Duskull is being lined up off the quick search. Yeah, I really don't like the aggressive Radzar placement over a Duskull from Juan like 2 turns ago, to be honest. Like 2 turns ago, I was it's just like, I don't know, the Radzar felt weird. To have gotten that aggressively for the current board state. And now we're kind of seeing like, I guess like if Marco had had a more aggressive play, the Radzar would have come into play there as like a response to like a Kieran play. But we had like Candy Charizard. So if we have Candy Charizard, the Kieran play isn't really even like a question to happen on Marco's side, I feel like. So if we don't Candy the Charizard, then the Radzard makes more sense. But why is killing the Ogerpon better than killing the Drago? Because you can't kill the Drago. Maximum Belt only does increase damage to EX Pokemon, not V Pokemon. Early bench Radzar is only good if you're expecting to get Giga Bonk before evolving. Yeah, exactly, Soda. I agree. Like, if we're going to candy out a Charizard, we don't need to bench the Radzard. For sure. So I definitely don't like that choice there from Juan. I like benching I like the bench of the Radzard if we're not going to candy out the Charizard. Alright, Juan getting a couple energy to the Radzard. Or second Charizard, excuse me. Not Radzard. Second Charizard. And does play the Turo, and it is in the deck. So, like, the Radzard can't get stuck here in this situation. So plenty of mobility on Juan's side. The Radzar's not going to get trapped. And there's just a punch. Did not have a Gust on the Dippity, which seems like probably the better play here, just to like increase, to progress through the prize trade a little bit more aggressively. But I mean, this isn't like a bad play from Juan. How can this play out from here, though? What are we looking at for Marco? All right, that's a concede. All right. The play, I think... Yeah, I think it's hard to beat the potential of like Turo collapsed, to be honest, moving forward from there. But there was like a potential like Kieran play. The thing is, Kieran was prized, so the Kieran play isn't even possible. I don't know if Marco knew the Kieran was prized because I don't know if Marco had searched the deck yet. No, I think we had searched out something at that point. Yeah, I think we had searched out something at that point. All right, so pretty one-sided game 1 there. Juan just, I mean, Marco just not really drawing anything. Juan not drawing everything. Juan's like setup honestly wasn't like too ridiculously powerful. Open Luminion, had to bench Rotom, didn't get out Pidgey turn 1, but like Marco wasn't able to capitalize on any of that at all. One big thing for Juan now is Juan knows there's no Prime Catcher. Juan saw the Scoop Up Cyclone. I could see it being possible that Marco maybe plays like Counter Catcher, especially with the Knock Towel and the lack of Prime. So there's like still an aggressive, or not aggressive, but like combo based. There's like a combo Gust effect. That's I guess how I would kind of talk about Counter Catcher, because like Prime Catcher is aggressive. Counter Catcher, you have to be losing the game, but it allows you to like Gust and Iono, Gust and Research, yada yada yada. All right, so it looks like Marco did get a Ogerpon there. Ogerpon start. Of course, you want the Drago to go with it. I'm not sure what else Marco has. They got the nice table. Actually, is this the exact same table that Pokemon uses for TPCI uses for their streams? Hawlucha is prized and Dragapult is prized. So if Marco only plays one Dragapult, we're locked out of Dragapult, and we're definitely locked out of Hawlucha. I don't think Marco plays Heavy Ball, so yeah, we're locked out of the Heavy Ball. Is the Drago build with Penny and Scoop Up? We haven't seen Penny. We have seen Scoop Up Cyclone. So we don't know if there's a Penny in there or not. They forgot the rare. The judge forgot to flip the rare candy. But good enough. There's already a lot of cards in the discard pile there for Marco. Squawkabilly did get played. Okay. There is a Noivern in the discard pile. A Mew. Kyurem. The threat of Kyurem is already looming. And I can't tell what's behind the Kyurem. I think it's a Dragapult, but I actually can't tell. But that's a good lineup already to have in your discard pile here as Marco. What? Vessel away. Oh, energy switch. What is in that hand? You never do that, dude. Now I want to know what the other card in that hand is. It's maybe just research. The other card in the hand might be might just be research. It's 2-card hand, grass research. Okay, that's fair. Getting rid of an E-switch feels terrible, but that's fair. If your 2-card hand is now the grass energy go off the vessel plus a research, can't fault him too much. Juan taking account of the options and ask Marco if he can set them sideways to just like keep them visible, just to make sure what's in there. So it is Dragapult there. Kyurem, Dragapult, and Noivern are available. Does Juan play Manaphy is definitely a question here. Most people do not play the Manaphy in the Charizard deck. The kind of extension the Drago player has to do to make the Kyurem play happen on turn 2 does leave open possibilities on the other side as the Charizard player. So you don't have, you can kind of give them the Kyurem play and then still have options. We do see the Arvin coming in from Juan. Has a second Poffin in hand as well. So could get down like triple Charmander. And maybe even double Pidgey. And just literally have like, doing a little prize checking here. But yeah, you could put down double Pidgey, triple Charmander and be like, all right, you can't take away everything from me. You got to pick. And we see, looks like lining up Duskull and Pidgey. That would let Marco remove double Charmander from play. And there's no Radzar with an energy on bench. No, go with triple Charmander plus the Duskull. Okay, okay. I don't dislike this grab. I think this is, but it's still weird. You don't have the Radzar down still. But I guess if Marco went Kyurem, KO triple Charmander, Juan could respond with Pop Dusknoir, Radzar with 1 fire attack. Plus like maybe Iona or something. That'd be tough to come back from potentially as Marco. So I don't hate this lineup, I don't think. And then if Marco goes after Pidgey plus Charmander, you still have Charmander to work with. If you go after Charmander, Pidgey, you still have a Charmander and a Duskull to work with. So, and we know the Hawlucha is not a possibility here from Marco as well. So you can't do the Hawlucha play. So I wonder, the best play from Marco here, I feel like is attack, knockout, Charmander, knockout, Duskull from Marco. I think ideally you'd knock out Pidgey and Duskull with a Dragapult attack, but yeah, I think so. I think that'd be like the best one. Kyurem play does not seem super good here. Ooh, a collapse from Marco. You don't see that all the time. There's the switch. We're still short an E-switch and a switch. There's the E-switch. You might see the Super Rod for the Mew and then try and Mew into an energy. Well, hold on. You got to Super Rod the Mew back first. Okay, Marco does realize it. Wait, my Mew is in the discard pile. And that's definitely what we're looking for off this Ultra Ball, I think. Now, is favoring to keep the collapse and discard the Ogerpon. Wait, is that an Ogerpon? That is an Ogerpon. I don't know if I like that. Why are we keeping... Maybe we're going to play the collapsed here as Marco? I guess I don't hate that. Because even discarding Rotom here is unfortunate from Juan. Yeah, I don't hate this collapse. There... See? And even Juan's thinking about it. It's like, shoot. What do I actually discard here? If you discard the Rotom, you don't have access to Forest Seal Stone. I do see Candy Charizard in the hand already, though. Duskull's going to go, but that opens up lines for Marco now. Now Marco could Kyurem, KO triple Charmander, and there's no threat. And now there's actually no threat. Just going to go for the Dragon Ball attack and get 2, though. Okay. Yeah, if you did go Kyurem, KO triple Charmander, Juan can't attack with Radzar next turn. And it would have been a free turn for Marco to reset up. Get 3 prize cards, but it is a big investment. This play is probably the better of the 2 plays, to be honest. Just get rid of the Pidgey. Quick Search is pretty good. Get 2 prize cards. We're ahead on the prize exchange, and then see what Juan can do from there. But as soon as the Duskull did get discarded, that was available. But now all Marco needs is like Gus KO Rotom, and then Ogerpon KO. Ogerpon KO the Charizard here. So... Marco's still in a pretty good spot. I do see a counter catcher in their hand from Juan here, though. So it is going to probably be counter catcher KO that Ogerpon off the bench. And then Marco's going to have to find a way to get these last 4 prize. Honestly, if double Charizard happens here, can Juan put together double Charizard? I see Forest. Double Charizard would be pretty good here from Juan. He's eyeing an Iono, which I assume has to be found with the Forest Seal Stone. Yeah. So it is going to be Forest Seal Stone for that Iono. Yeah, if we can find Candy Charizard here, it's going to be tough for Marco to get the last 2 prize cards. Like, the Rotom is an easy 2, but getting the 2 prize cards after that is tough. We see Vacuum coming in. I actually don't like this collapsed bump here from Juan. You want to leave collapsed in play. You want to limit Marco's bench. This would be a really bad play here for Juan to get rid of collapsed. You definitely don't want to get rid of Collapse Stadium here. Using the Vacuum to thin it out of your deck here is definitely fine. But bumping the Collapse makes no sense here from Juan at all. You don't need Ooh, I like the Mist. There's the counter catcher. And then here comes, yeah, that was a terrible... Just get rid of your own Force Healstone. Using the Vacuum is fine to thin it out of your deck and thin out that other card. That's a fine choice there from Juan. But getting rid of the Collapse Stadium is definitely a terrible choice. Marco's bench being limited to 4 is so much more beneficial for you as Juan. And the bench on the Pidgey I don't like either. Actually, if you're going to bench the Pidgey, the Mist Energy should be on the Pidgey here from Juan. Because now Marco can go KO Charmander, KO Pidgey, and then KO Charizard or Rotom to get the last couple prize cards here. So I really don't like the Pidgey bench there from Juan. I think you give up on Pidgeot at this point. And he's continuing to bench Pokemon. It was turning from a board state where Marco might struggle to actually find 4 prize cards to now Marco has infinite options for the last 2 prize cards. Rotom was always 2, but now it's like, all right, I guess I got options here now. I can KO so many things. There's so many things to knock out. Yeah, I don't like this choice at all from Marco. Yeah, and the Pidgey should just always get the Mist Energy, right? The Pidgey not having Mist Energy is definitely kind of criminal here. And there's even more options for Marco. Yeah, Juan could have set up a really cool board state where it made it hard for Marco to actually get the final 2 prize cards. But now it's like, especially if like Marco can find some Ogerpons and like get double Ogerpon down this turn with 2 grass or something. There's a Squawkabilly reset to give another bench space as well. Yeah, Marco just need to find some pawns this turn and like get those on the bench. Okay, there's no boss here from Marco, no boss option. So Marco is attacking through the active. Now, we could see Ogerpon still happen here, and we could see Ogerpon KO the active Charizard here, which would probably be ideal for Marco, to be honest. With all these other prize options on the bench, I think Marco just going Ogerpon KO active would be ideal, and can definitely pull it off. I see Nest Ball and Ultra Ball in hand. The problem here for Marco, actually, is there's 2 Ogerpon in the discard pile. My assumption would be that Marco only plays 3 Ogerpon. I don't know how you fit a 1/1 Noctowl and 4 Ogerpon, so there's no way there's 4 Ogerpon in this deck for Marco. That'd be absurd. So we might have to see Marco use Legacy Star first here to recover Super Rod, and then Super Rod the Ogerpons back to the deck. We did see Marco do a quick count of the discard pile, and then now we see an Ultra Ball. Pheasant Dippity is also a big hit this turn as well. You definitely want Dippity. He is eyeing up a second Drago here. Now going back over to the Dippity, and then here comes a Nest Ball as well for a Drago. Okay, so we're going to do a Drago attack here from Marco. What is the best Drago attack? And now we see Dippity for 3. You could do a Kyurem attack. An Ogerpon in the hand is good. No energy, though. Oh, but I think I see the superior. A Kyurem attack would be interesting. Actually, if we got E-Switch there, or if we draw into an E-Switch as Marco here, we can still get the Ogerpon knockout. There's triple grass to the hand. I think that was a Turo discard. So it doesn't play the Penny, but does play the Turo. I doubt plays Penny and Turo, but Scoop Up Cyclone plus Turo. Play towards that Noivern board state. There's a Drago. There's an attach to a Drago. We're going to retreat. What is the attack choice here from Marco? Has a lot of options. All right, it's going to be a Kyurem play, I assume. Yeah, it's going to go with the Kyurem. It's a big investment. Legacy Star is still around. And it's going to go with the 110 on the active. And goodbye to all the energy. Okay, still has Legacy Star, but that was a pretty big investment here on Marco's side. Does go down to 2 prize cards remaining. A lot of 2 prize Pokemon in play to be able to close it out on. I definitely don't think that is what you want to do here as Marco. I think the Ogerpon, going for the Ogerpon attack, it would have cost the Legacy Star to go for the Ogerpon attack. So if you could have got to the Ogerpon attack without the Legacy Star from Marco, I think that would have been ideal. But having to use the Legacy Star, I can understand maybe it not being the best play, actually. Going for the Kyurem play is still like, okay. You still have Legacy Star to fall back on for your last 2 prize cards, so... Now over to Juan's board state, and this was like the problem with Juan's play last turn. You gave Marco so many options by benching all those Pokemon. Imagine if Juan didn't bench a single Pokemon, and Juan's board was Rotom, Charmeleon, Charizard. Like, Marco was like, all right, now I'm kind of limited. Now I'm kind of limited here. For what I can actually... I can attack with Kyurem, but now what am I going to hit with Kyurem? It's like way less options to choose from, right? And way more potential for Juan's like Turo to like be a huge disaster for Marco. But now Marco is like got a pretty straightforward line. It's like, all right, if I go Legacy Star Boss, I win, right? Probably like use KO at 2 prize off the bench with Tina, or Dragapult KOs Rotom. Ogerpon can KO the active Charizard still if we don't get that out of play. Like, so many options for Marco to close this one out now. I will see. On Juan's side here, though, I'm not even sure. You want to play Iono. It does have Luminion, so Iono is available. Or like a Roxanne would even be good. Roxanne would be fine if Juan plays the Roxanne. We should at least have an Iono left here for sure as Juan. And then... knockout active. You remove the Legacy Star is... There's so much draw power on Marco's side. You got the Hoot Hoot, the Mew, the Noctowl, or the Pheasantipity, and the active is the Legacy Star. I almost lean towards Pheasantipity being the biggest thing to knock out here. It depends how many Drago are in the discard pile. If there's 0 Drago in the discard pile, I almost like the random cards from Pheasantipity, the way it like supplements and like oh, it's tough. The way it like builds towards your options almost feels like the Dippity is like the more important thing to KO here. And we do see Juan retreat to the Charizard here, which currently can't KO Drago. And not taking a KO this turn would be fine if you had Duskull in play. Honestly, maybe the best play here would be... Oh, wait, I think maybe there's a... No, maybe there's not a counter catcher. Because you're just giving, like, Marco +1 turn to, like, set up to close out the game. If you don't take the knockout here. And there's a Dippity for 3. I probably plays Defiance Band. I would assume Quan plays Defiance Band, but... as far as I can tell, drew nothing. So I think it's just going to be a pass from Juan. Rody for 3, yeah. But even if you draw just like a Fire Energy there, Marco's like, okay, you punch my active for 250, but you don't have Duskull in play. Who cares? Like, this isn't... Who cares? Okay, should be a pretty straightforward close out here from Marco. Actually, no, because Prime Catcher's not available. I forget, Marco does not play Prime Catcher. It's a pretty big deal. The hand for Marco, I believe, was Ultra Ball, Nest Ball. Oh, did just already play the Ultra Ball. I was actually... trolling. And I think Marco probably should have game here. I think we're just going to see hold this, use Mew, get Vessel. There's got to be like some kind of boss E-switch. There's boss. Like there has to be a way for Marco to win this turn. Between the Owl and Legacy Star, there has to be a way to win. Scuba Cyclone could get involved as well to like move the active, I guess, and then play boss. There's a lot of energy in the deck. Searching out Vessel E-switch. Once again, Legacy Star is still available. Unless I'm tripping. I'm not tripping. It is still available. Marco doesn't want to misplay, though. Piecing it together. All right. Double E-switch. Double E-switch to the active. Boss Legacy Star. Just showing that it's all there. Let's clean it up. Let's go to game 2. Game 3, actually. We are going to game 3. All right. Yeah, I think really poor bench management from Juan in that game, for sure. That was like the big thing. Marco had a lot of attacking options throughout the game. And I think probably made the correct choices. Dragapult as the first attack. Could have gone with the Kyurem KO Triple Charmander. That would have been interesting. But I do also just like the Dragapult. Just draw 2 prize cards. Don't draw prize cards too quickly to turn on the Radzard. But you could have locked out a turn there as well. But then you have to like reset up after the Kyurem, which can be annoying, especially if you get Iono'd. So the Dragapult attack there is probably the correct play from Marco. Then we went with the Kyurem. After Juan went wide on the board, we took advantage of that as Marco went with the Kyurem play. Got some more prize cards, got down to 2. Let me close it down out there. And then yeah, Juan going wide on the board, I definitely didn't like that. Should have kept it small. Made Marco really have to potentially work for those final 2 prize cards, because like the Rotom was kind of always chilling there as 2. But then after Marco KOs the Rotom, if there's just 2 Charizards in play, it's like, well, this is awkward. And then the retreat into the Radzard from Juan was also... I mean, maybe Juan didn't really have a better play, though. But, like, you're never... I guess you have... Maybe... Now I'm thinking about it. The more I think about it, like, if Juan leaves the Charizard in the active, you literally lose to Ogerpon. So you kind of have to retreat to Radzard. And then you have to hope off of your Iono Pheasantipity you get Energy Defiance, to be honest. So, yeah, the Radzard play from Juan was actually correct, probably. But... It looks bad, but it's probably the correct play, because the other play you almost always lose with how much draw power Marco has on board. So it's probably correct. Hey, do they have... Is this table that they're using, is this the official streaming table? Because they have like the same like price cam stuff too. I feel like this is literally the official streaming table. I wonder if TPCI like sent it to them to use or something, or maybe they got an old, or maybe they have an old one that they're using. Because I'm pretty sure it's the exact same table. So I wonder if TPCI sent them an older one, or they sent them the one. I'm curious. But it is nice to have like the price cams and everything set up. Dude. All right. So you go first in this matchup, obviously. Juan goes first. Double Poffin Rotom. I see a Candy in hand already as well, bro. This is like an absurd start. This is like disgusting. Dippity. Yeah, the prize cards for Juan are also like almost bad, but just, I mean, it depends how many Charizard Juan. A Pidgeot and a Charizard being prized means it might be hard to pull off the turn 2 combo. Because, oh, there's already a Charizard in hand. Never mind. Because you might not draw into the evolutions. I see. Ooh, double candy. I think there's double candy for Seal Stone in the hand here for Juan. So Marco doesn't know it, but Marco, it would be really good if Marco could find a Iono. It's just going to be the research, though. Does have the 2 energy on the Drago. I see a Scoop Up Cyclone in the hand and another Drago V. But we could see a pretty ridiculous turn 2 here from Juan. If you leave the... Oh, man, this is tough for Marco. He's going to pick up the pawn and pushes up. Yeah, is respecting the threat of the Dusclops or Dusknor. Pushes up the Drago with no energy on it. Has Squawkabilly. And it is going to come down. Vessel away the Tina first. I don't think we're going to see any energy grabbed here from Marco. We've already attached for turn and used our pawns on board. So probably just going to grab 0 energy and then squawk away the rest of the hand. We'll see, though. Yeah, pretty ridiculous initial draw from Juan there. The hand is good. No Iono came down as well. There's an Ultra Ball in the hand as well. Oh my gosh, dude. Canceling Clone, obviously no value. And then there's the Billy for 6. Looks pretty good for next turn. Is already actually eyeing up this Ultra Ball use. It's just going to pass, though. All right, the question is not, is Juan going to have a good turn? The question is, how good of a turn is Juan going to have? There's an Arven in the hand as well. Oh my gosh. It's about to be disgusting. Looks like maybe initially eyeing up the Candy Charizard. He's going to start with that. Okay. Run through the deck real fast. Make sure everything is there. Calculate, put everything together for the play for the turn. We got it all, though. I mean, I think Juan could literally do anything that he wanted to this turn. The question is, will he make the right play? And honestly, what is the right play here for Juan is a question. It's one of the cleaner looking SBE streams, to be honest. Yo, what's up, episode? Yeah, it is. They put together a pretty good stream here, to be honest. Definitely cool to see. Eyeing up Countercatcher Defiance. Dude, KO on the bench Drago is criminal. If we can go Dusclops, 50 on the active, Countercatcher Defiance Man KO the bench Drago. Holy. That is disgusting. Plus Candy Pidgeot. We want to get Candy Pidgeot involved as well. Let's not forget about Candy Pidgeot. That's our guy right there. And I think we have it all. I think Juan literally has... So we can go Ultra Ball for Candy Pidgeot. Pidgeot finds Duskull or Dusclops. Evolve to Dusclops. Pop Dusclops, 50 on the hour active. Arven grab Countercatcher Defiance. And we see the Arven going to be the lineup first here. Goes for 4 Sealstone counter. I don't think we need the Forest here, though. Unless I don't think we need Forest here from Juan. Unless Juan doesn't play Dusclops. Do most people play Dusclops? The 4 Sealstone, I don't think we need. I think Juan is... I think the 4 Sealstone is actually just going to be wasted here from Juan. We could get the Defiance here, I'm pretty sure. Wait. Yeah, we could. It's not going to be a throw here from Juan. Juan is just going to, like, overextend a resource, basically. Yeah, Dusclops is there, so we don't need 4 Sealstone. We could just get the Defiance, and you can go Ultra Ball for Pidgeot. Ultra Ball for Pidgeot, Candy Pidgeot. Pidgeot, quick search out Dusclops. Arven finds Defiance Countercatcher. So what we're going to see here from Juan is Juan's going to grab 4 Sealstone and then 4 Sealstone for Defiance ban effectively. Yep. All right. So there's the mistake there. So we basically waste our Forest as Juan here. I wonder when... Or maybe we do have double Ultra Ball. If Juan could use maybe double Ultra Ball here. There's the Pidgeot. Yeah. So we're going to waste our 4 Sealstone here basically. Yeah. Well, no, we have Ultra Ball. I guess we could Ultra Ball for the Dusclops. There's the quick search. And there's the 4. Wait, did Juan realize? Yeah, Juan just realized. Wait, I just 4 Sealstone for a tool card. Dude, that is so funny. Now he's like, this can't be right. What am I doing? Wait, why? What? Now it is correct though. I think it's correct to actually do the Defiance Band combo here because you want 50 on the active Drago. Putting the popping Dusclops to the active Drago and then counter catcher KO in the bench Drago sets up the next Drago to be KO'd. But now Juan is second guessing the Defiance Band grab, but it's still correct to get the Defiance Band. Now he's going for Charmeleon instead, but now what we're going to see is Juan is going to pop the 50 on the bench Drago, bring it up, KO it, but then the active Drago has no damage on it. That's so funny. That's so funny. Well, it's like, this can't be correct. Why would I ever use Forest Sealstone to get a tool card? I would have just gotten the tool card off of my Arven. So this can't be correct. So I'm going to go ahead and take this back. But it is correct, I think, to get the Defiance Band here. Because I think the 50 damage on the clean Drago is really, really beneficial. Because then you can KO that Reggie Drago. Because like now, Cifuentes, Marco could go Tina KO Pidgeot. And now your oh no, if you go Tina KO Pidgeot, you do still get the return KO with the Defiance. Maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine, to be honest. You draw 3, Defiance would still be active at that point. Well, hold up. This does let Marco go boss KO Charmeleon though, and then be safe, right? Now Marco can go, okay, cool. Boss KO your Charmeleon. And I drew 1 prize card. You can't KO my Drago. I'm safe. But if you put the 50 on the active, you'd be like, all right, nah, your Drago's dead, right? But yeah, because we didn't take the Defiance Band, because Juan second guessed the Defiance Band there, we do end up in a situation where there is a clean Drago in the active here for Marco, which is what Marco wants, a clean Reggie Drago. This gives Marco the potential, I feel like, to actually get back into this game from a ridiculous start from Juan. Even has the Iono to go with it. Now, Marco does not play Prime Catcher. Like KO Pidgeot here with what's it called would be pretty good, but Marco plays the Scoop Up Cyclone, so that's not possible. Immediately into the V-Star off the Iono. That's not what you want to see there. The Mill on the 7. Ooh, Superior and Super Rod. Immediately lines up the Superior as well. I do see an E-Switch in hand, so did have the E-Switch. Is there a fire? There is the fire in the discard, of course. Ian is going to line up that Scoop Up Cyclone. Okay. Feels bad, but it's not, maybe not terrible. Billy gets picked up. Just remove that liability. So that way, this way Juan can't go KO Ogerpon, KO Billy to win. But that means Marco has to come up with some weird, like, spread game plan. What are we doing here? I don't even know. Let's see how this plays out. I'm actually not even sure what the play is to get Marco back into this. How do we get Marco back into this game? I'm not sure. We did, our Drago survived, which was a big part, right? Our Drago's alive. How do we get back into this? We could go with a Dragapult attack, 200 on the active, spread 6 to the Pidgeot, counter catcher or boss Pidgeot, do 200 to the Pidgeot, 6 to the Charizard, assuming our Ogerpon gets KO'd next turn and our Drago doesn't get punched. And then after that, we could go KO Rotom, Halucha. No, still not enough damage. Yeah, but there's the 6 to the Pidgeot. And also, Juan still has Mist Energy to protect from any kind of, like, spread closeout shenanigans as well. This is, like, pretty bad for Marco. Like, this is... it's pretty tough. I don't know. I don't know how you come back from this. This is pretty tough. It's hard to beat that turn 2 from Juan there. That's a tough one to overcome for sure. I would assume here the best play from Juan is just boss KO the Ogerpon. Punching the active is what Marco wants. Marco wants Juan to punch the active Drago and not get a prize card this turn. That's what Marco wants to see. So from Juan here, I mean, I feel like you got to be like, okay, I'm going to get my 2 prize cards. I'm going to gust up your Ogerpon. I'm gonna get my 2 prize cards. We'll see here. Also, another thing to point out here as well, like, through that whole sequence as well from Juan, like, we talked about the difference between the 2 choices Juan had available, Evolve to the Charmeleon plus the Defiance Band, but this sequence that Juan ended up taking did burn the Forest Sealstone. Now, Juan wouldn't have had Forest Sealstone in play on Rotom if we had got Defiance Band instead, but it turns Arven into such a more powerful card as the game progresses. Now that it's kind of taken away from Juan. Juan doesn't have the power of Arven for item card plus Forest Sealstone into combo piece. We see the Turo come out here from Juan, actually. The reset, I guess that's maybe okay. If you are going to punch into the Drago this turn, the Turo reset is not terrible, right? The Turo reset is actually not terrible here. I think this still seems pretty good here. Let's see. On Marco's side, though, now, if Marco can get Boss Hawlucha, boss up the Rotom plus Hawlucha KO Charmander, that seems pretty good. That gets us 3 prize cards. We go down to 2. Getting the other threat of another Drago in play is going to be tough, but if we can threaten Ogerpon plus Radzard, Radzard can KO Pidgeot at this point, towards the end game, and Ogerpon can threaten the Charizard, so there's 2 things that could get KO'd here. But can Marco even find... Dude, this is why Scuba Cyclone is so bad. Like, this is why Scuba Cyclone is so bad. It's... Imagine if Marco had a Prime Catcher in hand off of the Legacy Star. We'd be cooking. We'd be chilling. I feel like we'd be chilling. But now we're like, can we get a boss, please? There's an Enhanced Hammer. That's not gonna cut it. Oh, now it's like, yikes. Whoa, hold on, we got one more draw. One more draw. Maybe we have a Mew draw as well. Cyclone is sick. Yeah, if you want to lose. Dude, I just can't fathom not playing Prime Catcher and Drago. I can't fathom it. I don't get it. Just boss the pawn? No, I think the Turo play from Juan is reasonable. The Turo play from Juan is pretty reasonable here, to be honest. You don't overextend your boss if you only play 1 or if it's prize or something. All right, Ultra Ball coming in, getting rid of double Nest Ball. Oh, do we not have a Dragon Ball in the discard pile? There's the Hawlucha. There's the Hawlucha. Oh, we maybe didn't have. We have another Ultra Ball coming in here though. Get rid of the Dragon Ball, get the Hawlucha. We don't have a Gust this turn though. So we could KO the Charmander here as Marco. But it's not enough. It's just not enough. This just isn't enough. You get the KO on the Charmander, but you're punching the active here. Punching the active isn't good enough. You switch. Is there a counter catcher to get? Maybe there was. Is there a counter catcher in here? The only way I could fathom playing Scuba Cyclone is if you play counter catcher, personally. Like, that's the only way I could ever understand it. Maybe Marco does have the counter catcher, but didn't Ultra Ball for Noctowl to go get it. So I assume doesn't. And we're just kind of going through the process here of we're gonna Dragon Ball punch. We're gonna punch the active and KO Charmander, and then the follow from Marco has to be. Oh no, we're not. Just knockout for 2. Oh, but this feels... I mean, now what do you do, though? Doesn't Juan just go Charizard, Radzard? How do you beat Charizard, Radzard here from Juan now? It's not beatable, right? Unless you're hoping that Charizard does not hit the field again here. Unless you're hoping... As Marco here, maybe your hope is you can't get Candy Charizard. I guess that is a play. And that might be the way to it could be the way to approach this, I guess. You could be like, well, this is all I got. I don't think that's a terrible line or terrible hope. Wait a second. Am I tripping, or does Juan not have a knockout here? Did Juan just troll? No, there's a candy in hand. Oh my gosh. I was like, hold on, what is going on? All right, we can bench Radzard here as well from Juan. Yeah, like how do you not have Candy Zard here? Like how does Juan never not have Candy Zard here? But maybe this is the only out for Marco, to be honest, is to hope there's no Candy Zard. I could see that being true, to be honest. I would even I'd load up second on Radzard here. I think I'd maybe even attack with Radzard. Is there a reason to not attack with Radzard here as Juan? Attack with Radzard. The only thing that can KO Radzard. Well, no, I guess you don't want to give Marco a good Radzard target. But you have Quick Search, so it doesn't really matter. Quick Search always becomes boss. If Pidgeot doesn't die, you always win. But it seems fine. That way, the Radzard, there's no Radzard target here for Marco. You leave Charizard in the active. Radzard can't KO Charizard. So if Marco wants to use Radzard, then you have to Gust. If you Gust, you don't Iono. Game's over. But even if you Iono, the game's over. Yeah, the game's just over no matter what here, I think. I don't think there's actually a win con here for Marco. Briar wins game for Marco. That is true. I wonder how often that comes up in this matchup to have access to Briar. I wonder if that makes it worth including for your pawn closer in this matchup. Seems decent, to be honest. It does seem decent. Seems decent. Yeah, I don't know. The play on the last time for Marco seemed questionable, because I feel like if you had gone punch the active with Drago, there was an well, actually, I don't know if Marco plays Radzard. See, that's the thing. I guess I don't know if Marco plays Radzard, because if Marco had gone KO the punch the active, KO the Charmander, you could have gone Radzard plus Iono, KO the active Zard that was damaged on the following turn. You could have done that as Marco. Now you can't do that, obviously. There's Mew for 1, has Boss and Iono in hand. There's Collapse. I don't think that leads anywhere, though. Collapsed, Iono, Boss. Collapsed, Iono, Boss. Collapse does nothing to prevent win conditions. You can't even... If you Boss Radzard, Radzard can literally attack. Yeah, there's no win... Yeah, you can't win this turn as Marco, and it's almost impossible to stop Juan from winning next turn. Let's go for the Boss on the Radzard. Retreat into Drago. Okay, Marco found it out. The covert flight. There's the attach retreat knockout. Yeah, I think Marco knew he was toast there. He was like, all right, what is like the 1 in a million win condition? The covert flight. Did find the out. Did find the out, I think. You have to like covert flight twice and then Boss Rotom and then KO Rotom and the Radzard or something. Yeah, not an actual win condition, but yeah. Appreciate the 9 months there, Jaden. That's a funny one for sure. Oh. For that matchup specifically, the Briar would be interesting, to be honest, in the Drago deck. Like, if Raging Bolt plays Briar, Drago playing Briar seems reasonable, to be honest. And honestly, thinking about it a little bit further, it would probably help your Lugia matchup too, right? Because you can definitely get some big Ogerpon KOs in the Lugia matchup. Especially if you play Prime Catcher. If you're not playing Prime Catcher, if you play like a Counter Catcher or Chops at the end of the game or something like that. Especially with Noctowl. Bro, I just hate the Noctowl. I have yet to see the Noctowl get... We've watched... How many games of Noctowl Drago have I seen now? 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've seen 13 games of Drago Noctowl, and I have yet to see the Noctowl get value, I'm pretty sure. I watched Bradner play 3 games at Dortmund. I watched Grant versus Bradner play 7 games yesterday. I just watched Marco play 3 games there. 13 games. I've seen 13 games of Drago Owl, and the Owl has done nothing. The Owl can't be real. It has to be fake. I did 1 game because the Owl versus me. I don't think the Owl mattered, though. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and watch it, Grant. He maybe won that turn, but I think he was winning that game no matter what. Marco used Owl for double E-switch in game 2. Oh, did he? Am I literally just tripping? Maybe I just hate the Owl so much, I'm just blind to it. But did they ever change the score of the games? It was 1-0. Oh, you might be right. There might have been some Owl value here. Wait a second. Oh, but I don't think the Owl was necessary here to win at all. No, Marco didn't need the Owl. The Owl was, like, not relevant here. This game was over. Marco was winning this no matter what. The Owl, once again, did absolutely nothing. Like, I'm pretty sure Marco had game without the Owl. Like, I don't think the Owl actually did anything here. I'm not 100% sure. But I'm not giving the Owl credit for this game. No, I'm not giving the Owl credit for this game. It did get put into play. Now, the Owl, I've seen the Owl be put into play. But I've also seen, like, Ancient Box players, you know, open like a Roaring Moon. And it's like, they did the thing, but, like, the deck's still not impressive, you know? Drago's still good? Drago's very good. Kanto's just trolling. But listen, that makes it better for all the Drago believers if people actually out there think Drago's a bad deck. What are being cut for the Owl and Drago? Not sure, to be honest. I know Bradner cut Halucha was one of the cuts, but we saw like right there from Marco. Marco was playing the Halucha and the Owl line. So it looks like I don't think Marco was playing the two stadiums. Looks like Marco was playing just the one collapsed and was not playing the. Some people have been running like the Sinnoh jamming tower. But we see the only one stadium there. John cut a vessel. Yeah, I think Bradner and John were down to 3 vessel. So cutting down on the vessels, stuff like that. Played the Owl in the deck last night. It was underwhelming. And listen, the Owl could actually be better than I am saying it is, but I think it just doesn't look good. I haven't actually played with it though, so you'll take my critique of the Owl with a bit of pinch of salt. You know, take my critique of the Owl with a pinch of salt, for sure. I'm still gonna trash the card until I see it actually pop off, or until I play with it myself. But I guarantee once I play with it myself, well, I can't guarantee it. I don't want to guarantee it. I'm pretty confident when I play with the card myself. I want to be like, this is garbage. Just like the guy who tweeted about people being stupid for losing to Turtle as Ball, got called a clown, then deleted his post. Wait, did they really delete their post? Why would you delete your post? If you have it's okay to have an opinion. Like, I'm literally saying Owl's garbage, but then you have great players in the game like John Ang and Bradner who actively play the Owl in their deck, and Marcos Cifuentes too chooses to play the Owl. It's just all opinions. Why would you get mad that someone has a different opinion, or why would you allow someone else's opinion to make you not voice your opinion? That's stupid. I did see that post that someone put out as like, if you're losing to Bolt as Turtle, what are you doing? That's fine. Why would you delete your? That's an opinion. Who cares? Why would you delete your opinion? That's cringe. It's fine to like no one should be like hated on for like having an opinion. Or you also shouldn't be afraid to like voice your opinion. That's what I'm saying. People disagreed with him and he deleted it. So cringe. That's what I'm saying. Well, you shouldn't delete your. You shouldn't. Yeah. If you have an opinion and people disagree with it, who cares? Unless you like literally got convinced. Like, unless someone actually changed your mind. Like, all right, sit down. Let me body you. It's like you're like yo, Bolt. Turtle should always trash Bolt, and then a Bolt player's like, yo, sit down, I'm gonna play you in a best of 5. After I 5-0 you have to delete your tweet. That's different then, right? But I don't know if that's actually what happened. Losing the balls, Turtle is pretty easy if you have Star 2 Prizer. That's about the only way, though, right? Otherwise, you should have a pretty good... well, I don't even know. Like, you need, like, a pretty powerful next combo. And the thing is, you're also not KOing the Raging Bolts, right? As the Turtle. So that opens up Ionos from the Turtle player, right? Ionos and also Bravery Charms, right? That's interesting. I'd have to actually play the matchup. But you're not actually KOing Raging Bolts in the matchup. So if they just, like, put Bravery Charms on their things that stay on the bench... Like, in that matchup, right, you always keep all your energy on your bolts and always discard off your pawns. I actually do that anyways, most of the time. What do you think is better? Slow Guardy, i.e. Fluttermane, Double Monkey, or Fast Guardy? Probably in the current format. In the current meta, Slow Guardy or Fast Guardy? Slow Guardy is probably... it's probably pretty close to equal, to be honest. Because, like, Drago is the main reason to play Fast Guardy. Drago, I feel like, is the main reason to play Fast Guardy, but maybe the Lugia matchup is also a reason to play Fast Guardy. I'd say it's pretty close. Maybe it's about even. It's hard for. I'd say it's about even. Obviously, one is correct, but like my current perception of them would be it's about even. What do you think about the one mist in Rahul's deck? I mean, you want more mist, but if you're gonna do the Vessel basic lightning, you really don't have room for it, to be honest. For more mist, it's really hard to fit the next mist. Extra mist, but you could like cut the iron bundle for like second mist, to be honest. That would maybe be the cut to go with. Maybe cut one of the nest balls. Turtle with max belt, true. Turtle with, would that work? Turtle with Defiance band. Ooh, oh, hold up. I cooked. That's broken. You don't even need a gust effect for the turn. Turtle with Defiance band. Lock it in. Wait, you can win with 2 attacks by KOing 2 pawns, right? Don't you go like, well, actually, in that matchup as Raging Bolt, you have to not put Greninja in play, right? You have to actively not put Greninja in play. Because if you put Greninja in play, then they go KO pawn, Briar KO pawn after Dusknoir KOs the dude, right? After they draw 1 prize card. But you can't not draw 1 prize card at Raging Bolt. You have to make moves, otherwise you're going to lose anyways. They'll set up a Noctowl and start punching you for 40 until you do something, right? I will not, like, that's basically what you do as the Turtle player. If the Raging Bolt player doesn't draw the first prize card, you're not going to take a 1 prize knockout, or you're not going to punch a Raging Bolt. You just, like, attach a double turbo to a Turtle or an Owl and start doing 40 damage. It's like, you will draw the first prize card. How do special events work versus a regional? It's the exact same except for prize payout. No cash prizing. Championship points are the same. Auto invites are the same. All that stuff is the same. Actually, just this year, last season, it was only European special events that got auto invites, but now it's all special events. They're putting a lot more effort into Latin American special events. They're announcing them way sooner. They're getting bigger venues. And this one has 2. This is like double the size. Well, hold on. Actually, I don't know how many players are here, but I can look it up. Yeah, 300 players. 304 players are at the Lima special event, which is double the amount of players that they had last Lima special event, which was, well, actually wasn't even last year. It was like 4 months ago. 4 months ago, this exact same special event, the Lima special event, had 145 players, I think. Actually, I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure it was 145. Yeah, Lima 2024 was in May. And they had 145 players, and now it's double. And it probably capped. My guess would be that it did cap, but I actually don't know for sure. The Latin American special events are getting numbers and being given space to actually get numbers, to be honest. Auto invites even for 120 people special events. These special events are not getting 120 people. This is the okay. Maybe you just didn't hear anything I just said. Last season, special events in Europe, which all had basically regional level numbers in Europe, had auto invites. Special events in Latin America last season did not have auto invites. But moving into this season, they're putting more effort and more resources into these Latin American special events, including giving them auto invites for winning the event now. And we've already seen this is the first Latin American special event of the season, and it's already double the amount of players that it had that they had last season. They had 300 players. They had 145 literally in May, and now they have 300. Literally 4 months later. But they're actually giving them bigger venues. But Pokemon is not giving help to the organization, to the special events. Is max 300 people. Yeah, so it capped at 300, which is still an improvement. And hopefully we just see it to continue to get bigger and bigger venues moving forward. Is imposing to get venues to 1,000 plus? Wait, what do you mean? I think Orlando will get a regional next year? Next season? How many are... They announced 2 more events, right? What were the 2 events that they announced? Well, they didn't announce them, but they, like, dropped them on the page. There's the Puerto Rico special event, right? The Puerto Rico special event, and then San Antonio. Yeah, San Antonio in January, Puerto Rico special event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're missing 2 regionals. 2 American regionals still have yet to be announced. I assume one of them will be Orlando. Which kind of makes sense to... Yeah, I assume one of them will be Orlando. I do something real fast, but just play a Namorous V and Guardian, beat the brakes off of the Dusknoir meta. No, the Namorous V is terrible. There's no way that solves anything. You have to spread your energy too thin to actually be able to do anything. Like on another 20-minute rant about how to register. I think the one will suffice. I'll just have to retweet it. I'll just retweet it. Gabe Smart said Portland and Georgia. He's been right so far. Maybe there won't be anything in Florida. Am I going to defend my San Antonio title? Probably. I mean, last time I had people to play, I don't know, min 500 per event, but it's impossible to get a venue without Pokemon support. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Need support from Pokemon to be able to get the venue. Also, special events, they don't charge... You're not allowed to charge entry fee for special events, right? I'm correct on that, I think. You can't charge entry fee for special events. So special events are also free to enter. And they're not... The organizers are not allowed to charge entry fee. Wait, but there has to be some support from Pokemon. Pokemon has to be booking these... The venues then, right? How would that even make sense? SPs have a charge? Yep, all SPs are free. Bruh. They did last year? Is it just European ones that don't have charging? Like, you don't have to charge... The European ones don't have a... Yeah, Casey, because what one did you go to last year? I, like, always make a statement that I think is right, and then I get two conflicting takes in chat every single time. I know, Casey, you went to Puerto Rico. So they charge for Puerto Rico? Okay, interesting. I know because I knew the European ones were always free. Gambling laws are dope. Oh, is that why it's free in Europe? It seems like the European special events are special events because Pokemon wants to run tournaments in those locations, but there's gambling laws against cash prizing and apparently entry fees as well. So you can't charge for entry fees. But then for the Latin American special events, I feel like the reason for special events in the locations in Latin America that not being regionals, but they're special events is due to... The other reason I've heard that special events happen in some locations over regionals is due to a lack of basically product sales in the area. So that might be the reason for Latin American special events being special events and not regionals, is due to a lack of product sales in the area, but still wanting to run tournaments in those areas, but then they don't... It's not worth doing the cash prizing instead of... Those are the two reasons I've heard that special events are special events and not regionals. One is gambling laws, and that makes sense for Europe. And the other one is a lack of retail sales in the area, but still wanting to run a tournament in the area. And then that's the other reason it's a special event and not a regional. Those are the two reasons I've always heard that special events exist. I'm actually not sure the real reason special events exist, but that would make sense for Europe, would be gambling laws. And in Latin America, I guess the other one could be lack of sales. Special events should only be for players with X amount of points or open to everyone. It should be open to everyone. All Pokemon events should basically open to everyone. I could see like there being an argument for like slight thresholds for like ICs, maybe regionals, of like you have to have like 5 play points. So you have to have like accrued 5 play points throughout the season. I'd be like okay with that, I guess, but overall it should be effectively open to anyone. We lost so many regionals to gambling laws in the US. We've lost, well, but it's not like we're not losing regionals. We're just losing locations, right, Smiley? It's not like yeah, I don't think they're doing less regionals in the US because of gambling laws. They're just not holding them in those locations. Like, yeah, if we didn't have like the gambling stuff in like Denver or whatever, or is it like also, is it Washington? Maybe it's not Washington. Whatever. We wouldn't hold a 9th or a 10th regional this year. We still only have 9 regionals in America and Canada. Platinum is not regional because TPI is not doing it. It's Copag, and they suck. Just because Copag is choosing to not fund only. Copag is willing to run so many events but not fund enough so many regionals. Is that what you're saying? You run it ads right now so I don't get one during the game. I'll run it when we get closer to the match. On which page can we see how the players are doing at top now? Go to PokeData. What's up, Plexi? 'Cause I We only have 9 regionals. That's more than we have in Europe, Azul. I don't think I said we only have. Also, has nothing to do with. You're just literally taking my statement and literally applying as much bad faith as possible. I know you're probably trolling, but that is also what you're doing. How do you feel about Dustnor and Miraidon? Bad. So is winning prize money considered gambling? Apparently, it's against gambling laws in some states and also some countries. Copac doesn't fund special events, but shops can take them with the money. Interesting. So people can like bid to be able to run special events in the year. Like, is that what happens? And like Copac gets so many special event slots to hand out to people to run, and then people bid on, and then like stores or tournament organizers bid on being able to run the special events, but they don't get the cash prizing funded for it to be an actual regional. And Copac only funds so many regionals throughout the year, but the regionals that they run, they fund themselves. Is that the system? You think DTE is needed in Miraidon? Yes. Pokemon gambling? Depends on the law. Any particular deck that you enjoy off the current meta? Yeah. Nothing, not any individual deck that comes to mind, but... Some countries' laws are like, there is luck, and it is a card game where you can win money. That's gambling. Interesting. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't really agree. I don't agree with the law. That's kind of silly. I feel like you should be able to be like, hey, listen, this is what we're doing. It's not really like gambling. It's not like a slot machine. It's like, oh, okay, true. Yeah, all right, you can run a tournament. It seems weird. But yeah, I understand that that's their law, but it's a weird law. It's like, it was weird that there's no nuance to it. It's like there is... Like, the Pokemon TCG is a game of skill at the end of the day, not a game of chance. Although, is poker viewed the exact same way in those countries? Is poker, like, can there be a poker tournament in the countries in Europe where they don't allow cash prizing? If you can do a poker tournament, then Pokemon definitely is on this, like, it should be in the same category as poker for sure. Yeah, Pokemon should definitely be in the same category as poker as far as... If poker is considered gambling, and then I'm like, all right. If you're considering poker gambling, then I guess you have to consider Pokemon gambling, to be honest. But if you consider poker not gambling, then Pokemon should also be not gambling. Pokemon should definitely be in the exact same category as poker. The difference is Pokemon includes kids while poker doesn't. Okay, maybe. Okay, I guess that is... Okay, I guess that makes sense. That's reasonable, I get. It's kind of reasonable, I guess. That's kind of reasonable, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there should be more nuance to it. They should be able to look at that and be like, all right, it's not like what we're trying to actually... Like, I don't think the people who made the laws around gambling in, like, Spain or whatever, they weren't trying to stop people from running Pokemon tournaments in Spain, Pokemon TCG tournaments. That's not what they were trying to do. Like, if you go to the people who made the laws, like, do you really care if we play this Pokemon tournament for cash pricing in your country? They'd be like, no. I guess if we had to, like, pick between yes or no, we're probably gonna say no. It's probably fine to run this Pokemon tournament in like, yeah, you're probably fine to run this Pokemon tournament. I think it'll be okay. I guess the entry fee that's the issue, so there could be events, just no entry fees. But you could still have cash prizing. But even then, though, even with the entry fees, they could still look at it and be like, is it okay to have cash prizing for this? And be like, yeah, it's probably fine. All right, go ahead, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Just, like, add some nuance. If you add nuance to it, I don't think anyone's going to turn down the idea of a Pokemon Regionals being ran the same way it is in every other country in somewhere like Spain or wherever. You just add a little bit of nuance to the situation. You don't just kind of blanket. If you can top deck for turn, it's luck. Too much luck. Seems cringe. World Series of Poker is literally free entry and cash prizing. Insane. Only cash prize Masters. Other divisions have 0 entry fee and no prizes. Could be a way to get around it. Well, Masters is still 15 and up though, right? So that'd probably still fall under like the legality of children. The only thing that can be generalized as gambling is actually opening the packs. EU set legal precedent on that, but Pokemon, PTCG and poker cannot be in the same category. LRs are often slow to change, unfortunately. True. I feel like this format could use a card that reads something like, during setup, if this card is in your starting hand, you may play it. If you do, you may choose to swap who goes first. Or if during setup this card is in your hand, you may choose to play it. If you do, shuffle your hand into your deck and then draw 6 cards. No, that sounds like it would just... those, like, consistency cards like that just make... actually, what's his name had a really good take on this. Jake actually had a really good take on this on Twitter. It just makes turbo decks more aggressive, like better. All it does is like, why, like a Charizard deck could not afford to play 4 of those. A deck that could afford to play 4 of those would be something like Palkia Dusknoir or Raging Bolt, and those decks don't need to be better. Like, yeah, that would not be a good card to exist. That would not be a good card to exist at all. Because all it does is enable aggression, which like is already like always like, I feel like aggro and like aggressive fast decks are already like not 100% enabled in the Pokemon TCG at all times. Like we had like the Tina Guardy Charizard format, right, where it's like pretty slower, but like aggressive decks are way more consistently enabled in the game than non-aggressive decks in the Pokemon TCG. They don't need more help. They will, if there's a format or a meta where they're, you know, not really good right now, don't worry, it'll come back around. You just have to wait like literally probably one meta or one format, or even maybe just one meta. They will make their way back around. And let me go try and find the Jake take though, because I thought it was actually a pretty good take. And I can share this with the chat. This is a pretty good take. Dude, where's my button? Oh. Dude, why doesn't this ever want to work? Oh, wait, because I don't have it here. Shoot, my button was working correctly the whole time. What was it? Only a few years ago, the consequences seemed to be that there could never be too much consistency, and arguing against it was crazy and asking for more randomness. Now it seems like the majority have changed on it, and also recognize how great winning solution to a card like Iono is. Because Katie here tweeted, Iono's one is totally pointless now, isn't it? Oh, you got Treasure for Fez for 3, for Sada for 3, for Pokestop for 3, for 15 million cards game. Which is actually like a decent take from Katie. Yeah, it is like Mew for 3, into Fez for 3, into Stop for 3, into Sada for 3, into... Oh, okay, shoot, I guess I just lose now. Which isn't like, it's not like 100% how things go, obviously, but... Fez definitely changed the... comeback viability of Iono, I guess. I don't know. Honestly, though, I feel like, well, I think we've seen this in effect. The developers of the game are a few more steps ahead than we realize. And it's like, and I don't know, maybe this is just by accident, but I feel like some of it has to be on purpose, and intentional. We'll play through a format where something feels really enabled, like Pheasantipity and Aggression, and then they'll print a card next set or the set after that completely flips everything, and it's like, now you have an answer to this, but we wanted this to be enabled for some time. Now you have to play around the fact that that exists. And now we're giving you an answer to that. And now you play around the fact that that exists. I feel like they actually do that pretty consistently. Like, we'll be in a situation where it's like, man, aggressive decks seem really good right now. Fez is really good. And then they give us an answer to Fezandipity, and we're like, oh, it seems like it was their plan the whole time, was to have Fezandipity be a big part of the game and enable aggressive decks and have a more aggressive format and meta. And now they give us a card that removes it and fixes it, like gets rid of it as like a possibility. And now we're in a more controlled and slower format and meta. And then they give us a card to answer that. And it's like, I think a lot more of it is intentional than people realize. And it's not just random that cards and strategies and ways to play the game are better than others at certain periods in the whole like landscape of the Pokemon TCG, like format to format, meta to meta. I kind of had that thought after reading this Jake's tweet the other day. I was like, this is all true. But what if the developers of the game like, what, we don't want Iono to be that good right now, so we printed the cards in this way. We gave aggressive decks these options through Fezandipity and stuff, and but that's gonna change. We're gonna print something that answers that eventually, right? And sometimes they actually just get it wrong, and they print stuff like Broken Lugia and ADPization, and they're like, well, we can't, there's no answer for this, so you guys are just fucked for a little while. Good luck. But I feel like a lot of times the ebbs and flows of formats and metas, or formats more so, less so metas, the ebbs and flows of formats, the developers in the game have a little bit better idea of what's going to happen, a little bit more control over it than I think the player base actually realizes, or thinks that they do. Oh, wait, am I? Oh, we're getting close to the next round. I was like, wait, I wasn't live. The anti-Skibidi specific cart. Yeah, we need the anti-Skibidi card. I talked about Opos yet? No, I don't think there's really too much to say though. I don't remember. I know his original tweets and statements, so I don't really have a take on his ban, to be honest. I'd have to like read his original statements and tweets. My overall take is that if you say some wild things, getting banned is not unreasonable. If you say wild stuff, I think it's fine for TPCI to ban you. I don't think you should be able to just say anything you want and have no like potential repercussions in life in general. Like the idea of like you shouldn't be able to just like misinformation, disinformation with no evidence. It could be true, but if you don't have evidence, you can't just say things. You can't, yeah, if you don't have evidence of stuff, you can't just say things. And a private company being like, yeah, I don't think you're allowed to say that about a different like player in our game. Now, evidence and proof is everything, and what is real is matters. But yeah, if you don't have proof or evidence, you're just saying things. You can't just like say things, like, like that's my overall take on it. Now, Michael's ban specifically, I don't really have a strong take on it because I just don't remember his original tweets. But if I had those, I gotta have a stronger take on it. I got you, Locke. All right, here we go. Lugia versus there's an Ursaluna out there. Oh, but it's not. We saw the prize cards. It's probably Terapagos. It's probably Terapagos. People forget TPCI is a private company sometimes. Yeah. What if we said things about Yurko? I mean, it depends how you say it. It depends how you say it. It depends what you say and how you say it. Like, yeah, it depends what you say and how you say it. Like I don't know how to pronounce her name, but is it Ihana? That situation is a little bit different, I feel like, because they just had like they just made a statement on a situation that happened, and then they seemingly received a suspension just for like making a statement on Twitter about what happened at a tournament. If there was some other reason that they received a suspension, then I might have a different take, but I know the full story for sure. But we also know that TPCI isn't going to be very transparent, so That's like a problem as well. We know TPCI is not going to be transparent. So what do we have to go off of? Kind of only can go off of what players say, right? All right. We do have Yurko. Previous, I mean, literally won a regional last week. Was it last week or the week before? Yeah, literally last week, right? Yurko literally won Joinville regionals last week. Back at it again with the Lugia here at the special event. Damien over here is playing Terrapagos. Writing down the prize cards here real quickly, and we'll see that Fan Rotom. An unfortunate starter here for Damien. Remember the announcement of TPCI making announcements? I remember. Yeah, the starting up the Ursaluna in this matchup is pretty bad. You definitely don't want to open the 2 prizer. Now, there is no Minccino on the bench for Yurko here. And actually, I don't think Yurko played, and I assume Yurko is probably just playing the exact same list from last week. I don't think Yurko played Weird Ear. I think Yurko plays 2/2 Rat, no Weird Ear. So with that in mind, the Ursaluna is surviving this turn, for sure. Yurko did go first. I didn't see what was grabbed off the Great Ball, but we have the Aroma here, and you can imagine that Yurko probably wants a head here off the Aroma to get a Chops, and I could not tell if that was a heads or a tails on that die roll at all. Are these guys sponsored to play? I don't see them being at every event like this otherwise. Some players are sponsored, but sponsors usually are not like your main source of funding of your trips. Almost never comes from sponsors. No player, like, yeah, almost no players are getting fully sponsored to go to events. They're making their own way. And one of the things that fuels, theoretically, like, top players in the game is literally just placing well. If you do well, like Yurko literally just won $10,000 last weekend. So that theoretically should basically fund his whole season of trips. Like if you be reasonably frugal with travel, like if Yurko goes to a lot of events as well. Yurko, like $10,000 probably could fund Yurko's whole season. Like that would be enough to fund like my whole season pretty much. Would be like 10K. That'd be close to enough to fund my whole season. And I think like last season I went to more events than Yurko did probably. Placing well, lots of ramen noodles. No, it's not that. It's not that. Like if you place well, you're good. If you place well, you're good. You're not like it's not that. Yeah, it's not that kind of situation. If you place well, you'll be all right. There's a decent amount of money in like Pokemon funding. Brent just posted a video on how he plus 30K last season on Just Winnings. There you go. I'm funded for the rest of my poke career. Yes, Jesse's already locked in. Jesse made it work. Lose your win in ice soup for you. Bro, if you can't turn a top 8 placement into a decent funding for a couple events in a row, bro, you're trolling. Well, yeah. And listen, if you're not placing at the events, then I mean, yeah. Players fund their stuff in different ways. People have a lot of different situations in life. Some of the sponsors, some of it's being like some players fund their trips through just like repeated placements. There's the Ogre Pawn. No chops, and there's no chops in the discard pile here either. No chops in the hand, and it looks like I'll read the wind angle here for Yurko. So it has to be Aroma heads into a chops, so you can actually discard it. I can't tell what that is. I couldn't tell you. We'll see if we pass the dart. What's the chops? I think there's a nest ball in hand as well. The threat of this Lugia getting one hit KO'd right now is probably not super high, but it is possible. So I assume we're going to see the nest ball from Yurko here to get a backup Lugia, but we'll see. Yep, there's the nest ball. And like I said, probably be second Lugia. Maybe Yurko makes the call. You're not going to get this KO and goes to get a Minccino. I don't hate that, to be honest, but is going with the second Lugia here. Respects the threat of the Terrapagos one hit. There we go. There's only one Hoot Hoot on the bench, so like Damien's potential for a pop-off next turn isn't ridiculously high, but my experience with Terrapagos deck is lacking, so I don't really have a good understanding of its like explosive potential. But Yurko's respecting it. And then we should just see the read the wind here. Goodbye chops. There it is. Goodbye chops. Yeah, another hurdle that Damien would have here is the Ursaluna is in the active, which is definitely another hurdle here for Damien to have to potentially get over. But there's a lot of basic Pokemons in Damien, Pokemon in Damien's hand there. Terrapagos with the energy already down. We got a Duskull as well. Does play the Regidrago, it looks like. Ooh, I think we're out of gas in this hand, but does have the Iono to go for a refill here. Yeah, is playing a Regidrago build. Duskull is established. Is short a Stadium, a Switch card, and 3 Pokemon. So the main thing for Damien to find here is Noctowl. The main thing for Damien to find here is a Noctowl. There's a Stadium. There's a Poffin. No, I don't think Noctowl, but I can't. That's a Hoot. I think it's going to be a pass here from Damien. Once again, though, Yurko did not get down. Yurko does not play. Well, let me check, actually. I'm just going to assume Yurko's playing the same 60. Yurko does not play the Weird Deer, right? No Deer for Yurko. Yurko does not have the Weird Deer. So once again, this Ursaluna can't be KO'd from Yurko this turn. It could be punched and then 2-hit KO'd with hands, potentially. Or even cleaned up later on with a Ogerpon, a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon knockout. Yurko still has to worry about getting second Arcaps in the discard pile, though. And Yurko's hand is kind of dead. Wait a second. We do have Lugia Boss. So there's no chop. The out to chops would be Jack, but Yurko does have Boss plus Lugia V-Star. So Yurko could just go attach Boss KO Hoot Hoot, which I kind of like, to be honest. But maybe it's just going to go for Jack for Read the Wind. I think there is the Boss play in hand, though. He's going for the Read the Wind angle, though, it looks like. But I think Yurko's deciding between those two plays right now. Jack's been played, though, so we're locked in on Read the Wind now. I can't say I like it, or can't say I love it. I kind of like the prize chase there. Actually, I think Yurko has a research in hand, so Yurko could go... Oh, I was going to say evolve to double Lugia V-Star pass, and then go research. Oh, wait, maybe it's Jack plus Punch active, though, actually. You could do that still and set up for the 2-hit on the Ursaluna. So you could go Jack for the chops, then go evolve active, attach active, attack. But then I feel like, why did we get 2 Archeops when there's 1 in the discard pile? Why wouldn't we get the second Lugia V-Star? Wait, why don't we always get the second Lugia V-Star here as Yurko? Why would we ever get 2 Archeops? There's already 1 in the discard pile. Do we not want to evolve our Lugia Vs to V-Stars? Lugia V dies to Terrapagos. V-Star does not. It definitely seems like a mistake here from Yurko. I guess you wouldn't if you are going for the Read the Wind here. But with the research in hand, I feel like you don't have to go for the Read the Wind. I feel like we could have evolved our active and punched the active to set up for that 2-hit on the Ursaluna. Now, you could eventually 1-hit KO the Ursaluna with a Cinccino, but we're not even mentioning a Minccino this turn still. And the threat of Duskull, Dusknoir KO your rat is available anyways on Damien's side. Yeah, I don't like this sequence here from Yurko. I feel like we should have got... Is there not a research in hand? That is a research, right? I'm not trolling. God, I hate full art supporters. You literally just can't tell. Well, now we have a research. I think there was a research in there. There was a research in the hand. I don't know. That's an interesting choice there from Yurko. I feel like protecting... Yeah, getting double V-Star, evolve active, get 1 V-Star, 1 chops. What other supporter option are you looking for? You have a research and a boss in your hand for next turn. I guess the only thing you're looking for is Minchinos at that point, so to be able to hold the hand plus Minccino. But now we're giving up a Lugia V-Star for 2 prize cards to Damien. This is literally what Damien wants. Why are we giving Damien what he wants here? Why would we give Damien what they want? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Why not go Jack for V-Star chops, evolve both Lugia Vs to V-Stars, attach active, punch active, and then next turn we have research, get rid of chops, summoning star. Now we didn't attack. The Ursaluna is still far away from being KO'd. And Damien is not going to get a 1-hit on our active with the Terrapagos, which was like pretty likely. Like going into this next turn as Yurko, you're like, if I'm not evolving my active, it's dead, right? We're not going to be like, I'm not going to evolve my active and it's going to survive. Guaranteed. We know it's dead. We know it's dead going into this turn. And we actually just drew into the switch from Damien as well. So full punish coming through here. Doesn't even need to evolve this to an owl, but you may as well get Candy Pidgeot, right? Why not get the Candy Pidgeot online here from Damien? May as well. Now, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even say that Damien is favored because my experience with this matchup is basically none. So I could still see this being tough here. Ooh, we have... is eyeing up Prime Vitality... But I feel like we want to KO the active before it can evolve. Do we care about Iron Hands that much? Vitality is pretty sick here for the KO on the Iron Hands, but now the Lugia V gets to evolve? And get out of range? but I guess the hands doesn't get to draw 2 prize cards. But now we don't get to draw 2 more prize cards as Damien. I'm torn on that play from Damien, to be honest. Because now the hands, Yurko doesn't have the hands option. So we take away a 2 prize option from Yurko. There's the boss on the Dippity, though. I'm trying to think if I like that play or not from Damien. I kind of just like KO Lugia V, and then we have the option of KO hands, right? I wonder if we also could have not benched Pheasantipity as Damien here. Benching Pheasantipity is definitely incorrect. If we could have filled our bench with something else. I don't know. I don't remember the... But the Pheasantipity came after the research, right? We shouldn't have benched Dippity here as Damien. That was definitely a mistake as well. I might go back and look when that was, actually. Maybe after the game, we'll look back at that. So yeah, now Yurko gets the boss KO on the Dippity here. Double Chops coming in to load up the Lugia. 2 Mists. And then I assume a gift. I don't even know what else you get here. A gift and a V-Archer. The other energies don't really matter. And this is where the lack of Weird Ear... we definitely are seeing how board states can get awkward with lack of Weird Ear. Like, Yurko is running out of ways to take big 1-hits. Yurko is running out of ways to take big 1-hits. And... Damien can trap the rats from ever coming into play because of the double Duskulls on the bench now. The rats are just never hitting the board anymore. There's no way they will ever hit the board anymore. We trap the rats for the rest of the game. We have all this energy that's super safe on Yurko's field as well. Like, we have all these energies on the Lugias, and they're not going anywhere. There's the stadium bump. So now we got to get rid of all of our Pokemon here as Damien. Got our 2 prize cards from Yurko. The Ursaluna being prize is actually kind of a big deal. And yeah, now what do you do as Damien here? I guess you go after our chops, right? Don't you just want to take... You probably just want to take a knockout here. You can't counter catcher. And we just played our prime catcher as well. Losing our prime catcher makes us lose so many options, man. We also didn't get Pidgeot established last turn either as Damien, which was weird. Because then we went for the... Noctowl for the prime vitality, but we could have gone for like Candy Pidgeot instead, unless it was prized. And I will skip back to that real fast. Check the prize cards. Maybe do you only play? No, you play more than 1 Candy because you play Dusknoir. So had Candy Pidgeot available and didn't do it, which is weird. Chose not to establish that. Could have got Iono'd, and that would have been pretty bad to have lost that option. All right. Owl number 2 here. Is there some weird Dusknoir line here that I'm not seeing that we could go for as Damien? There isn't, right? Yurko plays Thornton for the surprise Cinccino. Oh, true. Yurko does play the Thornton. That is fair. We can't do it on the current board, though. We can't get a Cinccino established this turn. We'd have to have something on the bench on the previous turn. But that's the thing. Actually, we don't have the possibility for Thornton into a rat because the only Pokemon we can bench are 2 prize Pokemon. And if we bench a 2 prize Pokemon, Damien just kills it immediately. So there is actually no potential for a... There's no potential for a Cinccino play. Why do we go to 4 bench there? Because the stadium gets bumped and then you discard your bench before you promote. So the active gets KO'd, we discard our bench, and then we promote. Go to 5 bench, promote. Our new active becomes one of our 5 bench Pokemon that we used to have because our active got knocked out. But yeah, there's no like Briar play this turn, right? Like I was trying to come up with like some kind of weird Briar play, but we did discard a Duskull, so we only have 1 Dusknoir, so that's not possible. We see bosses getting searched out here from the Noctowl. Dude, if we do not Candy Pidgeot this turn, I'm gonna reach through the screen and put it into play for Damien. There's no reason to not get Pidgeot set up here, right? The fact that it wasn't set up last turn was already pretty criminal, I feel like. Boston Stadium here for Damien. I think they made a mistake when they printed Noctowl and meant you can only use... I don't see any reason to say that you can use this ability once per turn. You can't use it once per turn. You can only use it when you put it into play. Maybe he's afraid of Raikou Boss from Yurko. But then why are you benching Regidrago? That can't be the answer. You can't be benching Pheasantipity and Regidrago and be like, but Raikou boss on my Pidgeot though. So no, that's not why. Also, if we bench this many Pokemon, the Raikou can literally knock out our active. So that's still not why. Also, how would I rate this? Because like the other thing I want to make a statement on, but I don't even know if is like, Yurko literally won the regional last week. All you have to do is go on Limitless and look up Yurko's list. Like if you're not like, I think I put that expectation on Yurko's opponent to be like, you should probably just go look up Yurko's list from last week and assume that's probably what Yurko's playing here. So I would say, I think that's fine to put that expectation on the player here, to be honest. So yeah. Punch Lugia is so good because you just win. Punch Lugia. Yeah, your punching Lugia there was pretty good, right? You just set up for the Briar play. Bench Duskull set up for Briar. Yeah, you're right. Punching Lugia was probably the correct play there from Damien, because you can just set up for a Briar win on the next turn. Or eventually, right? If Yurko doesn't take a one-hit KO this turn. Let's see. Yeah, if you just bench Duskulls and punch the active Lugia, you should be able to just win with Briar Dusknoirs on the following turn. Get Pidgeot established, go from there. Yeah, I think I put it on the opponent there. I was like, Damien should just know Yurko's 60. Like, you just go, Yurko literally won Joinville last week. Go to Limitless, look up to 60. If you're not going to do that, you're misplaying. Like, that's a misplay. Like, I think it's not, and that's not even like one of those things that's like there's not even that much nuance to like doing that. Like, I think I put that on Yurko's opponent for sure. You should know Yurko's 60 at this point. Regidrago might be the worst possible thing you can do. Yeah, mentioning Regidrago was really, really bad here from Damien. Because now, Yurko could go like bench double Minccino, boss Drago, KO Drago. And then Damien would need like a ridiculous amount of cards to win the game next turn. You could just bench one Minccino even still, right? Now, the question is, does Yurko have the boss? And if Yurko doesn't have boss KO Drago here, then I feel like Damien is still in a pretty good spot. Because you could just punch the active Lugia with your Terapagos on the next turn. But we are losing another stadium this turn. Yurko at the very least is going to bump your stadium if Yurko doesn't get a knockout. Why is there a Drago? Yeah, the Drago bench was really bad. The Pheasantipity bench was really bad. The Not Rare Candy into Pidgeot was really bad. And now the bench on the Drago is really, really bad. And I feel like it's the only chance that Yurko had to actually win this game. There's an extra energy loaded up there on that Lugia from Yurko. I wonder if Yurko does now maybe play... Maybe just trying to thin out the deck as much as possible here, though. I feel like we're going for an Iono here from Yurko. No, it is a boss. It does have the boss. Okay. So just thinning out the deck as much as possible. Maybe wants to create the idea... Now, okay. Yurko actually could play Weird Ear. Oh, Yurko's playing for the Wellspring win. Yurko's playing for the Wellspring win here. Yurko does have the Wellspring to win next turn. But Damien can literally win this turn with Dusknoir Briar, right? You play Briar, Dusknoir punch the active, win, right? So this should be a... Maybe it was fine to bench the Drago because if Yurko goes after it, you win with Briar, right? Maybe that is actually fine the more I think about it. Yeah, I guess that actually is fine, right? Because if Yurko chases it, you literally win. As long as Damien has the play, which I'm assuming Damien does. Actually, I'm kind of fine with that the more I think about it. And top deck Featherball, so we have Candy Pidgeot, which is +1 combo piece. Maybe? Did he bait him? No, because if you don't KO it, you probably lose anyways. So I think, I wouldn't call it a bait. I think Yurko has to take... I think Damien benches Drago, and Damien's like, I win if you don't KO my Drago. Or if you don't take a 2-prize knockout this turn. And Yurko's like, well, I have to take a 2-prize knockout this turn, so I have to KO your Drago. And Damien's like, well, because you KO my Drago, I now win the game. But I was going to win the game if you didn't, so I always win. So it's not a bait, it's just both players making the correct play. Is the Legacy gone? I believe the Legacy energy is actually in Yurko's hand. I think Yurko was playing for the Water Mask win here on the next turn, though. The Water Pond win on the next turn. I believe Yurko's playing for Water Pond win. Oh, wait, Damien also has access to Ursaluna. Wait, if the game is not over here, I'm confused. Damien has Ursaluna active right now. How do we not have a Briar combo? Oh, wait, Ursaluna is not a Terra Pokemon. I take it back. Do not listen to me. We have to do it with Terapagos. But we took Iono, so I assume we don't have the play. No Briar and Damien's list? No, there's Briar and Damien's list. You don't need a... Yeah. Damien plays Briar. The combo is maybe not available, which is possible. It's possible Damien doesn't have the combo available. We are benching the Drago again. Dude, what is Damien doing? If Damien has Iono Punch here, that's fine. If Damien has Iono Punch, that is like okay. Like Iono Punch the active, next turn Briar KO the active. That would be fine. But why would we bench... If we bench Drago, we're given... Is Briar in the discard pile, maybe? But even then, we could just go punch active, Dusknoir active, boss KO. We could punch the active, and then Dusknoir the active next turn, and then boss KO Archeops winner with our last 3 prize cards as Damien here. Just absorb a hit for a turn. But now we bench Draco, so we lose to Luminion or boss. We lose to boss or Ultra Ball for Luminion boss. We're just having boss. And Yurko did count. There is 1 boss left. But if we don't bench Drago, Yurko can't win next turn. Except with, no, it would have to be boss Water Pawn, which is way harder than boss Drago with a Pokemon that's already set up that can already win the game. There's the Ultra Ball. Here comes the Luminion, and here comes the boss. Yeah, I'm curious if Damien discarded Briar earlier in the game. It's like really stressing this Drago. Maybe the Briar was discarded earlier in the game. I kind of want to go back and look. I'm actually very curious about that. What was the other thing I said I wanted to look at as well? I'm pretty curious if Briar ended up getting discarded, because the way this game was played, the lack of Pidgeot being set up is criminal. Like, the fact that we didn't set up Pidgeot turn 2 and then not just KO the active, we went for the hands KO instead is just, like, crazy. Oh, there's a Briar in the hand. Did it get discarded? The Briar's in Damien's hand here. Maybe it did get discarded on this next turn. The question at that point is, did it need to get discarded, or did Damien misplay by discarding it? So we did bench the Pheasantipity before the research. Oh, it did get discarded. Briar did get discarded here. Okay, fair. Briar was in the discard pile, but this Pheasantipity should have never been benched. And even with Briar in the discard pile, you just don't ever bench the Drago. You just give up on the Briar play. You just don't go for the Briar play as Damien, and you just don't bench these 2... Like, literally, all Yurko did was, oh, you bench 2 prizer, knockout. Oh, you bench 2 prizer, knockout. Oh, you bench 2 prizer, knockout. Damien never should have benched the Fez, never should have benched the Drago, and then Yurko has no plays. Yurko has no options if you do not bench these 2 prize Pokemon. Except for Ursaluna eventually. Yurko eventually has Ursaluna KO Terrapagos. That's the eventual play that Yurko gains access to. And the only other play Yurko has is bench Minccino, but you can match the Mincinos with your Dusknoirs. Every time a Minccino gets benched, you go Candy, Dusknoir, knockout. And then you just, like, you trap the rats out of play, and you kind of just go from there. I'm not even sure why the Drago tech in this build. I mean, Leggy Star is a really good ability. 2 of any card, you use the Drago to win the game. Like, if I told you you could play a Pokemon deck and you could play a card that got you any 2 cards you want from your discard pile on your last turn of the game, you'd be like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. I'm not saying Drago is worth it, but like that's the upside. That is like the reason you play it. You use it to you just use it for the V-Star to literally win the game. You can use it before the last turn of the game as well, but like that's the point. The point is like, oh, you Iono me to 1, I'll Fez for 3, I'll Legacy Star, I'll win the game. Like, just play Arceus. Well, Arceus can only get things from the deck, so you don't get to reuse stuff. But it also, yeah, you don't get to reuse stuff. That's like the thing. Using Prime Catcher twice, pretty good. Dude, the Ursaluna start again? Dude. Criminal. And start... Wait, they both open the exact same Pokemon. Damien opened Ursaluna again, and Yurko opened Hands again. But opening Hands is way better than opening Ursaluna. Opening Hands is like fine. It's like one of the attackers you want to use. Get 2 prize cards. Actually, maybe not this early, though, because I feel like Water Pawn is actually really, really good in this matchup, actually. Yeah, opening Hands here is actually not great. But if your opponent is going to waste their turn going Prime Catcher Vitality Band, KO it, you're probably okay with that. But Water Pawn does numbers in this matchup, I feel like. KOing like double Hoot Hoot or chasing Pidgey, Duskull, stuff like that. Getting a 2 prize knockout on any of those like valuable options. A pretty big deal. So Damien here, pretty good start. he pretty much has the squad, to be honest. Duskull, Hoot. I don't know if we want Duskull over a second Hoot, to be honest, but it does give you the option to KO Minccino aggressively early on. Has Candy Featherball in the hand. Did we see the prize cards for this? All right, hang on, I'm just going to go back real fast, see if we saw the prize cards. All right, the answer is no. Oh, Yurko's playing a nest ball. I was like, why is that nest ball? I was like unsure if that was Yurko's nest ball or not, but it's literally on the other side of the field in like Damien's side of the field. Whose nest ball is that? Has a great ball in hand as well, but it's probably trying to maximize the odds of seeing the chops here. Doing the prize checking, counting the energy. They didn't show us the prize cards yet, so we don't really... Okay, here we go. 2 Terrapagos and a Hoot. 1 Rat, 2 Jets, and a Boss for Yurko. The 2 Terrapagos could... Don't some lists only play 2 Terrapagos? But we did see Damien search out a Terrapagos, so Damien at least plays 3. Probably only 3. If you play in the Ursaluna, most people only play 3 if they have the Ursaluna, I think, right? Yeah, it does play 3 Terrapagos. Has the 1 on the bench. This means we can't create a... This means we can't create a double Terrapagos board state. So if Yurko knocks out a Terrapagos with something that's not Lugia, then we do lose our 8 bench as Damien here. So if like a Cinccino knocks out a Terrapagos, then our bench gets discarded. If Lugia attacks, it's always bumping the stadium, so it doesn't really matter. But that does mean that is like not something that Damien can sustain. Is like sustain the 8 bench under like a Cinccino knockout, which could come up. Probably won't be like a huge deal, but could be a factor. The game 1 also took a long time as well, to be honest. So time could definitely be a factor. I think game 2 will finish here. I think 21 minutes plus 3 should be enough to finish this match. But game 3 probably will not finish, to be honest, would be my guess. I don't think we're gonna have enough time for game 3 here, unless it's a quick game 2. All right, great ball here. We're looking for second chops because we do have chops research in hand. Not chopping it up with that one. Lugia, V-Star, and Cinccino, I think, are in there. But probably want to save those for later. So I think we're just going to see Yurko send that all back to the deck. I believe it does have, what, missed double boss or double missed boss research. Honestly, losing that boss could be will be pretty big. There's a boss prized as well for Yurko. And only does play... I'm assuming, once again, that Yurko is playing the exact same 60. Yurko only plays 3 boss. But does have, like, the water pond for a little bit more bench access. And where does the mist go? Or do you discard it and hope for a jet? Is going to go ahead and settle for a mist on the active. And then there's the research. Losing that boss's order is a big card to lose here, especially with 1 prized. The draw didn't look like anything super impressive. Does have an Iono to reset the hand next turn. I don't see like Chops Ultra Ball. A lot of energy and a Mezagoza. And the Lugia V-Star. You could play the Mezagoza right now and use it, but it'll probably get bumped next turn anyway. So I think you should probably hold on to the Mezagoza. You want to use the Mezagoza after you Iono anyways, because you don't have an Ultra Ball to combo with the Mezagoza. Not a huge fan of this. I guess you can get Minccino. That'd be like the only thing I could think of that's worth getting here. Oh, I guess there's an argument for second Lugia V as well. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. I just never think of Terrapagos actually getting the combo turn 2, but I guess they could. The deck can do it. The deck can do it. All right, so I really hope that we see Damien take advantage of the fact that Yurko does not have... And I think it was the tails there for Damien. Anything in play currently that can KO a Terrapagos. So with that in mind, let's not put 2 prize Pokemon in play that can die to Lugia. Let's avoid Drago. Let's avoid Pheasantipity. Let's just be like, Yurko, this thing has 230 HP. Good luck. Let's see that play out here from Damien. That's what we want to see here. I would also like to see if Damien does play Manaphy, to put Manaphy in play. Now, I don't know if Damien actually plays the Manaphy or not. Here comes Owl number 1. We did have the Candy Pidgeot. Damien did establish that this game. I like to see that. That's good. Let's take a look. Let's take a look through this deck here. Is there a Manaphy is the big question I have, to be honest. Because the Water Pond would be like the scary threat on this next turn from Yurko. But I don't think Yurko would be able to take full advantage of it, to be honest. But that would be like the scarier of the threats possible. Also, another reason to keep the Mezagoza... Another reason to keep the Mezagoza, to be honest, is to have a stadium bump or an area 0 without having to attack with Lugia, to be honest. Has the aggressive switch to move the Ursaluna, which is great. Oh, I guess Ursaluna is always an out, right? Ursaluna is always an out here for Yurko. Yurko can always go Ursaluna, KO, Terrapagos. I forget about the Ursaluna. Yeah, I forget about that one. So that is actually a thing that Yurko always has. But force that out of Yurko. Be like, if you want to knock out this Terrapagos this turn, you have to use your Ursaluna now. That's the only thing I'm giving you as an option here. Quick Search is coming in. Now, I definitely would say here, as Damien, is you probably do want to take a knockout here. Could be the active with a Vitality Band. Or something else. I did see a double Turbo Search out there. I see a Poffin in hand, but I don't think Damien has a knockout here. I think it's just going to be a punch. Definitely not what you want here as Damien. This gives a big opportunity over to Yurko to potentially take advantage of the Water Pawn. If you have a Gust plus another way to get a Chops in the discard pile, you could KO Noctowl Duskull. Pretty chill. You could go Ursaluna KO active, although it would require 5 energy and most likely a Jet, so that's pretty unlikely. I do see Chops and Ultra Ball in the hand here for Yurko, so Yurko does have double Chops. The question is, what else is Yurko going to do this turn? I see Luminion. You could go Luminion for Boss KO Duskull with the Iron Hands punch. Honestly, this seems like a pretty weak turn coming up from Yurko. I feel like there's nothing ridiculously strong as far as the options go here for Yurko. The Legacy Energy is definitely in the deck. But yeah, I don't see... This does not seem like ridiculously strong options here from Yurko. He's eyeing up a second Archeops here. It's interesting. Yurko really just is not putting the rats in play. Like, the rats are just not coming out to play. Which is interesting. Because we already have Chops in the discard pile, if I'm not mistaken. So we could grab a Minccino here. And then Ultra Ball away a Chops out of hand with something else. But Yurko is just not playing towards the rats at all. And I guess if you want to play towards the Thornton route, that is fine. But then you need to get the baby rat in the discard pile for Thornton later to turn one of your basics into a rat. But it's interesting. Maybe Yurko just thinks you can't put rats in play in this matchup, which it is possible. Maybe that is possible that you just don't want to ever do that, I guess. But weren't both Mincinos prized? Oh, was it not a Minccino Chinchino? Is it both Mincinos prized? Oh, okay. I thought we had Minccino prized, but it's Minccino. Okay, my bad. I guess I missaw. So it is the Ursaluna searched out instead. I don't know if we're going to use it this turn. It might be Luminion for Boss KO Duskull here. Then I don't hate the idea of getting a Chops instead there, and then Ultra Balling my 2 Chops to save an Ultra Ball here from Yurko. I honestly don't even hate the idea of not setting up the rat from Yurko either. Oh, we're going to go Thornton here. That's cute. That's a cute play. It does... Damien can KO it now. Because it is damaged. Otherwise, you'd struggle to KO the Ursaluna. The Thornton's cute, though. The Thornton is cute, I guess. All Damien has to do from here on out, though, I feel like, is avoid benching... I feel like Damien just has to avoid benching Pheasantipity and Drago for the rest of the game. And then Damien can probably just win. Alright, you gotta pick something, Yurko. Alright, sure. Alright, finally we're getting into the Summoning Star. Does it seem like slow play? He's playing pretty slow. He's taking a long time for this sequence here. And he's got it all mapped out. Like, he knows what he's doing here, as far as I can tell. There we go. Going for the Thornton. You said that, but that's what he needs to do game 1, and we saw what happened. Yeah. But that's like the cool thing about best 2 out of 3. That's the cool thing about best 2 out of 3. Is... that we get to see players like potentially actively like learn as they go, which is like one of the cool things about best 2 out of 3. So Damien's understanding this matchup, theoretically, we can still call it out and call it misplays, right? We can still call out Damien's plays in the previous game mistakes, and definitely was throwing, could have played better. But now we can look ahead and now be like, okay, let's see what Damien does now. Now we're in game 2. It would be hard to believe that Damien didn't learn something from that last match. But now we can see what did Damien learn and how is Damien going to adjust the game plan moving forward, right? All right, the bear is here. But there's two prizes in play for here. So Damien could literally go Candy, Dusknoir, KO active, counter catcher up, Lugia V off the bench, Candy, Dusknoir, KO active, and then boss or Prime KO Luminian, win the game. So Damien, I mean Damien's in a pretty good spot, and actually Ursaluna will be online at that point as well. So in this situation from Damien, it would be okay to put Pheasantipity in play because you can be ahead on the prize exchange here as Damien. In this situation, it's fine if Damien puts Pheasantipity in play. I'm not 100% sure we should see that happen. Actually, in this situation, Damien prize double Terrapagos, so we need a Night Stretcher for there's no Terrapagos to grab here. I don't know if Damien realizes that. Damien definitely did some prize checking. I don't know how much prize checking Damien did. There might be a rude awakening here for Damien. I think there is. I think Damien is realizing, wait, I did prize 2 Terrapagos. So this nest ball probably should have got something else, for sure. I mean, let's see. They got the rat. They got the rat, but it's a little bit late because Damien can win in 2 turns now. The rat doesn't even have time to make an appearance. So nothing off the nest ball from Damien. Now is going for an Ultra Ball. Yeah, honestly, the hand is not great here from Damien. Does have that counter catcher, so can go for that counter catcher play I was talking about. What are we Ultra Balling for? Giving up ball. Yeah, what are we grabbing off this Ultra? There's no, once again, there's no Terrapagos to get. Is it just going to be get? Oh, it might be get Dusknoir, Candy Dusknoir. Hope that we pull a Terrapagos off the prize. But even then, well, no. Then we create bench space for Pheasantipity. Okay. The nest ball was still really bad from Damien because now we're just down a Pokemon. Oh, we have Poffin to refill though a little bit, so it's not that bad. So we can Dippity first for 3 here. Try and draw the candy, so then we don't have to quick search for the candy. Okay, pretty good sequence here so far from Damien. Did get a research, so now it has to be the quick search. Ooh. Oh, play the counter catcher first. Yeah. Counter catcher Lugia. Quick search for candy. Candy Dusknoir. Dusknoir knock out the Ursaluna. And then we hope. Honestly, we still need a lot here from Damien, though. We hope we get a Terrapagos. And honestly, I think there's a Stadium prize as well. So we hope we get Terrapagos Stadium. Then we can fill the bench. But then we still need a double Turbo Energy off of the research coming up. Oh. It's a whiff. I like the sequence here from Damien, but it's looking rough. I do like the sequence overall, but sheesh, what do we do? Eyeing up the Iono, but you only get 4 if you Iono. We only get 4. I don't hate the research. It depends. I don't know what the recovery looks like for Damien's deck. You really want to get this knockout this turn before it evolves, though. Knocking out this Lugia V before it evolves is a big deal. And I actually think Yurko may be misplayed by not evolving this V to a V-Star last turn. And I'm pretty sure Yurko could have evolved the V to a V-Star last turn, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken on that, though. No, because, yeah, we Ultra Balled for the Pheasantipity, right? But we could have Ultra Balled for another V-Star instead. I feel like Yurko maybe should have. I think Yurko could have maybe conserved an Ultra Ball and then actually got the V-Star instead. Oh, no. Damien Poffins for Hoot Hoot. I feel like this has to be bad. No, this is terrible. There's got to be like a way for Yurko to draw 3 prize cards in 1 turn. Am I missing something? Damien can't... We can't even punch with Ursaluna. We can't. Oh, no, we can. We can punch with Ursaluna. Oh, I'm tripping. Yurko's drawn 3 prize cards because of the Dusknoir. I was like, we're stuck? No, it's not that bad. This is fine. All right. Now we're going over to Yurko. The Luminian... we could attack with Luminian here, I guess, as Yurko and get it out of play. We did get the boss off the prize cards, so you could go boss Hoot Hoot and shuffle it back to the deck, and then boss Pheasantipity to win. Oh, geez, that's actually not even that bad of a sequence here from Yurko. And then Damien can win with Briar. Damien can win with Briar Prime or Briar Counter KO Chops with Terrapagos. But I think that's the only win condition here for Yurko, right? I don't see another win condition. Could Yurko ever not draw a prize card and still set up game? What if Yurko went bring up Pheasantipity? Ooh, hold up, let me cook. What if we brought up Pheasantipity, punched it for a hundo, shuffled it back to the deck, and then went Water Pawn, knock out Dippity plus 1 prize or next turn? At this point, I think it would be safe to assume Damien does not play the Manaphy or does not know about our Water Pawn. And then we could just maybe take advantage of that. Well, maybe that's not safe to say based on how this is drawn out so far, actually. I take that back. But then I guess we would amp the Fez. Fez is weak to fighting. Or I guess you could amp it on the next turn, if that's what you mean. Our Iron Hand's in our discard pile, so we can't amp anymore. We're at amp is no longer amp is out of the question. Amp's out of the question. Amping is not possible anymore. Our Thornton's gone. We used Thornton and we got rid of Iron Hands with Thornton. So most lists play a Turo though, right? Don't most Terrapagos decks play Turo? I'm actually not. I don't know for sure. I know Grant played it. My guess is most do play it. So it looks like Yurko's gonna go for a prize card here with the Luminian, but this does open the Briar option to Damien. So now Damien can go Briar. Oh, we can't countercatcher though. We have to Briar Prime. I see Briar in hand though. It has to be Briar Prime, but I think Damien literally has game in hand if Prime is in deck. We literally have Stadium, Terrapagos, Briar. Prime's in the deck. Okay. I think Damien pointed at Pheasantipity, but like probably said Mezagoza and went to flip for Mezagoza. So mentally was trying to use Mezagoza, but physically pointed at Pheasantipity. A little bit back and forth, but it looks like they said, yeah, Mezagoza was the action being targeted or utilized. Someone tell me I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Damien has game. But it's going through the full sequence. Didn't even need to draw Prime off the Fez, just did. Double turbo. Prime catcher. Briar. That's it. Game 3 with 5 minutes left. Yeah, the double baby rats were prized. I thought the full art one was a Chinchino, but there was double Minchino. Which, I don't know if 100% would have made a difference, but definitely could. I think you want the rats in this matchup, probably. It's a one-prizer. Like, you force the Dustnor to be, like, chasing after the one-prizers. Now, you can get to a board state of Terrapagos where you lock them out of the rat potential, but, like, you still, like, force that back and forth, I think, as Yurko, if you can. All right, 5 minutes left going to game 3. Yurko does get to go first. I don't know. I have to assume going first is just the player who has the advantage is the player who goes first. So I have to assume Yurko's got the advantage here then. Honestly, Damien would have won game 1 it too if he had put Fez and Drago into play. If he didn't put Fez, he would have been in a good spot. It would have been different though, to be honest, Pulse. Because, oh no, it would have actually... On Damien's side, you would be like, okay, if I don't put these in play, I force the Ursaluna. But Yurko's Ursaluna was prized game 1. So Yurko had no plays in game 1 if Damien did not bench the Fez and the Drago. So you are right. I think Damien probably would have won if Yurko... Damien would have won if he hadn't put the Drago and the Pheasantipity in play. He would have won game 1. But you don't know game 2 is going to go the exact same way. So it doesn't mean that Damien wins 2-0. It just means Damien wins game 1. Because then we go into game 2, and then instead, Yurko's going first, right? Dort also played Turo and was the highest placing Terrapagos at Dort. What about the Joinville lists? What did the Joinville lists play? Or the top 2 Joinvilles? They did not play Turo. They did play Thornton. But, yeah. I wonder if Damien is actually just... No, Damien has a Reggie Drago in here. Yeah. Also, Damien plays Switch, so I guess it's like maybe a little bit less likely that Turo's in there, but not 100 on that. Galaz also did not play. Interesting. All right, double V-Star prized. I'm sure Yurko plays 3. The hand for Yurko there does not look like double chops. It looks like there's a jack, so maybe I read the wind option on the next turn. The hand there from Damien, I mean, we got Fan Rotom. That's what you're looking for off the rip here. Pheasantipity in the start. Pheasantipity in play is not great for Damien, let alone starting it. Don't even have to gust it. It's just there for Yurko to go after and take a knockout on. There's a Hoot. We're getting the Pidgey. Yeah, Damien does aggressively go for this Duskull. And I did see Manly's comment in chat about what was it? What did Grant say? Chat, you always go for double Hoot Hoot, especially something. Double Turbo has research. I think he's just gonna hold the hand here for turn. In this matchup. Leave the rats alone. Get set up. This guy's allergic to double Hoot. Yeah, allergic to birds. Yeah, Yurko's hand is like nothing special here, I don't think. Has Luminion. The only out is some... Yeah, this hand honestly sucks. I think it might be a research or it might be even an Iono angle, to be honest. It is an Iono angle. And is going to need to find... I mean, to have like a good turn this turn from Yurko, you need like Ultra Ball Double Chops off this Iono. So it needs like the classic Double Chops Ultra Ball combo that every Lugia player dreams of. And everyone else has nightmares of. We only have 1 minute 40 seconds left. No Chops prized, 1 Ultra Ball prized. So the chance that it gets pulled off here from Yurko is not like terrible. Terribly low. Also, Yurko could just get KO Dippity here to like set the tempo. Just get solo chops gaming. If you just get solo chop here, you're still not in like a... You could still win this potentially. 1 minute 20 though. This game's probably going to a tie. We'll see. All right, shuffling up. We find Ultra Ball Double Chop. Like I said, Solo Chop is still something. Solo Chop is still something. The other thing to do would be to attach an energy before we play the Iono, which should be not a double turbo. But I would also probably just not attach any energy before the Iono, to be honest. Because you want to start to move the energy out of the hand. You're almost guaranteed to draw into an energy here. Even a non-double turbo energy, and you want to move those out of the hand as soon as possible. I see Chop, Chop, Chop. No Ultra Ball. Triple Chop. And there's the Read the Wind. And over to Damien. 17 seconds left. Damien looks like he could definitely get the KO on the active here. But I don't think we have enough time. There's a switch Poffin. Poffin is played. 3 seconds. 1 second. This will make Damien turn 0. I believe it is possible for Damien to still win. Damien could pull off some double Dusknoir knockout shenanigans on the next turn. Obviously pretty unlikely. I think we have an Iono for a fresh 6 to work with. And obviously Damien probably would have sequenced this a little bit differently. I think Candy Pidgeot would have got involved here for sure. But trying to play fast. Didn't have enough time to actually sequence out and close out this turn. So Damien's going to have to settle for a KO on the active here. 2 turtles set up, ready to go as well. So pretty decent board state for Damien. But now all Yurko has to do, honestly, is actually put the fish back in the deck. And I think it's a tie. So if we just have V-Star here from Yurko. Uh-oh. No V-Star. This could be it could be an insane end result here. If Yurko can't find a V-Star, and there's 2 prized. There's 2 V-Stars prized. Then Damien could go Dusknoir the active Luminion. Get around the Legacy Energy's effect. Oh, but if we put the Legacy on the Lugia V... It's the same thing, though. It's the same thing. Double Dusknoir the Lugia V, and then KO the active. This would be the same outcome for Damien. So I think because of that, Legacy active is always correct here from Yurko. because we want to be able to shuffle Luminian back to the deck, right? Then there's no possible for Damien to win if the whole board is just a Lugia V-Star and some chops. So this is a mistake here from Yurko. This should go to the active here because this doesn't do the thing. Or yeah, the Legacy Energy should go to the active here because double dust snoring the bench removes the Legacy's effect or gets around the Legacy's effect effectively. Oh, but I guess it's the same thing. If we have to find a V-Star to survive... Oh, is it the same thing no matter what, though? If we have to find a V-Star to survive, the Lugia V with a V-Star is the same as... Yeah, I guess it's the same thing, to be honest. Never mind, it is the same thing. Because Lugia V... Playing the Great Ball. I think Yurko's Lugia V-Star was on the bottom of the deck, though. I think this is a missequence here from Yurko. The Lugia V-Star was just in our previous hand, I'm almost positive. So Yurko should have played Aroma first, and even if you get Tails, you shuffle the deck before the Great Ball there. Here's your Aroma. If this is Tails... Oh, it is the heads. There's the Lugia V-Star. And, yeah, here comes the Summoning Star here. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Where the Legacy Star is doesn't matter. Because now that it's on the bench... you're still a V-Star, so now your V-Star is only worth 1 prize card. So yeah, now there's no win condition for Damien here. The most amount of prize cards Damien can draw next turn is 3. So it should be a tie here then. In round 3, Yurko with the Lugia up against Damien with the Turtle. Usually when you're looking for a specific card, a specific Pokemon, Aroma first is better anyways, but when you just want to hit something or many things, Great Balls first is better. Yeah. I mean, Legacy? Even that's not enough. You can't do 280. Damien can't do 280. Yeah, so even if Damien played Enhanced Hammer, which I don't think Damien does, it wouldn't be enough. You would need... Actually, I don't even know if there's a combination of cards Damien could have that would actually pull off a play here. I don't think it exists. I don't think the combination of cards exists here for Damien. Talking through it right now. I think Yurko's maybe just explaining that there's no win condition available, which I don't think there is. Would involve Thornton. I don't even think Thornton gives you a play here. Well, I don't even know. Triple Dusknoir? Dusknoir. Prime. Oh, wait, maybe. Okay, yeah, if you triple... No. Even triple Dusknoir I don't think gets you there. Dusknoir... Yeah, I don't even think triple Dusknoir would get there. All right, and there's the concede. All right, pick it up, pack it up. Tie in the end. It was looking good for Damien though, I think overall though. Yeah, I think it was like a 2 Dusknoir plus Briar. Can't Briar. They would be at 4 prize cards. Yurko has drawn 0 prize cards. Triple Dusknoir, the Lugia. Oh yeah, okay, true. Okay. Yeah, true. Okay, triple Dusknoir the Lugia. You couldn't counter catcher because you'd be tied on prize cards still. And then prime catcher the Luminian. That was enough. You're right. Triple Nor the Lugia V-Star with Thornton. And 3 candies. Into prime catcher KO Luminian. And we would still need enough bench Pokemon to take the knockout. But that was a route. I don't know if there's a Thornton in the deck for Damien though. I'm triple Nor, 2 Nor, 1 Clops. Yeah, that would also work. That's true. I guess we could go 1 less candy. Get the Clops involved. If they play the Clops. Some people don't even play the Clops. All right, chat. I'll be right back. I need to run and fill my water bottle. See y'all in 5. Ian's on stream. All right, let me pull it up. Hold up, hold up. That is kind of crazy. I think back when I first met Ian, he used to play Magic. Give me I mean, I don't know if he's like played Magic this whole time, but I know he played Magic. Go fast. Let's go with this. What's up, newbie? Yeah, we're in between rounds, so we can see what this is about. Let's turn on the. I guess we'll put on the commentators for this because I have no clue what's going on.
Yeah. I unfortunately the answer is probably 0, but if it's anything above 0, that makes it even better. Yeah, gotcha.
So is this
Now I just want to know what's in the Ninja's deck. Maybe a deck tech is on the horizon for us. We will see. Oh, this is your. Look at that card right there. All Den.
A Japanese Den of the Bugbear.
You ever activate that thing before?
Well, every once in a while,
Okay.
but only every once in a while.
Yeah. It is powerful. It is powerful. A Blood Tithe Harvester is going to yield Ashton a blood token, while we'll see a Consider here for Ian off of a Spire Bluff Canal. The follow-up is a Ledger Shredder, so both players do have some 2-drops, as Ashton's going to untap and draw.
can I explain what's going on?
Turn of the game.
No. I've played Magic, but I don't play Magic. So I know what they're
That is a
doing.
fatal push. Tommy didn't have one of those last game, but he has one of them this
Yeah,
game.
I know what they're
The
doing,
Blood Tithe Harvester.
but I can't tell you what any card does.
It's a
Except for the
Sulphurous
lands.
Springer, because it always does.
The only thing I know is that the lands are the lands.
Tokens, couple of 3/2 vampires on the battlefield.
I know Fatal Push.
I don't mind a Sulphurous Springs if you're playing a card as strong as Blood
You do be
Tithe
tapping?
Harvester.
Yeah, they're tapping mana out here.
Sulphurous Springs, Titan Strength. Not my language.
This will be a connive there on
Ooh, a 1/1.
It's up to a 2/4 now as it helped. And is it Phoenix jump into the graveyard now?
I assume Ian is losing this board state currently, but I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. I assume Ian is losing the board state though.
At least one copy of Extinction Event. Only one in the sideboard, so that's the maximum.
How about another push?
Dude,
Well,
are
it's
you
really nice here
concede.
because the Extinction Event
Back it
does
up.
not
There's
line
no
up
way.
very well with Tommy's army of Blood Tithe Harvesters.
Yeah, not quite.
Ian's deck can flood the board in one turn super fast? Okay.
Ashton may be thinking about now before going to combat. Is this maybe an Inti? Yeah, it is an Inti. Okay, so here come the attacks. And now Inti. Well, that's a good card to put in the graveyard. Extinction Event's going to go there. Trigger there off of the Inti will be a mountain.
It's a nice hit here for Tommy.
That sure is. That's going to be an attack there for 7. So Ian's going to fall down to 10, play the land off the Inti, and keep it rocking.
Come on, Ian. What do we do? Pick it up. Step it up. What's going on here?
It's not like Tommy has a ton of hits there. It's basically just the lands. And hitting a land there.
We got a
first of
6-card
all,
hand. Let's
make
start
sure
doing
that you get a
something.
card. But second, it's getting Tommy closer and closer to being able to activate Den of the Bugbear.
Free the Fae.
Dude, that thing looked like that one card was like all text. It was like 2 Yu-Gi-Oh cards stacked on top of each other, just the text parts.
But Ian needs to actually stop what's on the battlefield.
Somebody help Ian out here.
And if this is a treasure cruise here, that is a land drop.
Well, that is a cruise.
We're
And I
cruising.
think that with the blood tokens, I believe Tommy has.
Draw 3? What do we exile?
Twice.
6?
This should be pretty easy, right?
Is it called exiling? What is it called?
Going to come back.
Okay. Blocking Phoenix is a tough way to do it.
Looks like perhaps a discrepancy on the way. So
Got you.
perhaps not. We'll see.
Ian's
Can't tell for sure if Tommy called a judge or not, but we're going to see Tommy doing a little bit of math here as now he's going to untap. So it looks like
dead here for sure, right?
And now Ashton will draw. Oh, it looks like something might die really fast. There's a go for the throat. Get that out of here. Here's an attack for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Trigger. Discard a spell. See you later. Tommy Ashton going to tie things up here against Ian Robb. Rakdos Cauldron. Is it Phoenix? Getting ready
Game
for
3?
3. Rakdos Cauldron, notably, hasn't done...
All right, we'll watch game 3 and then we'll go back to the tournament. We'll go back to the regional.
Well, my suspicion at this point...
They
is
play
that
best out of 3,
Tommy
right?
has
It's not
taken
best of
that out
5, right?
Because we saw a variety of creatures, a variety of removal spells, including ones that are
Now we
maybe
sideboard.
a little suspect in the matchup. And at the end of the game there, Tommy discarded a Thoughtseize. So what is possibly left to make room for these cards? I'm assuming it is some combination of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Tree of
What are we
Perdition,
sideboarding here, chat? What are we
maybe the
sideboarding?
Marvin Murderous Mimic. Just get away from some of the fidgety stuff and become more of a streamlined, classic Rakdos mid-range sort of build.
Do you think anything notable...
Wait, is it open deck list? Are they reading their opponent's deck list right now? Or wait, is sideboard open? They don't have to read their own sideboard, do they?
Theoretically make a null a little bit less attractive. The mana efficient but very situational kind of card is usually more appealing going second.
Open deck. It is open deck list.
But
Magic is now all open deck list. Interesting.
given what you saw out of Tommy that game, there's a good chance that Soul Cauldron, or at least some of them, have been removed. At that point, I think, if a null was in as a no-brainer before, I think it becomes a lot more sketchy.
Well, game number 3 here between Ashton and Rob will be taking place in just a moment. But we just talked about, of course, the Spotlight series. That'll be Spotlighting Foundation. So we might as well talk about the next set that's headed our way. In Foundations, as Patrick did mention a little bit earlier, this set's going to be legal for 5 years, which is a really long time. But you can pre-order yours today.
Wait, but is it... Are they playing standard? What format are they playing? Are they playing standard?
On November 15th as play boosters, collector boosters, bundles, jumpstart boosters, and a whole bunch more.
Pioneer?
I am...
All right, what is Pioneer in Pokemon terms?
Seeing not only what the entire set is, but how it's going to impact things moving forward.
I think it is.
Is it like expanded light?
Experiment.
Expanded with rotation?
To not say no risk, because 5 years is a long time. Even if the designs are good, 5 years is
kind of like expanded. So expanded, but
what I've seen, the most powerful cards, at least as far as the reprints,
expanded Sun and Moon on.
I think they're reasonably good bets. Things that you can easily get away from, cards you can make things that are good against. If you printed something like, let's say, Mana Leak in this sort of product, I think that would be a huge mistake.
Pioneer would be like PTCG Live expanded.
5 years.
Okay, Sun and Moon on. Sun and Moon on. Okay.
And it's not an easy thing to design around. Land of Warhells, Pyroclasm, Day of Judgment, really strong cards, definitely impactful cards that will have their day in the sunshine for sure, but also things that a talented design team can make stuff that is good against, or at least make incentives to play other cards instead of them.
Yeah.
Is there rotation in Pioneer?
For game number 2, it looks like we'll at some point have a backup match to bring you to here as well. So looks like a lot of Magic in front of us here in round number 5. As we did mention at the top of the round, over 1,800.
No rotation in Pioneer.
1,818, I think, is our final number. But regardless, this is one of the biggest Magic tournaments that we've had this decade.
Yeah.
Right? 2020 is what we're in.
Yep. Tommy sort of wildly gesticulating at the camera, and or the judge, and or the opponent. Not quite sure what's going on there.
All three.
But it looks like we're ready to go.
Do you play Magic? I know how to play, but I do not play.
Gigantha.
Yeah.
Gigantha.
Why is there 2 sets of names? They're alter egos? I think it's the deck they're playing. Ian is playing, is it Phoenix?
Deck has more than one of the same mana symbol in its mana cost. Didn't present it, and that's why.
Well, the rules are tricky. You have to affirmatively declare that you no longer have it.
Yes. Yeah.
So we didn't hear that.
Oh,
but
shoot.
it's also not surprising to have.
Is Ian not cooking right now?
There you go.
2 mana pass? Where's the 2-drop? No 2-drop. Pack it up.
Just about everything else that Ian is going to play this game, presumably.
And what I really like about
Tommy with the 2?
Leyline in this sort of deck with a lot
2-dropping Tommy over here, bro?
Second copy very easily.
Like that.
Yes, like that.
Just like that.
We saw a match earlier on in the tournament here.
Wait, Rob did something. He might be cooking.
Involved, double Leyline, but no way to loot, and then just kind of died to stuff.
Well, in fear of missing out, discarded a second Leyline. The first one has been bounced via petty theft. Brazen Borrower is currently on an adventure. Might be joining the battlefield here in just a moment. But first, Ashton will attack here for 2.
Tommy 2-drop Ashton. Dude, he always be
Even
dropping
then,
on
if the
2,
fail
bro.
state for the ley line is still not that bad. You have an exiled sleight of hand. It forced a Brazen Borrower. It's still a threatening card potentially for Ashton to hard cast in 2 turns. So that was about the best case scenario for Ian in terms of interaction, and it was still not bad from Tommy's perspective.
Next up is a copy of Blood Tithe Harvester. That'll yield a blood token, and very quickly Ian is going to play.
Who's winning? No clue. Someone in chat might know.
A pathway and a steam fence among them. Consider as a selection, sleight of hand, and those lands will go to the graveyard as we're going to head back Ian's way in just a moment. First, it is that Consider via Spire Bluff Canal. A Picklock Prankster will go to the graveyard, as will the Consider. A new card coming from the Consider and now from the draw here from Rob.
Considering over
All right, Rob's
a
cooking. Rob's cooking.
prankster,
Let him cook.
that is a sign that Ian is under some degree of pressure. However you want to quantify that. You can't even make the
Oh, the
argument
caster
that
just
it's
said
really
Ian's
about
gonna
Treasure
lose.
Cruise because it's also really good with Treasure Cruise.
It is indeed. Say its name, and it will appear.
He just killed his whole discard pile.
Treasure Cruise is here, my friends. 3 cards coming here for Ian Rob. And there is a land for the turn. But no real interaction yet. Just a lot of card draw.
2 mana up with the ability to cast the prankster that's on an adventure. Signifies
Each
some
card you
amount of
exile from your
interaction.
graveyard while casting this
Could be
spell
a
pays
desire
for
to leave
1.
up something like Aether Gust, maybe another.
Oh, so
copy
it
of
costs
Brazen
1
Borrower.
blue to draw 3? The fuck? That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good.
But a 1/3 would be at least somewhat useful here against fear of missing out. So
If you exile 7,
suggests
fuck it. They're
if
good. They're
something
gone.
real is in Ian's hand. You wouldn't do this just for the sake of bluffing.
It certainly suggests something. I agree with you there. So Ashton is going to attempt
Bluffing?
to attack here.
I didn't know you could bait.
And it looks like Rob
I didn't know you could bait in Magic.
damage.
I guess we know which is the superior card game.
Well,
Maybe not.
this is risky business here for Ian because
What format is this? Modern or
if you
standard?
just
Chat was saying
played a removal
Pioneer.
spell, Tommy would have to think about spell.
Wait, how long has
pierce or
Pioneer
Bolt
been
before
around? It's
deploying
been-
the ley line.
It's like a
Now the
recent
coast
format,
is
right?
clear.
And the coast is clear, not just for the lane line, but for anything.
Yes. Now, Ian at least has gotten to resolve a Treasure Cruise. It's not the end of the world necessarily.
All right. We cooking?
There's a copy of Ledger Shredder.
Come on, Ian, don't choke.
The follow-up.
We got squad now.
is a copy
Let's
of
go.
Fable the Mirror Breaker. Trigger Connive here on the Ledger Shredder. Draw and discard. There goes an Arclight Phoenix. That'll be exiled. Turning Ledger Shredder into a 2/4. Goblin Shaman.
All right, we got some squad. We got some squad.
Well, it's a pretty good turn there for Ian Rob. We'll head back Ashton's way.
Mirror in the sideboard, also kind of a nice way to be able to get around ley line.
No, our shredder died.
There's a push. That Shredder should be exiled, I believe. So we'll make sure that game state is correct, and that's been taken care of by a
There we go.
table spotter, so kudos to them.
Shout out to the judge. Someone in
Now,
chat. Even the
the
magic
Blood Tithe
judges are
Harvester is gonna
better.
finish off the Goblin Shaman
Dude.
token with its activated ability.
Ian's board is getting, the whole board is eaten. Got eaten.
And
There's,
now
dude, there's so
Fable
much
the
text
Mirror
on that card.
Breaker.
Half of it is
So, very
text.
powerful saga.
What does it say?
It's controlled by both
Oh,
players, but
I can't
Ian
read all
gets
that.
to Chapter 2 first.
If my opponent, if I was playing Magic and my opponent played that and they said they did something, I would just believe
Ian, of
them.
course, has the option to discard up to
There's
2
no
cards,
way,
exile
no way I'm
one
reading all
person,
that.
so- and then draw that many.
Like, yep, you got me. I don't. Whatever you do, bro, you got it. Congratulations. Good job.
There goes a Phoenix and an Opt. 2 new cards coming.
Hopefully they don't cheat. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ass card.
That'll be a pathway.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Ass card.
This will be a Picklock Prankster. And Ian will just pass the turn back.
Dude, I do not remember Magic cards. So many Magic cards having so much text, bro. This game is literally just turning into
Ashton will
Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just Yu-Gi-Oh!
check
2.0 at
to
this point.
Saga.
Last time I played Magic, they did not have text like this.
A 2-mana 1/3, not the scariest thing in the world. At least not yet.
I
That
might
could
just be
certainly
trolling though.
change.
I don't remember what cards I played last time I played Magic.
Ashton's going to discard a copy of Hazoret. Doesn't seem like the best of cards right now.
Yeah, Tommy
All right, tell me if I'm wrong, chat, but I feel like
playing
Ian's in a bad spot here.
super efficiently in the moment here. Hand, I believe, about 4 cards in it. Not quite Hazoret time.
Let's see what this is. Okay, well, that
You are wrong?
explains things a
All
little
right,
bit.
cool, cool,
Mhm.
It's
cool.
another copy of Hazoret.
Wait, what did I say? I said Ian's in a bad spot, right?
Seeing the value of all
Ian's
this
winning?
looting.
Is Ian winning? Bro.
Second ley line, no big deal. Second Hazoret, no big deal.
That opt should be exiled as well, so we'll see if we can get that corrected here in just a moment as the Brazen Borrower comes in on the end step.
Dude, Ian's cheating again. Holy. Oh, that's got to be good. We flipped our card around.
And now Reflections of Kiki Jiki is here.
Oh, wait. I've played a game with that card before. I did like a draft, and I had a Fervent in my deck. Or something. I've played with that card before, the 5/4. Pretty broken card, I would say.
A lot of cards exiled.
Pretty
just
broken.
3 cards in the graveyard. Leyline appearing to have an impact on this game. Not the fastest of clocks here from Ian with Brazen Borrower and Picklock Prankster.
But that can change very
Prankster ain't
quickly
cutting
if
it.
Reflection is not accounted for.
Yep. It'll be a Steam Fence that enters the battlefield untapped. And now a copy of Ledger Shredder. The
Another
follow-up
Shredder?
is a copy of Crackling Drake, and that can certainly change some things. So,
Draw 1?
Spirebluff Canal is the discard. Shredder's not going to get any larger. With the draw from Crackling Drake on the stack, this will be a copy of Bitter Triumph that's going to get Spell Pierced.
Very nice turn there for Ian.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Like to hear it.
So, Pierce will get exiled. Crackling Drake draw a card. Here comes Brazen Borrower and Picklock Prankster for 4 in the air.
Ian constantly
And
forgetting to
now
exile.
Azul's got some real work to do to try to get through this nonsense. And Tommy wants to know exactly how large the Crackling Drake is, and I think the dice may aid us a little bit here in that.
So I'm curious if Tommy has this covered on the way back. Ian sent a very loud signal that Spell Pierce was in hand.
Is it a 10-10? 10-10 Drake?
Steam vents
Sure.
with a ton of mana.
All right, we're
in
cooking,
play,
Ian. We got
which
him.
would have been pretty easy to work around. Now coming back to Tommy's turn.
Yeah,
You know,
We're flipping.
If Tommy has something like Extinction Event or even another removal spell, that would make a lot of sense. But as it stands, without
10-4?
some sort
Okay.
of haymaker to punish Ian for it, it seems a little dubious to me to have allowed yourself to get Spell Pierce in that spot.
Well, let's see how Tommy wants to start his turn off. Going to start by discarding a Blood Crypt to a Blood Token to draw a new card.
Pack it up, Tommy. You're done. You can't hang with poke players, bro. Get them out of here. Built different. Honestly, Magic players are lucky that Pokemon players enjoy Pokemon so much more than their game, because they wouldn't have a game to play to win at anymore if we came over there.
Looks like we got 2 mana. It's a fear of missing out, discarding a Blood Tithe Harvester. Another card coming. Looks like just 1 card left.
They'd have to
over.
settle for
Doesn't
getting,
take
like,
much for Ian
top
to
64 or something like
finish
that.
turn with Reflections alongside Crackling Drake.
So we got to check for Delirium here.
Yes, indeed. Here comes Hazoret and a Goblin Shaman. That'll yield a treasure.
We lose. What are we defending now?
Looks like that's going to be a double block there with Picklock Prankster and Ledger Shredder. So 2 1/3s in front of a 2/2 means Ian's going to win that combat pretty easy.
Okay.
And that is going to do it. Ian Rob's going to win this match here over Tommy.
Let's
Atkins.
go!
2-1. Is it
Insane,
Phoenix
bro.
gonna take care
Wait, how did he
of
even win that turn? I don't even get.
Cauldron?
Did he just swing through for the
Both these
win?
players grinded in, but only one of them is 5-0. It's our player, Patrick, on the right.
I assume he didn't have a way to like block Ian there, right?
A very classic.
So Ian just swings with the Drake for $1 billion and gets a dub. Dude. Oh, we're missing some of the match. My bad. All right, back over to poke. If Ian goes on stream again, we could tune back in again for sure. We do got Palkia Yeah, Palkia versus Lugia here. Lugia with the Raikou. It looks like people are actually Lugia is actually coming. Looks like it's being played in numbers that it should be being played in. Vaughn's list? I mean, probably pretty close to it, if not the exact 60. Candy Nor is out. Palkia in the active. Looks like Lugia probably went first and had turn 2 Lugia knockout based on the board state. Is that all they have is Candy? Is it Candy Dusknoir pass? Pack it up, go to the next game. Not looking good. What's the damage on the Luminion? Oh, does have a nest ball. We need to clear some bench space. Okay. Okay, concealed cards. It looks like we might be living off this concealed cards, though. We'll see. There's a Palkia V-Star prize. A couple Ionos. On the other side, the Dippity is in the prize cards. All right, concealed cards coming in. Need a big draw here, probably, though. Still have Pokestop. Here comes the Pokestop for 3. Mills a rare candy and a counter catcher. So no attack happening this turn. Yikes. Sheesh. You could attach to the bench, but you might need to save that for concealed cards, to be honest. It might just be rule of reason for another Pokestop. Honestly, I think I would, well, we should have ruled the region there, I think. Definitely a mistake. Yeah, hands comes through for 3 here. Would I just concede? I think I would just concede. Just going after the ability. Yeah, pack it up. Yeah, I like that. I like that concede there. Pick it up. Let's go next. Yeah, let's go next here on this one. During OP, Lugia's OP stint, what was the special energy that made it most broken? It just had so many options. It wasn't like one thing specifically. It's the amount of options it had. That's what usually the most broken decks. That's not actually 100% true. ADPization didn't have that many options, but it was broken. Yeah, it was just all the options. It wasn't like anything specific. Like it had Aurora energy and powerful colorless energy, and one was maybe better than the other, but it doesn't mean that one should be. That was like the problem. The problem was it had so many options. Something being good isn't technically a problem, but something being too good is a problem. So I wouldn't say that. That there was special energy that made it most broken. It was like it was just all of it that made it broken. Because like if Lugia didn't have powerful energy or Aurora energy, I don't think anyone would say it was broken. It's the combination of everything. Aurora energy discarding Archeops was also crazy. It's pretty good, yeah. Evolution Incense. It was just everything. Everything. It was everything. Just insane. Just an absurd deck overall. Like the combination of cards that came together in that format for that deck was just stupid. The Deer is prize. 2 Pokestop, Squawk, Dippity, and Prime. The Prime and the Squawk and 2 Stop prize. Some aggressive. The Dippity being prize kind of eh. Now the deck does play a heavy ball. The aggressive options are severely limited here, to be honest. We saw concealed cards. There's a Duskull on the bench as well. We need to find a Palkia, though. If we get a Palkia, we're chilling. If we get a Palkia V, it'll be okay. They need to fix whatever's going on with the prize cam shenanigans. Like, players are constantly having to flip their prize cards around, which means the cameras probably aren't set up correctly. Yeah, the players are laying. I assume the players are laying out the prize card for what makes sense for them, but they need to flip the. They just need. If they just turn the camera around, yeah, they just need to change the camera. All right, no Palkia, so no aggressive options here for the Palkia side. On the other side, though, we've got a Tails on a Aroma, and it is the Raikou build. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this is Rahul's exact 60. I don't know for sure, of course, but would not be a shock at all here for Victor. It does line up that Billy. And it's got a couple Ultra Balls actually to work with here. We are going to see Ultra Ball for a Chops. And then could play this next Ultra Ball. Honestly, I don't even know if I like this choice here from Victor to put the Squawkabilly in play. You could have just Ultra Balled for a Chops and then read the Wind. I don't even know. I don't even think I like this. Ultra Ball for Chops, read the Wind, hold an Ultra Ball. Bench Minchino. Yeah, I don't even think I like this choice here, to be honest. We don't want Squawkabilly in play. I can tell you that much for sure. We don't want Squawkabilly in play, and there's no threat next turn anyways. So why are we stressing drawing cards so much this turn with no Palkia on board? Seems incorrect to me, for sure. I don't like it. We had a fine hand to get 2 Chops in the discard pile, and then we had Ultra Ball for the potential for Illuminating next turn if we needed it, plus a Minchino on our bench. I think we could have chilled with that, and then save that Nest Ball to find Iron Hands. So yeah, do not like that choice there from Victor. All right. Ultra Ball was top decked a little bit late there. So effectively, you're playing second here on the other side. Ultra Ball coming down, getting rid of an Iono and a Dusknoir. We're gonna finally find. How do you pronounce her name? Augustin? Augustin? How do you pronounce that? Augustin? All I got. We'll go with Perkins. Augustin? Let's go with the last name here. All right, Perkins finds a Palkia. Augustine? Augustine? I'm gonna rock Perkins. Perkins finds a Palkia. And I believe does have an Iono in hand. Otherwise, it would have been pretty weird to have Ultra Balled that one away. This turn, oh, got Dusclops as well. That's chill. And there's the Iono. Looking for some energy for turn. Froakie would be good as well. The Greninja is pretty good in this matchup. Heavy Ball was found. But a Pheasantipity. Heavy Ball was found, but Pheasantipity is the only thing we need out of our prize cards. That's what I meant to say. Squawkabilly is in there, but we're past turn 1, so that's not going to make too big of a difference here. Appreciate the tier 1 sub there, Corey Blessings. Welcome to the pack. We're all out of rodents, but we got plenty of vermin. Prize cut was waved off there by Victor. Prime Catcher still prized. And even though that looks like the top 2, I believe for how the prize cards are laid out, the top 2 are the bottom 2. So Prime Catcher will be the first prize card drawn here. The way that they're having the players lay out the prize cards instead of just flipping around the camera in OBS is like a little criminal. But yeah, the top 2 are the bottom 2. So the players will be drawing their prize cards top down, not bottom up. All right, here comes the Poffin. Froakie is found, which I said does feel like a pretty powerful option in this matchup. We'd still like an energy attachment for turn to the Palkia probably. And then this is not what we wanted going first, to be honest. We were looking for something a little bit more powerful here from Perkins, but better than nothing. Kind of making the most of what we got now. I don't know if we've used concealed cards yet, but we definitely want to get an attachment down on the Palkia for turn for sure. All right, we haven't concealed quite yet. There it is. Nest Ball in hand. Did find second Palkia, though, so we don't even need a Nest Ball for it. Definitely want to protect that. It could get Gus KO'd. Of course, there's double chops in the discard pile, so you don't need too much to actually get a Gus on a Palkia here. Here we go. Here's a Capturing Aroma. That looks like a Pikachu. Is it a Pikachu die? If it's a Pikachu, that's a heads. It is the Pikachu die. Okay. All right. Lugia is found, but I mean, our bench is locked. We have Iron Hands in hand, but we can't use Iron Hands. Well, we could. Get knocked out in response, though. That's what I was like going back to. Like, that's why I didn't like the. I didn't even realize Victor benched the other Lugia V. Benching the Lugia V also seems pretty bad in this situation because you can't use hands. You can't use hands. You can't use Raikou. Just got another Lugia in play. Lugia sucks. Squawkabilly sucks. But now we got 2 of them on our bench. Yeah. And we're bench locked ourselves out of potentially more powerful options this turn due to our, I think, poor bench management on that first turn there from Victor. So it is going to have to be just a Lugia KO Greninja knockout, which is something, but not what we really wanted here. I'm gonna load up 2 energy on the bench here. I assume that means we're attaching a jet from hand. Yep, there it is, jet from hand. I wouldn't hate to see the second Archeops get used here. I don't know where I would put this energy though. Does it go to the Minccino? It could go to the Minccino. Over on Perkins' side, going to the next turn, we got a couple different plays that could be made. I'm trying to think about what I like the most. Honestly, I think the best play would be to attack with Radiant Greninja, which we could still do. We could go like Radiant Greninja, KO Minccino, KO Archeops by popping Dusclops and damaging the Archeops. And then we KO the Rat, KO the Archeops. We could also... what else could we do here? Yeah, the Lugias are big. Maybe 2 Lugia in this matchup is actually correct the more I think about it, because they are really big, and it's hard for Palkia to deal with them. Maybe I take that back, actually. Maybe the Lugias are better than I gave them credit for, to be honest. Victor might have been cooking with the second Lugia V bench, but definitely was not cooking with the Squawkabilly use. That's definitely not cooking. And the Minccino, I'm kind of 50-50 on. But I don't know, the threat of Minccino is like pretty good, so. Chops has 150, isn't Ninja Chops, Ninja Clops. Oh, true, we are 10 damage short, so I guess it would have to be a Dusknoir. Very true. We do see a stretcher here. Oh, I was going to say I assume for the Greninja, but it's not for the Greninja. It is for the Dusclops. There's a candy. So we have a Clops. Got the Dippity for some draw power. We have something else in hand as well, as they're going after them. They went after the Minccino aggressively there. Another prize card for Victor. And now we have that 2 prize liability and the Pheasantipity on the bench. I'm not going to lie. This is looking pretty good for Victor. And if Victor is playing Rahul's exact 60, you got the Raikou that can trade into the Palkia. And then Pheasantipity on the bench that can be killed by the Lugia. This is not looking very good here for Perkins. I'm trying to actually come up with like a win condition for Perkins. I just don't see one. I guess some form of Iono. Yeah, some form of Iono, and then don't draw prize cards to trigger gift energy. Or like Pheasantipity draw and pray is what I'm seeing as like an option here from Perkins. But it's not looking great, to be honest. We don't even have a Lugia V-Star yet, I don't think. We maybe haven't drawn with Dippity yet, though, either, so. Just into the Iono first. Okay. So no more Nors popped. Iono comes out. Now, this is where you want to avoid drawing prize cards. Oof, and the Raikou is found immediately with the Legacy energy. And an Iron Bundle. I don't know how much the Iron Bundle will matter. I think there might be the Vessel in hand as well. Dude. So we don't have to use our Legacy. We could save Legacy. Well, no. We could use the Legacy, but then we also have the out for, like, using Iron Hands with the Lightning pretty soon as well. So we have access to both Lightning Energy. There's a Pokestop use. Candy's cool sometimes. Oh, we didn't Track and Choose first? I feel like we should have Track and Choose first there. There's the Palkia V-Star. Almost whiffed it. That would have been terrible. I feel like we should have Track and Choose before using Pokestop there, though. From Perkins. I think that's a missequence there. And here it comes. V-Star power. We need, the Frog has to be the priority here, to be honest. So it should probably be 1 active, 2 on the Frog for the threat of the big Frog attack. I think we want to have the threat of getting Froggy Fresh here. Yeah. Oh, Frog is in play. Now the question is, do you risk the Palkia Punch? Maybe you do, and then Iono down to 2 next turn. Like, if you have the right, like, screw it. If you have Raikou, go for it. Get me. Hit me. I guess that's not... This is interesting. I'm trying to think about the best... Losing the counter catcher there from Perkins kind of sucks as well, to be honest. But the Raikou is in hand here for Victor. So 1-hit KO on the Palkia is possible. Doesn't have a boss. So didn't have boss KO Dippity with the bench Lugia, but hey, this works. Raikou works here. I would even like to see maybe 2... Wait, am I tripping? We could even put like 2 energy on the bench Lugia as well. And fully load that up, to be honest, to thin out the deck more. Dude, I swear I saw a second A-Spec in Victor's deck. I've got to be tripping, though. There's the Fleet-Footed. Ooh, now we got to research as well. We definitely need an Iono next turn from Perkins. You do lose the Vessel here, which is one of your ways to find that basic Lightning energy. But there goes the research. 6, 7. Yeah, I would like to have seen the second Archeops load up 2 more energy on the Lugia V-Star. I think that before we played the research, we should have loaded up on the Lugia V-Star. Yeah, I must... Oh, wait, what is that? Oh, it's a full Ardipity. I was like, I saw another pink card in the deck. I was like, that's not possible. We should have done this Lugia use before we played the research, obviously. Only goes for 1. That might be fine, but we should have used it beforehand. Okay, over to Perkins. What's the play? What's the play? How much damage is on that Lugia V-Star on the bench? That's what I'm curious about now. Victor has 2 prize cards. It has to be some kind of Iono and pray you don't hit it. Or we could actually pop... Well, you don't want to pop Dusclops yet, though, because you don't want to draw... Well, no, can we draw a prize card with Dusknoir? How can we do this? You could go Dusknoir, KO Lugia, Iono, and then go Greninja, attach to Greninja, snipe attack. They're going for Ursaluna here. You could Ursaluna punch the Lugia V-Star on the bench, I guess. I don't hate that. We did not grab the Dusknoir here, though. But we need an Iono. We can't leave Victor with like a 10-card hand here, or however many cards that is. It's too many. Well, if we keep them bench locked, it's not terrible. Then they need the actual boss, and they can't use Luminion. So that would be something, I guess, if we don't take a knockout this turn. But we pushed up Dusclops, so that means I think that means we are taking a knockout this turn. I would assume. We are popping the Dusclops. Does this KO Lugia? I can't tell how much damage is on that Lugia. Put it on the Lugia. Oh, it does KO it. Okay, this is fine then. Victor's down to 1 prize card. So if we have Iono here, we can Iono to 1, attach to Greninja, then use Greninja's snipe attack to put damage on Squawkabilly and Lugia, and then next turn snipe again and put KO the Raikou and then KO the Squawkabilly. Right? Wait, what did our... Oh yeah, we KO'd the Chinchino. Why is Perkins playing for the Prime Catcher here? Wait, why are we playing so heavily for Prime here? What are we doing with Prime Catcher here? Are we prime? We might be priming up the Lugia and punching it with Ursaluna. But I don't think... Is that necessary? What if we just did the Greninja play? Are we really trying to get rid of Fleet-Footed, maybe? I guess. So we have to hit Prime Catcher here. We whiffed. We still have Pheasantipity draw, though, I think. We can maybe thin out the deck a little bit. Going into the Pheasantipity, we should be close to almost guaranteed on the Prime here. Ooh. Maybe you have Night Stretcher Concealed Cards. Night Stretcher Concealed Cards is here. That's available for more draw power here. And maybe you could even thin out the hand to draw with Mew as well. We only have 1 bench space to work with, though. Does Perkins see the Concealed Cards draw? The Night Stretcher's in the hand. The Water's in the hand. It's in the discard pile. There's a switch into Greninja. This could still work. You could still just go attach active. There we go. Attach active. Snipe Billy and Lugia, probably. And then next turn... Or no, Snipe Billy and Greninja. And then Snipe Billy and Greninja again. Yeah, go Snipe Billy, Greninja, Snipe Billy, Greninja. That's 3 prize cards. That's all we need. Just don't KO the active, please. Okay. Or not Billy. Did I say Billy Greninja? Snipe Billy Archeops. There we go. 120, 120. Draw for turn is an Ultra Ball, but you can't play. But you have Fleet-Footed. You have Fleet-Footed. Oh. Wait, that's... Oh, see, this is why we probably shouldn't have opened up a bench space, right? That's actually going back to that more now, though. We either Iono to 1 less, but opening up a bench space creates so many possibilities for the Luminion play. So yeah, we shouldn't have popped the Dusclops there. Perkins should have waited. I didn't really fully think that through, but because we Iono to 1, but then Fleet-Footed generates a card which turns on Ultra Ball anyways. So with that in mind, we probably shouldn't open up the bench space. What Perkins should have done was Iono to 2, leave Dusclops on the bench, Greninja attack, Billy Chops pass, or Pilly Chops. We hope Victor whiffs boss, which Victor probably will whiff boss. Victor whiffs boss because they can't use Luminion. Back over to us. We go Pop Clops, KO Lugia, Greninja attack again, KO Chops, KO Squawk. 5 prizes over 2 turns. But opening the bench space, Ultra Ball becomes accessible. Luminion becomes accessible as an out. And then we see Ultra Ball for Luminion for the dub 2-0. I feel that's one of the biggest things this format is knowing when to properly pop your Clops and Nor. Oh yeah, definitely for that. Yeah, definitely for those decks for sure. It's a big deal to not mess that up for sure. He wants a free attack with Bear. I don't care what he wants. It's a misplay. I'm not trying to come up with every bad play. I'm not going to try to come up with every bad play possible or every misplay possible. Poogie is the funniest thing I've heard in a while. Wait, is this the first time you heard Poogie? I think there's like one more thing to add to that, but no, I think that was it. Yeah, it was a mistake. And also, I'm pretty sure Perkins I'm pretty sure Perkins had energy to attach to the thing before and then Ultra Balled it away or something. Like, could have attached energy to the Greninja. Yeah, the best play was definitely just that. Have you tried playing with Stefan's list? Anything I would change in it? I don't know if there's anything I would change. I did play with it yesterday, though. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything I would change. I was watching football. I'm guessing Lugia lost. Nope, Lugia won. It's a dub. You like this list? The list that Stefan played? Yeah, it's pretty good. What type of deck would you choose to go for a tournament when you know there will be a lot of Zard? What would you play into a meta that has a lot of Zard, Raging Bolt, and Palkia Dusclops decks? I don't know. It's a lot of just a good deck. Just any good deck can play it well. Lugia seems fine. Yeah, Lugia or Iron Thorns. One of those. Does the Defuse Reflection Attack Diancie see any play due to Lugia? In like some control and stall decks, people have been playing it as like an answer to Lugia, but it's not very good in like other decks most of the time. Yeah. Like Terapagos with or without Boof? I don't know. I haven't played with either yet. No preference. Rotom v Baltimore, second Irida in Palkia. Stefan? I don't know. I haven't played with the Rotom V yet. Seems fine without it, but Rotom V could be better. Not sure. Snorlax into what? Zard, Raging Ball, Palkia Dusk. Palkia Dusk and Raging Ball are both fine against Stall. I don't know if there's something maybe I'm missing in the Palkia matchup, but every time I go up against Stall on the ladder with Palkia, I always win. But I don't know if there's something that the Stall players aren't doing that they should be doing, which is possible. So I might be missing something for that matchup specifically. What Terapagos doesn't play Boofs? A lot of them don't play Bouffalant. From what I've seen, the majority don't play Bouffalant. The top 2 finishers at Joinville didn't... Actually, the top 3 finishers at Joinville didn't play it. So all players have to be... What is this emote? Trolling versus you? I mean, maybe. Do you think the Palkia Duststorm matchup is favorable? It seems fine. You can aggressively get through the Mimikyus is the important thing. Pop Norko, Mimikyu, swing again. If they bench like triple Mimi though, maybe that's like tough. If they go like turn 1 triple Mimi. You need a lot of Nors to get through that. But you do have enough to get through it. And you can attack with Greninja too. Maybe it's not even that bad to even, if they bench triple Mimi, you just go into Greninja for the turn. I don't know. I take on Arizio Palkia. It's alright. Maybe in Cornerstone. Yeah. I don't know. He's fine. Oh, also, yeah, you get to like, you can pop like 2 or 3 Norths throughout the game and Iono. Or yeah, you could even keep on the, you take away Counter Catcher. It's hard to take away Counter Catcher, to be honest. Still, it's still hard to take away Counter Catcher. But yeah. Greninja goes through the Cornerstone. Greninja definitely does a lot of work in that matchup for sure. Yeah, that definitely does a lot of work up. Is Dusk Palkia better than Arrow Zero Palkia? Yeah, I think so. I think Dusk Palkia is the way to go. I think it's like, I think those two, I think it's also fine to compare those two decks. Like, what is the better Palkia deck? The point of Palkia decks is to try and abuse the pressure, the threat of Radiant Greninja. And I think being able to hit harder with Palkia isn't better than enabling your Greninja more and having the combo turns or big sweep turns with Dusknoir. Dusknoir definitely seems better for sure. For sure, for sure. We have seen a lot of Lugia today. Have we seen it? We saw it last round. We saw it this round. We've only seen it twice. That's still 2 times, though. 2 out of, what, 5 rounds? Or have we seen 4 rounds yet? Comparing Area Zero and Dusknoir's Palkia damage modifiers? True. That's a good way to put it, to be honest. 2 times too many? No, we don't see it enough. You have to first see it a lot, so you see it less. If you don't see it enough to begin with, it'll never become less. Unless the deck is actually just bad, and then it doesn't matter how much you see it, because it's bad. Hang on, someone sent me this tier list to do. We can do this tier list in between rounds. Oh, I didn't do a... I didn't do a something. Okay. So this is like best decks of all time tier list. I think, right? Or is it best cards? Best Pokemon TCG deck from top ranking decks. Best Pokemon TCG deck from top ranking decks tier list maker. Does it mean these as cards or decks? I think we're just ranking like them as their archetypes, right? It'll be tough. So Zacian is here, but I assume this means ADP Zacian. So is this like how good they were? Awesomely, super good, awesomely good. So like, super good is like these two, I feel like. Toad is S? Dude, I don't know. I don't remember Toad being like oppressively good. I don't know if a Zoroark was ever... Was the Zoroark ever oppressively good though? Plasma is like down here. Plasma might be the worst. I assume this means Broken Lugia. So Broken Lugia was super good. ADP Zacian was super good. Zoroark was good, but it wasn't like... In comparison, like ADP Zacian and Lugia, Broken Lugia were like 2 steps above everything else in the format. Zoroark was like maybe a step above sometimes, but that's only some Zoroark builds in some metas. Or maybe, but like, yeah, it wasn't like, yeah, it wasn't that bad though. Toe was nasty. Toe was maybe awesomely good. It might be basic. What if it was expanded Zoroark? Yeah, but expanded is like a bad way to like talk about anything. Baltic, Mewtwo. Arceus is like, can be better. Arceus might be doo-doo tier. Charizard can be better. Charizard's whatever. Darkrai's pretty good. Darkrai's pretty good. I don't know. Like Darkrai 2012? 2012, 2013? I forget the exact format. But Darkrai had some broken moments. It wasn't as broken as Zoroark was, as consistently good as Zoroark, though. Darkrai has ups and downs. We didn't really get a full cycle of the Mewtwo deck, to be honest. Mewtwo is pretty good, though. But Mewtwo actually maybe goes into can be better. Regidrago. Seems good. Trashlange Garb? Kind of broken. That kind of is just like... I assume this means Garb decks. Garb decks are broken. And then Yveltal is one of these. I think it's here, though. I put it here. What's this tier list? I don't know. The name of the tier list is best Pokemon TCG deck from top ranking decks. Tier list maker. So the best of the best. What were the most powerful decks of powerful decks? The most powerful decks of powerful decks. I feel like this is pretty good. Modern only? Yeah, basically. Like they were in their prime. Yeah, like they were in their prime. How good were they? It's really hard to judge Regidrago. Yeah, when they were in their prime, how good were they? I think it's a fair way to put it. I run Regidrago. What's a good card to get stuff out of my discard pile? I'm kind of new to playing. I've been losing to decking out. You should need to learn to... if you're losing to deck out, that's because you're playing poorly. It has nothing to do with playing a card to save yourself from decking out. You should just work on playing better. You shouldn't like play a card that... You shouldn't play a bad card to fix playing bad. You should work on playing better. Take your L's when you deck out, but then figure out what you're doing wrong that's leading you to deck out. This is pretty solid. I don't... Yeah, when people talk about Toad, I mean, I played throughout all of Toad's existence, and Toad was a good card, but I feel like when people talk about Seismitoad, I don't remember Seismitoad being as good as people talk about Seismitoad personally. I just don't remember that. Like Toad is good. I played Toad in a lot of decks. I played against a lot of Toad decks. But when people talk about Seismitoad, I don't remember it being... Toad Shaman was kind of broken. Well, yeah, but that's when Toad Shaman had Trump Card, right? Like that's different though. That's because it had Trump Card. That's because like I don't really count that. But that wasn't around that long. Like it didn't have Trump Card wasn't around that long, right? Or am I trolling? Yeah, but aren't you taking them in their prime? I guess. But like, how long was it? It was in its prime for what? Didn't it get like banned? Didn't Trump Card get like banned immediately? Like when it was able to combo with Toad? Trump Card was around for states and a regional, right? Yeah, it wasn't around very long, right? And then Toad Shaman specifically was only a deck because of... Toad Shaman was specifically only a deck because of Expanded, right? It was because of the pseudo-expanded shenanigans that was broken. But you couldn't play it in Standard, right? Or am I trolling? Jason won Nats with Toad? Jason did win Nats with Toad, yes. I'll make sure we're not missing the round. But yeah, what's called... Yeah, it didn't seem like... Maybe I'm just misremembering. But I never thought it was like that ridiculous. Wasn't Shaman like 2 sets after Trump Card? I honestly don't remember. I don't remember at all. Shaman and Trump Card were never in the same format? Well, in Standard. They were never in the same Standard format. But that's what got Trump Card banned and Expanded, right? And like yeah, that's what got Trump Card banned was like the Expanded when you went to regionals and you played expanded in day 2, you had trump card plus shaman, right? And then trump card got banned. But if it wasn't the expanded deck, it didn't seem like it was that broken. I don't know. I'm not sure. He got banned in both formats before Shaman's release. That's not true. That's not true. Jason literally played trump card Shaman at a regional and won the regional with it. That can't be possible because that happened. Trump card did not get banned before Shaman's release. Wasn't because of trump card delinquent? Trump card delinquent. Trump card was banned like one tournament after release. Yeah, there was only like, that's what I think. Wasn't it only like one regional? One regional was played with trump card and then it was gone. You means red card? Oh yeah, red card. Sure, red card delinquent was the thing. But that's not why trump card got banned. Or red card didn't even get banned because of that, did it? But that's like expanded. Holy smoke, so many people in the chat don't know their Pokemon history. The only annoying part is how confidently wrong people are. I'm asking the question, but I know some stuff that's being said in chat is not possible. Like, trump card was not banned before Shaman came out because trump card Shaman, Jason literally won a regional with. So, so I think I don't. The trump card thing was because there was a ban. I don't think I hold trump card. Like, I don't think I hold Toad to that standard, to the trump card standard, like with trump card. Toad's chill, but I don't think I would like consider it. Darker should be higher, low key. Darkrai was really good when it was broken, but it didn't have the longevity of Trashalanche or Zoroark. That's why I have it lower. I want to like put longevity. It's like how good was it, and then like some form of longevity. Like broken Lugia's been broken, and broken Lugia was broken until it rotated. Like broken Lugia never fell off. ADPization did fall off at the end, but ADPization was broken for a really long time. Broken Lugia wasn't broken that long, but that's because its rotation was hit earlier. I guess most of this tier list is kind of just on how it felt to play in those formats and for how long it felt that way compared around the cards. Yeah, most of it is just kind of based on like how it felt to play in those formats and what cards I felt like had the biggest impact for how long they had that impact. True, it was just broken for 2020 or 2012 Worlds and was a good deck after. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Darkrai was broken for Nationals and Worlds that year, but then afterwards it was like, all right, it's okay. It's a good card. All right, let me, this feels like a good one to go put on the timeline to clout bait. I'm going to tweet this out. Archistois? Archistois didn't have that long of like a lifespan of being broken. It was like good for Worlds that 1 year, and that was like it. It was like a fine deck besides that, but it was like expanded decks are weird because you can't really grade expanded decks the same way you grade standard decks. Like Archistois was very powerful and it was around a really long time because of expanded. Like grading something outside of standard feels weird in the Pokemon TCG. You'd have to like grade expanded versus expanded, not expanded versus standard. Also, I didn't make the tier list, so I see a lot of people asking about Verzian Genesect. I didn't make the tier list, so not sure. Yeah, standard has significant metas. Yeah, exactly. Like judging the lifespan of Archistois over its inexpanded, it seems a little. It's just hard to like judge that against like the rest of some of the other decks, especially when some decks are just expanded doesn't exist anymore, so we can't even be like, how good would Lugia be in expanded? I don't know. There's some stuff in like on limitless tournaments and then like in Japan that happens, but it's not like enough to like really work off of. So like all these new cards that we can't really put them up against other expanded stuff. Why was Muna on that list? I don't know. I didn't make the list. I would have put Mew on that list though. I think Mew is one of the greats. I think Mew's one of the greats, but yeah. One of the great Pokemon decks of all time. Luxon, Guardy Gallade. Well, but that's like way back when. They did the oldest they went was Plasma, which was like 2013, 2014-ish. Yeah, the oldest they went was Plasma. They didn't go like super old. But yeah, like obviously Guardy Gallade back in 2008 was like, I don't know how good Guardy Gallade was. I'd have to like ask Fouché. Would be someone I could ask about that. Like how, like if he could compare it to a deck, a modern deck, what would you compare Guardy Gallade to? Would it be like Broken Lugia status? Worse than Broken Lugia status? Like, I'm actually kind of curious, like what would be the comparison to Guardy Gallade. But Guardy Gallade was pretty good. It was basically you played Guardy Gallade or you weren't trying to win the tournament, is my understanding. Oh, 08 Guardy Gallade was like tier 0, and the next best deck was like tier 2 at best. Yeah, that's the Guardy Gallade I'm talking about. 08 Guardy. 08 Guardy. Like no decks had a favorable Guardy Gallade matchup, right? Like there's nothing that had a favorable matchup. Darkrai was older than Plasma, wasn't it? That's another weird thing about Darkrai, because the Darkrai promo made Darkrai's lifespan in standard like, dude, how many years was Darkrai legal in standard? Like 6 years or something stupid? Like wasn't there the promo that extended its lifespan by like plus 2 years? Promos in the Pokemon TCG was different because it used to get a new regulation. Now when promos come out, they have the regulation of the initial standard reprint. But back before COVID, I don't know. But yeah, the way promos used to work in the Pokemon TCG is they would get a new regulation. So it's like initial printing comes out, the card's legal for like expected 5-ish or 3-ish years, and then the promo comes out 2 years later. It's like, well, plus 2 years on the card's lifespan in standard. Yveltal lasted forever. Yeah, Yveltal was another one. That Yveltal was just out for like 6 years. Like, it's stupid. It's so dumb. I wonder if that's true over in Japan, or is that something that just fucked with our format? Did Japan also have the weird promos that made things last forever? I'm actually curious about that. Was our format back then more fucked than I think because of the promo releases? Because we had some powerful cards get promos that made them last way longer than it feels like they should have. But did Japan also get those extensions? Because if Japan also got the extensions, then it's a little bit different. Because then like that's what the designers of the game wanted, theoretically, was like for these cards to be legal for forever. But if not, then that would actually be interesting if we had those cards rotate when they should have rotated, to be honest. Yeah, it would have been interesting, honestly, if those promos didn't come out in that way in Japan, and actually the creators of the game wanted those cards to when they did rotate in Japan, but didn't rotate for us in Japan. In Japan, they wanted them to rotate. appreciate the 14 months there, Yatur. But I'm not sure what the release schedule for those cards was in Japan, to be honest. So I can't actually talk to that. We had so much less information on Japan back in the day as well. Japan didn't have the promo rule, but they played pseudo-expanded until 2018 because they didn't have rotation until 2019. They didn't play pseudo-expanded. They played the correct format. Japan is always, just so everyone in the chat knows, whatever Japan plays is correct. Whatever Japan is currently playing is the correct way to play the Pokemon TCG. Because the game designers are in Japan and release the game around Japan. They are always consistently playing the correct... They are always playing the correct way to play Pokemon. We are playing a broken game over in... No, up until recently, we have been playing a broken game for most formats. Or a lot of formats, if not all formats. But up until like post-COVID, we've been playing like a broken game. Not like not the way Pokemon is supposed to be played. It's only since and only since when? Is it only since like post-COVID that we've been playing the exact same? What do you mean, best of one Pokemon? No, I mean like card pool. Our card pool is not before COVID. I think post-COVID we've had the same card pool, or roughly, not all the time. Before COVID, our card pool wouldn't be the correct card pool that it was supposed to be. Like the way we'd get released sets would be like so different from what Japan got that we would be like, it wouldn't be just that we were sets behind. Oh yeah, like post-COVID or during COVID, like our rotation happened. And what happened? Our rotation happened. Yeah, like in Japan lost Mew and got Manaphy immediately. But over here, we lost Mew, but didn't have Manaphy for like 6 months. So the game was supposed to be being played with a bench barrier Pokemon in the format, and we just played without a bench barrier Pokemon in our format for like 6 months. But that's not how the game is supposed to be played. The cards are balanced around other cards existing. So Urshifu was played in a format with no bench barrier over here in the rest of the world, but in Japan, they always had bench barrier. They lost Mew and got Manaphy immediately. We lost Mew and didn't get Manaphy for 6 months. So we were playing in a format with Jolteon VMAX and Urshifu with no bench barrier when that's not how the game was supposed to be played. That's what I mean. Like we're not playing it's like playing a board game with missing pieces. Yeah, it's like playing a board game with missing pieces, basically. It's not how the game's supposed to be played. It's just not how the game is supposed to be played. Now, it could theoretically though, like our format, the formats that we get that are like fake formats, because Japan never got the formats, could be theoretically better than some of the formats in Japan, but it's not correct. We want to be working off of what the developers of the game think is what they want to give to us, is what we should be playing with. So it's more likely we play into a broken format without that. I know it's weird. It's weird for sure. I wish we didn't have a delay between January and March before the first release of the year. It's painful to wait and watch Japan play the new toys for 2 months with rotation before we can get our hands on them. It's pretty painful, yeah. But now we get the sets later than Japan, but we still play the same formats as Japan. Before, we would play formats that Japan didn't play. But now we play the same formats as Japan. We just play them a couple months after Japan, which is still really bad, but it's a step in the right direction. I guess there are some formats that Japan plays that we don't play, because like right now Japan has Ceruledge and Sylveon and like the mixer cards as well, and we're never going to play that format. We're never going to play Ceruledge Sylveon legal without Pikachu EX legal. We only get access to Ceruledge and Sylveon when we get access to the rest of Surging Sparks. So that's not even 100% true. Japan still plays some formats that we don't play, but it's better that that happens than us play formats that Japan doesn't play, because Japan is the one that is making the game. Like, it's built, like, yeah. It's better we skip formats than they don't play formats that we play. But yeah, we basically skip formats, but like our formats are all formats that Japan also plays. We don't play any formats that Japan doesn't play, which probably makes the most sense because the game is being built for their formats, not our random formats that shouldn't exist. We never got to play the format Garchomp EX and Buzzmosa was good. Yeah, exactly. Like, we missed that format, the Buzzmosa, which feels like a Sarah Ledge Sylveon format, to be honest. It might even be the same products that they got that we didn't. Yeah, having wrong formats is the worst of it all. Yeah, having wrong formats feels weird. We play the second half of booster releases if you consider they combine 2 sets into one of ours. Yeah, basically. Well, for this time, yeah, but it's not 100% like that. Like, sometimes in Japan they release like a set. It is 2 different sets, but they come out at the exact same time, and then we get both of those. Like the Baxcalibur set, there was 2 different sets that they got with 2 different names, but they both got released at the exact same time. And when we got those cards, we got them released together. So sometimes their sets aren't actually staggered. Sometimes they're like 2 different sets, right? I'm not wrong with that, right? Wasn't there like the that's the one that comes to mind is the Baxcalibur set. I think it was Chien-Pao, the Chien-Pao set. Chien-Pao Baxcalibur, yeah. Wait, did those come out in the same set? They did, right? Yeah, Clay Burst and the other were a dual release. Yeah, exactly. There's like a dual release, Clay Burst and yada yada other set. Both got released at the same time. It's 2 sets, but it's not like one gets released, they play that format. A month later, the next one gets released, they start playing that format, and then we get it a month after. We get both of them a month after. Like, what's going on in Japan right now? Maybe that was like a one-off thing, though. Maybe that's not the norm. Because Japan got Paradise Dragona like a month ago. They get cards so much sooner than us. Dude, in 2 weeks. Wait, 1, 2. In 2 weeks, they get Supercharged Breaker. And then we don't get Supercharged Breaker. Then we get Paradise Dragona and Supercharged Breaker and Surging Sparks. 3 weeks after. 3 weeks after? It's not that far of a difference, I guess. It's still a difference, though. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 weeks after. 3 weeks after we get Surging Sparks. That's not... 3 weeks isn't that bad. Honestly, if everything released 3 weeks later, I'd be happy with that. So they get Supercharged Breaker in 2 weeks, and then we get Surging Sparks in 5 weeks, and then they get. Actually, I can pull this up here so we can all look at it together while we're in between rounds. I'll share with the class. Yeah, they get Supercharged Breaker in 2 weeks on the 18th, and then we get Surging Sparks 5 weeks. So 3 week difference between those. But Surging Sparks is both of these sets, and they've already had Paradise Dragona for a month. But it didn't have like a huge... It's not like that big impact. So the Supercharged Breaker is definitely a higher impact set than Paradise Dragona. Well, it looks like it will be. It could not be, I guess. And then December... We're getting Terrestrial Festival. And then in January, they're getting Battle Partners. And then we're getting... Sometime in March, we're getting Scarlet and Violet 9. Well, 8.5 is probably... Terrestrial Festival. So that's like a month and a week after. So we're getting like a month and a week after. And then this one in March. So they're getting this in January. And we're getting this in March. And I'm going to go ahead and make a guess that this is going to be the end of March. So we're getting access to the trainer cards 2 months after Japan has them. And we're going to get access to rotation 2 months after Japan has rotation. Which is just so cringe. It's 2 months. Dude. Come on. And then that's January. And they have this stuff, which is whatever. The Glory of Team Rocket in February. Wait, what is this set though? Is this our next major set? Oh, is our set is going to be Battle Partners plus the Glory of Team Rocket in March, right? So they're going to get March or January, February. Battle Partners into the Glory of Team Rocket, and we're going to get both of those in March. Sure. So we're going to get this one like a month after, probably. This will probably be like mid-February, and then we get it mid-end of March. And then after that, look, there's like no other release dates like coming up. Maybe after that, they line things up. Maybe after this. After this, which we get here. Maybe moving forward there, these set, they like line up with Japan's releases. Who knows? It could happen. I don't see anything else here on this schedule here besides these. I wouldn't be surprised if Rocket is bundled with whatever SV10 is. That's a ways away. That's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 months after. That's kind of a long time. Kind of a long time there. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Yeah, so we could hope that after March that things line up with Japan moving forward. May, yeah, whatever things release after that. It's like a year away though until May. I mean, not quite. What? Some amount of months. Really ought to have LAIC be current format, and then Sacramento is first week new set. I mean, it's definitely off from what has been the norm, so I don't think it's like inherently a bad thing. But like previously, if ICs had lined up with the end of formats instead of the beginning of formats, I don't think it would feel as weird. But because the norm has been ICs are the beginning of new formats, it does feel weird. I also do like the idea of the bigger tournaments being the beginning of new formats personally as well. I think it's like cooler. It makes like the events are already the biggest events of the year. They just feel that much bigger when it's also the first event of a new format. So I think like capitalizing on all that makes a lot of sense, right? So it is kind of an L that ICs aren't the beginning of the new formats. But if ICs had been sold in the past as like capping off formats, I think that kind of, you could make that can make sense as well. The biggest tournaments are like the culmination of the format, right? You do all this playing in this format, and then there's a big event at the end of it, the ICs, and everyone's like, the whole evolution of the format leads up to this international championship. I like them being like kind of the beginning of the format though. I feel it's a little bit cooler. I don't know. It's more hype for it to be the beginning than the end, but first time I'm considering not watching an IC. I mean, it's still probably pretty cool to watch though. The format is short though, so at least it won't feel stale for LAIC. That's true. It won't be like super stale because yeah, it is. Wait, when is it? Am I tripping? I'm tripping. Is LAIC in the end of November? It is, right? So the format will still be pretty new. Like Surging Sparks will have only been out for what, 3 weeks before LAIC? 4 weeks? 3 weeks? 3 weeks, right? Yeah, that's not too bad. Wait, I'm tripping. October. No, wait, LAIC is this month. Wait, when is LAIC? Is it November or is it October? No, it is November. It's the 15th. No, it is still a ways away. Never mind. It's not the Surging Sparks format. It's this format. Okay, it is like kind of whatever then. Never mind. I literally am tripping. Yeah, don't listen to me. When is the next round? Whenever the next round starts. Retired gamer doesn't know things. A lot less things I have to know now that I'm not traveling to tournaments. This is true. Less knowing, more asking questions. I've become one with chat. Release day of the new set, but sadly not legal. Yeah. You got any plans after SAC or not? I gotta set up the command. Command's in the title, right? Command's in the title. What majors am I doing? Command is in the title. Command is in the... Yeah, command is in the title. I'm one step ahead of the questions. So are you planning on getting promoted to major? No plans. Maybe. And literally isn't in the title. I have to time you out for that because that's misinformation. It literally is in the title. Yeah, I gotta hold you accountable. I'm sorry. And let me pull this up real fast. We haven't looked at this yet. No more set release rant. So many things to complain about in the Pokemon TCG, you know? 18% ties? Hold up. Man, there's still a lot of tournament to play. That could definitely come down. Because it's definitely been lower than the average as of late. 18? Any gentlemen's? Hello? Any gentlemen's at this tournament? 18%? What the heck? Who do we got? Any familiar names up here? Yurko 401. Juan 50. We did see Juan. What? Did we see Juan just win? No. We saw Juan win round 3, I think, or 4. Fabrizio. Marco brought it back after the loss we saw in round 3 or 4. Oh yeah, we saw Marco lose to Juan, right? Actually, I don't remember. I think so. Yeah, I think Juan beat Marco. We saw both of them on stream at some point for sure. Marco did lose, and Juan is 5-0, so Juan must have won. Who's the one UK? Oh, that's true. We could scope out the other countries. Sheldon. What Americans went? Pokeduels. Wendalgard. I don't recognize too many names there. Canadians? Massage. Nick Ritchie. Tardiness? Oh, what the heck? Showed up late? Ban. Oh, you can click on regions. U and A. These things don't look clickable, but they are clickable. All the way to Peru to be tardy? That's what I'm saying. What the heck? No Gustavo? Nope. A lot of the more competitive players probably don't travel to... I don't even know what the... Yeah, for like a lot of the more competitive players don't travel to special events because there's no prize money on the line. So there's like less potential return on going. Less hype, less competitive, less potential return. Yeah, like championship points, especially to the top level players, don't really. The championship points honestly don't really mean very much to top level competitors in the Pokemon TCG. Like every top level player is gonna get their Worlds invite, but they want to compete for big dubs and big money. But there's no big money at special events. I do classify like Latin American special events as majors now, but it doesn't quite hit the same as like a regional championship, you know? Definitely feels different. Usually play Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm going first time to SAC. Just started playing Pokemon. Do you have any tips for me? I mean, nothing like major. Get some sleep, drink water, eat food, play a good deck. Don't over... what is my go-to saying recently? Don't overanalyze your deck choice. No, I say something else. What do I say? Don't stress about your deck choice. Don't overthink your deck choice. Just pick a good deck and learn to play it well. learn the ins and outs and the potential tech cards to include, and then lock in a 60 cards, I don't know, the night before the tournament. You don't have to lock in a 60 cards like 2 to 3 weeks before the tournament, but you want to lock in like your deck choice 2 to 3 weeks before the tournament, and then just grind with the deck choice. Get good at the deck. There's like so much depth. There's a ton of depth to the Pokemon TCG, and any like reasonable, honestly, any individual deck, there's an immense amount of depth to. Some more than others. I'm not gonna say that Raging Bolt is the most complex deck ever, but even with decks like Raging Bolt, the better players, the more seasoned players, are always gonna be the ones that do better, irrelevant of the deck for the most part. So. So, being experienced with your deck is a pretty good thing to be. Yeah, pick up your deck. Like I said, don't stress about your deck choice. Just pick a good deck. Learn to play the good deck well. Don't stress it. It's not worth stressing over. And the biggest thing, the thing I like to like tie to that, although that's like not. Maybe it helps it kind of hit home a little bit more. Is like, I don't know, I'm not calling out you specifically, but when I say you, I'm using the whatever you. You're not good enough to stress about your deck choice. Pick a good deck, learn to play it well. You're not good enough to play 3 or 4 different decks for 2 weeks before a tournament and then pick one the night before the tournament. You're not good enough to do it. If you want to compromise your potential returns on the tournament, the potential outcome, then go ahead and do that. But if you want to maximize your potential at the tournament, maximize your potential outcome, then pick one deck 2 to 4 weeks before the tournament and get really good at that deck and learn all of its ins and outs. The big thing to like work on is like learning all the tech card choices you could make. And then as you get closer to the tournament, depending on where you think things are going to fall in terms of popularity of the meta decks, you pick tech card A over tech card B, or no tech cards. Dustin Orbanet, seems good. How do you know that this isn't Tord and I'm on my burner account? True, but Tord does that anyway, so you already know what's up. Azul, but I got thrown at my Idaho challenge the other day. I think I'm good enough. All right, man. I'll leave that one to you, Tyler. You got this. I believe in you. You know what, Tyler? I believe in you. You got this. I know you're trolling, but I believe in you. Arguably, no one should change their deck days before an event because even Tor doesn't do it. Yeah, I think so. For the most part, that's true. For the most part, that's true. The only thing I would argue is if you're not prepared with any deck, then picking the deck that you think just has the best potential outcome is probably correct. Which is generally the boat that I'm in, where I'm not really prepped with any deck. All right, we're into it. We've got Carlos with Charizard. Bro, so I'm rooting for Fabrizio here. Fabrizio needs to put this Charizard down. Someone needs to stop these Charizard players, bro. They usually stop themselves because the deck is so mid, but if they aren't going to stop themselves, I'm calling on Fabrizio to put this Charizard down. We do have Carlos going first. I'm actually curious about who won the coin flip here because I know some people think you should go first in this matchup as Charizard, but I think you should go second. I don't want to go I don't want to go first against Raging Bolt. Of course, they actually they might not know what each other are playing, though. That's actually another factor here. They might not know what each other are playing, but I would imagine blind you'd want to go second as Charizard. Actually, in this format, maybe not. Maybe in this format, blind you do go first as Charizard. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, well, I guess we don't know for sure that the players know what the other player was playing. I know Fabrizio plays Raging Bolt, but that's because I paid attention to what Fabrizio played at, I think it had to be Joinville. Is Ard mid now? Yeah, I think it's pretty mid. All right, let's see what kind of turn one Fabrizio has here. I think the hand actually might be dead besides Pokestop and Pawn. which is still a decent amount of draw power. But the hand isn't super live, I would say. How do you feel about the troll deck? Playing Boofs? No clue. Haven't tried it. I have no idea. Gamba? I got you. I'm curious. So your opinion on playing Dragapult, which build seems better between the Pidgeot build or the Dusknoir build or both? Ryuki's build is the build to play. My first makes sense since Poffin isn't first turn restricted like VIP Pass. That is not the reason. No. That's not the reason that you would choose first. Like, no. You shouldn't be comparing something outside of the format to something in the format as a reason to go first or second. That's not a reason. All right, we searched out Fighting in the Grass. Like I said, I think it's Pokestop and the Pawn Draw that we're living off here. There's another Vessel in hand, but you do want some energy in your deck. Actually, there might be a Nest Ball in the hand here, and the Squawkabilly was in the deck. It's possible Fabrizio also plays 2. I do see a Raging Bolt as well in the hand here. Pawn number 2. What do we got? Another Vessel. Hella Vessels. Like I said, we still have that Pokestop to potentially work with. There is a Nest Ball in the hand. Question is, do you just commit to the Billy, or do you go for the... You don't really want to put Radiant Greninja in play anymore in this matchup, right? Because that opens them up to being able to go Dusknoir Briar, right? So you just want to avoid Radiant Greninja completely. So it should probably be a Billy angle here. That does open up like... No, that's still fine. That's fine, yeah. A lot of matchups require going Versus Hard, so I'm not sure Carlos didn't know what Fabrizio was on. Yeah. That's possible. That's why I'm curious to know who won the coin flip. I am curious to know who won the coin flip. I wish that information was always displayed on stream, like at least at the beginning. Like, well, on this, I wouldn't expect it maybe for this setup here for the special event, but on the official like TPCI streams, I would like to know that. Personally, would like to know that information. If they just showed it like briefly, who won the coin flip, and then if they chose first or second, it'd be pretty cool to know that information. All right, and there we go. Could have used that Vessel to have gotten more energy out of the deck to increase the odds of drawing into the Sada, but of course you do want some energy in your deck. I do see the Sada there. No second Raging Bolt. Actually, hold up though. There might be a Nest Ball in the hand. No Nest Ball. Wait, is there no Sada actually? Am I tripping the whole time? There's another pawn. Are we putting down third pawn? Third pawn is pretty mid, I feel like. Greninja is coming down. I did mention like the reason you'd maybe not want to put Greninja down. You definitely want 2 Raging Bolt in play. This also takes away the possibility to have 2 Raging Bolt and Pheasantipity in play. But pawns are pretty good attackers in this matchup as well because they do want to KO Charizard. So you don't need as many Raging Bolts throughout this game. Because yeah, also like as soon as turn 2 you're going to be attacking with a Ogre Pawn. So all right, we did have the Sada. It is just for 1. I think the Sada was in the hand then. I don't think it was drawn right there off the Ogre Pawn unless I'm tripping. There's a catcher in hand. We could go after the Pidgey here to remove that from play. Of course, later on, the threat of the Quick Search is pretty good. Goes into the Pokestop here. Prime and Stretcher. Pretty good hits. Did lose that Raging Bolt, but that's not terrible. That could have been, I guess, a reason to... You could have hit the Pokestop before you played the Sada there to try and find a second Raging Bolt, to be honest. There's a catcher. Not sure what it is. Maybe I have to do another flip here. Another flip. It is a heads. Pidgey is targeted. All right, goodbye, Pidgey. And then the only other thing to do here from Fabrizio would be, do you bench... I think there's a Pheasantipity in hand. Do you bench Pheasantipity or you bench Radiant Greninja? Probably going to avoid either of those here. And just go for the knockout. And probably discard an energy off the active. Leaving a Grass Energy on each of the 2 benched Ogre Pawns here. So that way, one of them can't be targeted. Oh, we actually might see the Stretcher for the Raging Bolt here, actually, to prep that on the bench. Yeah, going to go ahead and get that onto the bench ahead of time here from Fabrizio. And then, yeah, discard the energy off the active. If you discard an energy off the benched Ogre Pawn, then Candy Zard Countercatcher would be able to remove the other Ogre Pawn from play that has an energy. So this way, even if one of the Ogre Pawns gets KO'd, you still have an Ogre Pawn that can become an attacker for the turn to knock out a Charizard. And now we're over to Carlos. What can Carlos pull off here? I mean, you just want to get an attack off. You want to knock something out. Could be Candy Zard with Defiance. Candy Zard Countercatcher also works. Why do you think Carlos is on maximum belt? Isn't Prime Catcher and Stamp just better? Did I say Carlos was on maximum belt? I don't think I... Did I say that? I don't think I said that. I don't know what Carlos is on. We'll probably find out here soon. We do see the Defiance Band getting lined up. Top 8 will be tomorrow. It is a 2-day event, yeah. So 9 rounds day 1, and then... Ooh, wait, no, they don't have 9 rounds day 1. It's actually just 8 rounds. Yeah, it's actually just going to be 8 rounds, right? We're going to have 8 rounds into 8-4? 8, will it be 8-3, actually? This actually might be 8-3. 8-3 top 8. It's actually a short tournament, actually. Yeah, I think it's going to be 8-3 top 8. 8-2? No, it's not 8-2, is it? 8-2? I didn't even know you could have 2-day 2. Sheesh. You gotta... I didn't know you could do 8-2. Am I streaming tomorrow? I will be streaming tomorrow, yeah. It's still gonna cut to like X and 2 though, right? I think it's still gonna be an X and 2 cut. Alright, Luminian's in. We use the Arvin. Oh, you're asking me why is Carlos playing maximum belt? Because you know Carlos is playing maximum belt because there's a maximum belt in Carlos's hand. I thought you were asking me why I thought Carlos was playing maximum belt. I was like, I don't think I said that, did I? Yeah, I thought you were asking me why I thought Carlos was on maximum belt, but the maximum belt is in Carlos's hand. People are playing maximum belt and Charizard for the Dragapult matchup because it's really hard to KO a Dragapult unless you play maximum belt, if not like impossible. But that, like, if you play the maximum belt, it's a lot easier to KO one and KO Dragapults. Yeah. The main matchup is Dragapult. And then also lets you be aggressive against certain decks, so they can't just go, okay, cool, pass with an Ogerpon on my active, you can't KO it. Now you can go maximum belt knockout. That's not as big of a deal, because usually the decks that have Ogerpon are pretty aggressive, and are usually just going to aggress onto you. We do see the Defiance Band getting Ultra Balled away here, though, from Carlos. And is going to go grab, I assume, the Charizard here. And then can go maximum belt to just KO the active here. You can KO Terrapagos for free. Yeah, also KO Terrapagos because it's a big one as well. I didn't think about Terrapagos, but yeah, Terrapagos is pretty cool. Although I don't know how much that one matters. I guess it stops Terrapagos from being able to punch your Charizard and not let you get a 2-prize knockout. I guess that's pretty relevant, to be honest, actually. Yeah, maximum belt actually seems decent then for that as well. Because otherwise they could just go punch you with my turtle and your Charizard can't KO me back. It's decent. Alright, getting loaded up here from Carlos. Going to get this 2-prize knockout. So now this is where stuff like Briar gets involved, right? So now Fabrizio can go... Honestly, it would have been nice to see Carlos bench Radzar with an energy this turn, I think, to play around Briar, right? If we could attack with Radzar next turn, then all of a sudden we put it in a situation where there's not a Briar option. On the other side. But right now we could see, I guess you could still pull it off with another Candy Charizard, right? But right now we could see Ogerpon knockout into Ogerpon Briar knockout, right? That can just be the line here, from here now. Does Fabrizio in? Yeah, it's the Ogerpon line, right? Benches a Slitherwing instead of the Pheasantipity. Interesting. Are we looking for a... I guess you could look for a Slitherwing angle here, where you go Slitherwing, knockout, Pheasantipity plus Iono. I guess that's a possibility with going down this line. Or maybe we're going to Slither KO Fez right now? Could that be the play we go for right now? There's the Prime in hand. Oh, then I guess we leave the Charizard in play to die to an Ogerpon on a following turn, actually. Into the Pokestop. Just progress through the deck further. Is there a Luminian also in... Fabrizio's hand? I can't tell. Oh no, it is the Pheasantipity that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, not going for the Pheasantipity. Pokemon catcher. It's a heads on the catcher. Another heads on another catcher. Go chase that Dippity down. That Dippity's done. Here comes that Slitherwing. I'm always making fun of the Slitherwing too, but it's getting pretty good value here. We better get another grass in play though. If we don't get another grass in play, our lone pawn with grass could get KO'd. We got to get another grass in play on a pawn this turn. Ideally, even a little bit more would be good. I don't like this play if we're leaving pawn no grass. If we're leaving... Okay, we have a stretcher in hand. Okay. That's what we want. This is what we want. We want 2 pawns. 2 pawns with 2 grass is better than 2 pawns with 1 grass, but 2 pawns with 1 grass is what we need at the very least. The vessel in hand, we go some more grass. We don't need to. Ooh, we are. Giving up the Greninja. Probably makes sense. We're going to get access to 1 bench space here moving forward. Only 1 grass energy left, but I'm sure there is some energy retrievals left. We haven't seen a single energy retrieval be played yet. Probably plays at least 2, maybe a superior. I don't know. We've seen like a mix of a lot of different counts of that. I see a stretcher in there as well. So you maybe don't want to burn this grass energy here. So that way you can combo stretcher plus grass on either Ogre Pond next turn. But if you commit this grass... Oh, we're split at 1-1-1. Dude, the whole Pond squad's getting involved. All right. There's an energy retrieval in hand as well. But we have to assume we're probably going to get hand disrupted here. If we don't, that'd be great. But it's probably likely to happen on the other side. And this is why like attaching to Radzard could have been pretty good here from Carlos, to be honest. Because pushing Radzard to KO the active this turn. Honestly, Radzard KO off the bench would have been pretty good as well, though. I don't know if Radzard was an option here, though. Super Rod Ultra Ball off the Pokestop did mill the Pidgeot, but of course did hit the Super Rod, so that's kind of fine. Why are we prepping 3 pawns? I don't think Fabrizio's prepping 3 pawns. Is just trying to cycle through the deck as much as possible. It's not about prepping the extra pawn. It's just about cycling the deck. Trying to find like another card to play or burn. Less bad cards in your deck later for when you get potentially disrupted here. Potentially get hand disrupted. Also progress closer to Briar potentially as well. Have we seen Briar in Fabrizio's list? I don't think we've seen it for sure, but I would just kind of imagine that it's just too good in the deck, I think, to play. Yeah, you just don't not play it. It's fair to assume that Fabrizio plays it. Dusclops Briar is game. Holy, I didn't even realize that. You're right. Yeah, Duskull Briar is game here on the other side. Or Dusclops, but there's an Arven, so it's not happening. Dude, I hate Briar. It never happens, though, which is kind of nice. The Briar play literally never happens. I wonder if it could have happened, though. And let me go back to the prize cards real fast. Okay, I'm going too far. Briar's not prized. And I think it's fair to assume the Charizard player also plays it. The Slitherwing... Wait, does it have to be Dusknoir? What is the Slitherwing's HP? Does Dusclops also get there? All right, Ultra Ball is being searched out for Pidgeot, but we've already played Arven at this point, so we can't play Briar and Arven, obviously. 50 exactly. All right, I mean, that would have worked. And literally, you don't even need a Gust, because all the Pokemon on the bench are 2 prize Pokemon. Now I kind of wonder if Carlos had the play and just didn't see it, but I don't think had the play. I don't think had the play here, so. But although we did Pokestop and hit Super Rod Ultra Ball, we could have done that and gotten Pheasantipity and then drawn through with Pheasantipity and maybe drawn into the play. Yeah. Looks like Charmeleon is being searched out. But if we don't hand disrupt this turn as Carlos, then all Fabrizio needs is Briar. Briar 2 grass and wins. Yeah, all you need is Briar 2 grass and the game's over. Oh, no, it's a 1 prize knockout, though, from Carlos. Never mind, I take it back. There's a counter catcher on the Raging Bolt. Well, now we need Briar 2 grass. Okay, maybe we should have killed the Slitherwing. How would that have played out? If we killed Slitherwing, go down to 3. Fabrizio then can go Ogre Pond, Raging Ball, win. That doesn't feel good. So now we play for the Briar here. Yeah, now we play for the Briar. And I mean, there's not that many cards left in deck. We've got a lot of draw power in the hand here, and a lot to cycle through. And Carlos is at 2 prize cards, I believe. Yes. If Carlos only takes 1 prize card, then Fabrizio goes down to 1 and Carlos can't win. Yeah, it would have to be an Iono to 1 and pray, right? Which probably isn't a great situation to be in. Into the shoes. There's a stretcher. Has Dippity as well for draw power, I believe. Oh, was that played? We need grass energy. Okay, there's 2 grass. I was thinking, should we have retreated first? But we do have the grass, so this is fine. We should have put that on the bench one, though, I feel like, because that we could have retreated. There's another Poke Gear. So we have 2 Poke Gears. No, we definitely hit the Pokestop first, right? We immediately grabbed the Iono. Maybe Fabrizio doesn't play Briar. Hang on, let me look at Fabrizio's list from... What did Fabrizio do at... Maybe Fabrizio didn't go to... No, yeah, Fabrizio got 10th. Did not play the Briar at Joinville. So I would assume doesn't play the Briar... Didn't play the Briar here. So it's an Iono angle, which is not a good place to be here at all. I don't think Briar's an essential card. I disagree. Briar's pretty broken. I think you should probably play Briar in this. I don't know. It's kind of broken. I think you should probably play Briar. Yeah, this is not like I just assumed. So now it's Fabrizio here. You just lose to, and there's Super Rod Charizard. Dude, what? You just lose to Super Rod Charizard. I don't even know if you needed the Super Rod here, honestly, as Carlos. Yeah, I don't even know if you needed the Super Rod there. You only need 1 Fire Energy in your deck. You maybe just had it. But literally, Carlos drew into Super Rod Charizard. Do good and ball players belong in the same sentence? Oh, Fabrizio's pretty good. Fabrizio was definitely one of the most successful players last season. But also chose to not play Briar. I don't know how I feel about that. Briar's bad when you have it, broken when you don't. I feel like that might be information that Carlos can take into the next match. Like, Fabrizio didn't even, like, play towards a Briar play, it felt like. But I guess also, as far as Carlos knows, Fabrizio's Briar was prized, right? Like, that could have been the, that situation right there. Could have been the situation. Could have been the situation. It makes this matchup way harder, to be honest. This matchup gets way harder for Raging Bolt if you don't have Briar. All right, this is the intel that I want, though. Does Fabrizio choose first or second? There's no way you choose. Well, I already think you don't choose. I already think you should choose second in this matchup to begin with. But if you don't play Briar and you choose first, I could see if you play Briar going first in this matchup. But I also don't think Raging Bolt should go first in any matchup besides like Reggie Drago probably. But that's something that I'm like most. Honestly, that's like one of the things that I'm most interested in the Pokemon TCG. Because there's a lot of good players. There's like a lot of players that I respect. So whenever I have a different opinion on going first or second, or like if I have an opinion on first or second with a matchup, and then I watch someone like on stream make a different choice, it's very interesting to me because I don't want to assume I'm right. Well, I assume I am right, but I'm curious as to what is their logic behind not agreeing with me. And most of the time they're just wrong because I'm never wrong, so, or rarely wrong. So, but sometimes there's something to learn. So I'm curious to see what Fabrizio chooses here. First or second. Well, this is I'm always right. No, I'm wrong. I'm right like 95% of the time. I'll give myself 95%. Prime Catcher prized. You never like seeing that being prized. And even though it's in the top 2, it's actually in the bottom 2. Because it might only be the top 2 might be the bottom 2 for the player on the left, but maybe not the player on the right. The player on the right's bottom 2 might actually be their bottom 2. But I feel like both players are drawing from the top instead of the bottom because the cameras on the bottom are flipped the wrong way, so the players have to flip their prize cards the wrong way. Fabrizio did choose second and did have actually Fabrizio's hand was not that good, but then top decked Nest Ball. So the sequence here from Fabrizio should be use Ogerpon to try and hit Greninja or Squawkabilly, and then if we whiff, ooh, I don't like that. I feel like we should have used Ogerpon first there, because we want Greninja and Squawkabilly potentially to dig through our deck as much as possible. But now we should just take Greninja off this Nest Ball, but we wouldn't have hated drawing into Greninja off of Ogerpon, because then the Nest Ball could have got Squawkabilly. So I don't like this sequence here from Fabrizio. We should have started with draw with Ogerpon first, and then most likely what happens is we Nest Ball for Greninja. Greninja gets rid of Lightning. We Sada to the active to try and find a fighting. Here comes the concealed cards for 2. Double Trekking Shoes. We're going to be able to see a lot of cards. Now we probably just go into the Sada next. Or Ogerpon next is fine as well. But that should have happened before the Greninja. Trekking Shoes. Discard Retrieval Draw. It's a Vessel. Okay, that's game. We go to game 3. That's the power of going second right there. I'm kind of new. I'd like to ask you, think Dragapult is very strong as a Dortmund showed, or is just the case it won? I mean, I don't know. I think Dragapult is good. Like, I wouldn't discredit or overcredit its win though. I wouldn't discredit or overcredit Dragapult's win at Dortmund. Dragapult is a fine deck. It's like a good deck, but it's not like broken S tier unbeatable deck just because it won, or the fact that it won makes it that or anything. It's a good deck though. Thing is that Briar works as a threat of just being able to play it and consider it as an option your opponent can go for. Yeah, the threat of Briar is pretty important as well. I feel like that is like that's a big point of Briar. Like the threat is most more important than you having it. But also, if most people play it, then you can present the threat of a card that you actually don't play. That is like a sneaky thing that you can do in the Pokemon TCG. Is you can cut a card that people normally play, but people are still gonna play as if you have it, if it's like the norm. And if they play, if the way that people play allows you to never use the card to begin with, but if you not having it means they would adjust their play, then you can get the advantage of not playing the card. Of course, the deeper you go into the tournament, the more likely it is your opponent knows if you have it or don't have it, though. I don't know if Azul saying Bolt is mid is a meme or true. Dude, I always say what I think. I think Bolt is mid. Nothing I say is it's very obvious when I'm like memeing. When I say a deck, when I say what I think about a deck, I'm not memeing. That is what I think about the deck. I think you guys think sometimes what I don't meme as much as you think I do. It's very obvious when I'm memeing. It's very, very obvious when I'm memeing. I'm not gonna, but if I'm giving my opinion on a deck, I would maybe meme about it like once. But if my consistent take is the deck is mid, I think the deck is mid. The deck is mid. Like, there's not like, you guys don't need to like decipher what I say to that extent. But yeah, what I say does not need to be decrypted to some next level extent. If I consistently say a deck is good or bad or mid, I think it is good or bad or mid. Did you make a tier list for Louisville? I did on my Metafy group. I'm going to make a general format tier list probably tomorrow, to be honest. I'm actually like super tired right now, so I'm probably done streaming whenever we have 2 more rounds. 3 more rounds. 2 more rounds after this round. I'm probably done streaming after that. Does he play 2 Forest Sealstones? Probably not. Most Charizards play 1 Forest Sealstone. What time is it where I'm at? 3 p.m. But I woke up extra early today. And it's hitting me harder, way harder than I thought it would. So it's like a fine start here from Fabrizio. Got the pawn. Probably going to attach turn 1 to just a Raging Bolt here. Radiant Greninja would be an option, but it is prize. Radiant Greninja would have been an option. Squawkabilly is still an option, but there's a Sada in the hand. I feel like just getting Raging Ball, attaching and fighting and passing is fine here. From Fabrizio. I don't think is the Billy necessary here? Why are we have a Sada in hand? What are we stressing about finding here? It's a curious choice to me. What are we stressing about here? I feel like there's not that much to stress about. I feel like going get Raging Ball, attach, pass. Maybe we really want like Gustav. We have a catcher in hand too, though. Dude, what are we stressing about here so much that we went to go get Squawk? We have a Pokestop. We have what? Why would we nest ball for Squawkabilly in this hand? Why not just get Raging Ball, attach, and then either Pokestop or don't Pokestop, and then pass? We have a catcher and a Sada in our hand. Next turn, we could literally retreat Ogre Pawn. Now we have Prime Catcher in our hand. And we have Squawkabilly. Dude, this makes no sense. Our hand is fine. Now we lose our Prime Catcher. We did get the Night Treasure on our... Is Fabrizio really going to not Squawkabilly now? I mean, I wouldn't. We got some good gusts in that hand. And you see, he's stressing over it now, too. He's like, fuck, do I... Billy my Prime? Dude. Why did we get the Billy, bro? I don't understand why we got the Billy. Also, if we got the Billy... Oh, I guess his reasoning for using the Pokestop was, I have Night Treasure in hand, so if I mill a basic, that's fair. At that point, if you're committed to the Billy, which I think is still incorrect to get the Billy to begin with, I think it's incorrect to even get the Billy, then I think it's fair to hit the Pokestop to try and get value out of your Night Treasure, because there's like not that many other items you'd care that much about squawking away probably at that point. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, the Billy grab there was like... Yeah, I don't think Fabrizio's hand was just fine though. It had Gust, it had Gust, it had Sada, it had Stop. I think I would like to have just seen Fabrizio go Nest Ball for Raging Bolt. Actually, no. Because we have the Stretcher in hand. I think Fabrizio would have been good if Fabrizio just went Pokestop. Hit the stop, see what we get, and then Nest Ball for Raging Bolt, attach Raging Bolt, pass. And then next turn we go Retreat Pawn, Sada, draw, play catcher, try and chase down optimal target, take knockouts. And then progress from there. But it was funny to see the the end of the sequence of there from Fabrizio to just be like, fuck, I don't want a Billy anymore because of my Prime. Which I don't think... The thing is, like, you shouldn't try and... It's correct to always, like, you know, take the optimal play from wherever you are in the moment. But, yeah, take the optimal play from wherever you are in the moment. It's probably correct at that point for Fabrizio to not use Squawkabilly. It's just like the culmination of all the actions up to that point led to that end decision. Like, I think it was correct for Fabrizio to not use Squawkabilly, by the way, despite my reaction. My reaction is also a reaction as a response to the culmination of all the actions Fabrizio chose to take there. But I think it was correct to try and hold on to the Prime Catcher, despite my reaction. Just so chat understands. Dude, what is it? Fabrizio tried to take Raging Bolt off Pokestop, and then Carlos was going to go take Rotom. In Fabrizio's situation, Fabrizio was going to Night Treasure for it. It's not like they were trying to cheat or anything. It's just funny to see. Both players were like, this is what I wanted, and then they just go to take it off the stop. Carlos was probably like, oh yes, the Rotom, this is what I need. Thank you. Not quite how Pokestop works. We see the Nest Ball coming out here. I don't know. Carlos, I assume, doesn't play double Rotom because Carlos plays Cleffa, and Cleffa is prized. I don't know if that's what Carlos is looking for here, but is not going to find it. And now Carlos is probably regretting playing this Nest Ball because you probably wanted to play this Nest Ball as a response to something getting KO'd to potentially get Pheasantipity. But now, if you Nest Ball for Pheasantipity right now, then Fabrizio is just going to Prime Catcher KO it. So now we see Carlos end up with a Pidgey, where I think if Carlos knew the Cleffa was prized, which I assume is what Carlos was going for there, Carlos would have held the Nest Ball and been like, okay, now you have the potential of a responsive Dippity for draw power next turn. But I don't even know if... Yeah, Carlos did have a fire. Oh, but the hand is so big. I guess you could have gone attach Maximum Belt, attach Defiance Band, draw with Cleffa. So Carlos was still probably looking for Cleffa there, but it was prized. There's a Thornton in hand. Actually, has Carlos played a supporter? Can we Thornton into Rotom? Maybe that's the play. Okay, no, just gonna be a pass. Okay, over to Fabrizio. I mean, has the Prime, has the catcher. Those aren't gonna matter too much here. Trek and Choose, discard a lightning. It's pretty good. Now we can go into that Sada. Ooh, or we could Ultra Ball first here, get a second Raging Bolt. We do have a Fighting Energy in our discard pile as well. So we built a Sada 2 energy into play here. And with double Pidgey, double Charmander in play, we are definitely not gusting this turn as Fabrizio. Could also hit the stop first here to try and find a Nest Ball or other item cards you'd want to discard with the Ultra Ball over maybe the Catcher instead. But is okay with getting rid of the bundle and the Catcher here. Iron Bundle probably not too ridiculously powerful in this matchup, right? Not gonna be a big deal to have. Could always Night Treasure for it later if you really, really want it. And we were sitting on the Prime Catcher in this situation as well in the hand. Oh, does go for the Slitherwing here actually. So it's gonna try for that Slitherwing knockout with a 1 prizer to force the counter Catcher out of Carlos. But Carlos could also just play towards a Briar play at the end of the game as well. So Carlos, how does that even trade back and forth? Fabrizio gets a 1 prize knockout. Carlos gets a 1 prize knockout. Fabrizio gets a 2 prize knockout. No, I guess that wouldn't actually work out in Carlos's favor. Unless Fabrizio puts Radiant Greninja in play, and then Carlos could Dusknoir Radiant Greninja, and then Briar. So Fabrizio took the Slitherwing, and then looks like asked about changing it. It looks like the opponent's fine with it, and then maybe the judge is fine with it because the opponent's fine with it, so changes it over to a Raging Bolt. And then we have the Sada ready to go on the other side. Yep, there's the Sada. And we do have that Prime that we kept around, but we're not going to be using it here. Well, how is that actually going to break down? If we had gotten Slitherwing, retreat to Slitherwing, Slitherwing knockout. All right, so we have a Grass Energy in hand. I think we actually want a Nest Ball. I actually don't like this Grass attachment here. I think we want a Nest Ball for a different Ogre Pawn and start to load up energy on that Ogre Pawn. And then attach Lightning Active Retreat. Because we want to keep 1 Grass Energy on 2 Ogre Pawns in play. I think it's actually a mistake there from Fabrizio. I don't think you want to do that, actually. Or you shouldn't do that, I should say. We should have gone bench other Ogre Pawn out of hand. We can still get another pawn in play with a Grass Energy, but it does require hitting something off of Pokestop now, which is, I mean, that's something we have to get. It's not guaranteed. If we only have 1 pawn on the bench with 1 Grass Energy, then we will be potentially locked out of Ogre Pawn response to Charizard due to a counter catcher, or because of a counter catcher. Which probably won't be too consequential. There's a lot of energy in play here on Fabrizio's side of the field. So, have we already hit the Pokestop? Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe the stop's already been hit. We might still hit it here, though, as we're ending the turn. All right, well, oh, no, we could still accelerate to the pawn. Okay, there's a knockout on the Charmander. Okay, so Carlos has the tool cards to basically KO anything in the active here. We know Fabrizio doesn't play Briar. So at this point for Carlos, if Carlos can just go 2-2-2 at this point. I see a Candy in the hand here. Has Pokestop to work with. I don't know if there's a Pidgeot in the hand. There's definitely a... No, there might not be a Charizard. No, there's a Charizard. Is there a Pidgeot? I can't tell. But we could hit the Pokestop first to try and find an Ultra Ball for Candy Pidgeot. Maybe we want to thin out the deck. If there's second Candy in hand, I guess we could thin out the deck of the energy first before we go to hit the Pokestop. That would increase our odds of finding that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You do need to put energy on your Pidgey now, though. Why didn't we just push up Charmander? I guess I don't hate taking the extra energy out of the deck anyways, though, to, like, increase our odds of Pokestop being beneficial. Yeah, I guess that's fine, to be honest, overall. It's not that big of a deal. This is where we're kind of coming back to, like, that Nest Ball that Carlos played on that last turn. I mean, getting double Pidgey in play was maybe still fine from Carlos, though. I don't hate the idea of that. Just a rare Candy off the Pokestop. Uh-oh. We do have a Thornton, though. So Thornton can become Charmander here. Or Pidgey can become Charmander here. Which is kind of cute. Obviously, you probably want more than that. And, I was really going to reach for that. Ooh, is that worth a counter catcher? I'm not even sure that's worth it. I don't even know if I like that, to be honest. Are we using a counter catcher to remove 1 more energy from play when there's an Ogre Pawn on the bench with a Grass? No, that's a bad play. In fact, I think Carlos maybe should have gone after the Ogre Pawn. Or just KO'd the active. That is not worth the counter catcher, though. We're not going to Thornton the Charmander? Wait, that was a Thornton, right? Okay, this was a really bad sequence from Carlos here. It all goes back to that nest ball on that last turn being questionable. When I go back to that nest ball more, I think it was incorrect for Carlos to do it, because even if your Pidgey gets Gust KO'd, you have Candy Charizard basically in hand, and then you have the possibility of Serendipity to carry you through the rest of the game. I guess he thought he can Thornton next turn. I don't know what his thought is, but it's still a misplay. You definitely Thornton this turn, so you can play a different supporter next turn. That's just a throw there from Carlos. That makes your next turn so much harder. Yeah, that makes your next turn so much harder. It would have been one thing if Carlos had left the energy on a Pidgey by pushing up Charmander. No, but even then, you'd find Radzard, Ultra Ball away Radzard, or mill Radzard a Pokestop, and then Thornton into play. That's still ridiculous as well. And obviously, Fabrizio should just go for the Ogerpon KO instead here. I assume. Although there's another grass in hand, I think, there. And there's the Pokestop hit. And then, yeah, has the attachment. Can continue to progress here with the trekking shoes. Looks like a catcher. Does go for the discard on it. One less gust effect to work with, but still has that prime catcher to fall back on, and Boss's Orders in the deck somewhere as well. Yeah, a lot of cards seen here from Fabrizio. Carlos is theoretically ahead on the prize exchange, but not anymore after this turn, because, yeah, Carlos can't get a knockout this turn. Yeah, that was such a bizarre sequence there from Carlos. That was... No Thornton was crazy. No Thornton was crazy. All right, we'll see what Carlos puts together this turn, but it has to be some kind of comeback play. We can't do anything. We actually can't do anything this turn. Immediately starts with the Poffin. We could Pokestop into an Ultra Ball, which leads to Candy Pidgeot. I'm gonna need some Charmanders here. We get a Charmander and a Duskull. Only one Charmander, though. I guess we have the Thornton in hand, so we can turn a Pidgey into a Charmander. I guess it is still possible for Carlos to sit with a one prize board state and go Radzard. Like, imagine Carlos goes just Pokestop away. Dude, that could get kind of crazy, actually. You could Pokestop away a Radzard. You don't even have to Thornton it this turn, so you get these two. You could... Oh. So Carlos could go Nest Ball for Radzard, pass. Fabrizio either knocks it out or doesn't KO it, and then you attack with it. If you knock it out, you Thornton it back, knockout, and then you go Candy Pidgeot, Super Rod, recover it, knockout. Now, in that sequence, you might need some count of... We have Stretcher in hand as well. You might need some count of Counter Catcher, and then we could go back to that second turn where Carlos wasted a Counter Catcher for literally no reason, and then that could be why we lose. But if we just Nest Ball for Radzard right now and pass, Carlos can still win this game for sure because of Thornton. We just have to get Radzard and pass, and let Fabrizio choose to knock it out or knock out the active, and then we have the Thornton play as a recovery, and then we can... No, don't get Dippity. That's the worst thing you can get. Putting a 2-prizer in play is literally the worst thing you can do this turn as Carlos. Nothing is worse than putting a 2-prize Pokemon in play on this turn. If you're gonna put Pidgeot in play next turn for like some kind of Candy Pidgeot, Radzard, Iono play, that's like, there's something to discuss there. Don't do it. No. No. Save the Stretcher. Wait. Candy No, don't put the 2-prizer in play. Why are we doing this? There's no way to get an extra energy in play on this thing, right? No, this is really bad. Wait, does this lead to Candy Charizard? No, wait, no, it doesn't. Wait, do we have Candy Charizard here? Am I tripping? Can we Thornton Candy Charizard? Oh, wait, this does lead to Thornton Candy Charizard, dude. They have way more in this hand than I thought. Wait, where did these cards come from? Am I tripping? I guess I was tripping. I didn't see this play at all, dude. I didn't think we had all these cards in our hand. Do we have the fire energy for it? If there's only one in here, we do have one in hand, though. Holy. Never mind, we're cooking. Dude, I did not think we had 3 candy in hand, or 2 candy in hand. Got candy off prizes? Oh, okay, that's where it came from. Yeah, I didn't think we had the possibility for Candy Charizard this turn through the Thornton. So I was like, okay, we can still win with Radzard. We can recover. But we had way more than just recover here. We have like the whole freaking combo. All right. This makes things tough for Fabrizio. Once again, in a situation where Briar just wins the game. Fabrizio does not play Briar though. Is it better to attack with Radzard? Is it better to attack with Radzard than Charizard? It depends if you know if Fabrizio plays Briar. Yeah, it depends if you know if Fabrizio plays Briar. We know Fabrizio doesn't play Briar. Carlos doesn't know for sure, I would assume, that Fabrizio does or doesn't play Briar. Has Iono in hand. There's no fire energy in the deck here for Carlos. So Carlos might not be able to find a fire here this turn, to be honest. So Fabrizio could just go Ogerpon, knockout Iono to 2. I hope you don't hit fire energy to return knockout with Ogerpon, or excuse me, Radzard. Yeah, the Iono's already in hand here for Fabrizio. So I think that is just the play here. It's just knockout. Yeah, obviously not in a good spot here anymore. Yeah, that last turn was crazy from Carlos. I thought we had to do like the cool Radzard play to have a chance. But it turns out we just had the nuts. There's Iono. I mean, I don't know. Maybe saving Thornton for a turn there like Carlos did. I don't know if I want to say it was correct. I feel like still Thorntoning one turn ahead of time just in case of the potential top deck is still better, but it would be nice to have still been able to like play an Arvin on the next turn or something. All right, 2-card hand for Carlos. Does need a fire energy. There's no fire energy in the deck right now, so we... Oh, there's a super rod. All right. He had fire energy in hand in case of search with Pidgeot in case of Iono. I don't know. That one had to be manually attached to the Charizard, I'm pretty sure. The fire energy that was in hand got attached to Charizard that turn because we only searched out one with Charizard because we're out of fire in the deck. I'm confused on the Thornton Charmander thing. How do you rare candy it in the same turn? It retains turns in play. Thornton, yeah. Carlos 6-0. Yeah, stop, dude. That matchup is. I mean, that's just that matchup is. I mean, this matchup has always been bad, but honestly, like watching it play out, Briar like heavily fixes that matchup. Like that makes the matchup so close, so much closer if you just play Briar. Briar, like you just thought. Fabrizio could have won both those games with a Briar turn. Now, Carlos could have drawn better to draw into like a Radzard play sooner. It is possible that if Carlos had just drawn better, Carlos would have actually drawn into a sequence that would have allowed Carlos to have a Radzard in the active instead of a Charizard in the active, which would have made things harder for Fabrizio. But in those two games, didn't draw into a sequence or didn't play well enough into a sequence. I'd have to go back and actually like watch the VOD. That allowed Carlos to actually be able to do that. So Fabrizio, yeah, Fabrizio had Briar. Now, Fabrizio wasn't guaranteed. I think in game 1, Fabrizio was guaranteed to basically hit the Briar. Maybe game 2. Whatever, the first game that Fabrizio lost, if Fabrizio had Briar in the deck, Fabrizio was finding the Briar. This game, maybe not so much. But oh yeah, we really got to see the power of the power of the potential of Briar in that matchup. And if it seems that good, it's kind of crazy to not play it with how popular Charizard is, to be honest. Charizard is super popular right now. It seems kind of crazy to not include it if it seems that good in the matchup. Yo, appreciate that raid there, Dre. Hope you had a good stream. Seems a little crazy to not include it with how popular it is, but what's the name of the page where you can see the players per country? It's pokedata.ovh. I do want to go back to this turn where Carlos chose to not play Thornton. Like this turn right here, we could have Thorntoned. We could have a Charmander on our bench right now. There's just no reason to not Thornton here still, right? That way if we top deck Arvin or Iono or draw into Arvin or Iono, we can play that card and have a Charmander ready to go, right? How did this actually play out here? Hold up. So then what happens here? And the counter catcher was really bad too here from Carlos. The counter catcher was just, this is like a waste. This is basically just wasting a really good card. You don't want to do that. Because like because Fabrizio's on odd prize cards now. So Fabrizio has incentive to try and attack with the Slitherwing at some point. And if Fabrizio ever does that, you do not want to attack into Slitherwing if you're not set up to be able to use Briar or can't use Briar. You can Arven for counter catcher. You can't Arven for Briar, play Briar, even if that would be an out. Like, even if Briar is an out, you have more outs to counter catcher than not, right? So this counter catcher was a big waste here from Carlos for sure. The only thing you would ever argue here to counter catcher would be like counter catcher the Ogerpon or the Pheasantipity. But actually KOing the Raging Bolt is literally the worst thing I think you could KO was the Raging Bolt on the bench out of Raging Bolt, Ogerpon, Dippity. Because at least if a Raging Bolt knocks out your Charizard, you forced 5 energy. If an Ogerpon attaches, they need 2 energy. So it doesn't even make any sense, like, for what you're knocking out, what they need to put back into play. So this makes, like, no sense to KO the Raging Bolt ever over the other one. So yeah, that was a bad choice there. But yeah, not Thornton here, I think, doesn't make any sense because... I mean, the surprise factor of it is kind of cooler, for sure, on Carlos's side. But I think just having a Charmander in play when you're on odd prize cards... Because Fabrizio's already on odd prize cards. So if you whiff a turn of Charizard next turn as Carlos, you just lose. Because Fabrizio will go, okay, KO 1 prize, KO 2 prize. I guess that's when the Radzard play would have to happen from Carlos. Is that's when you have to go Radzard with no 2 prizer in play. Is that becomes your line to look for. Which is what I thought Carlos had to do here. But Carlos actually just had the nuts. This is just disgusting. It's just so gross. This turn was insane. Coffin, get a Manor, get a Dusk. Shuffle it up. And then do we hit the stop here next? Hit the stop, we get Stretcher, Nest Ball. And then what do we Nest Ball for Dippity? And then draw 3 with Dips or something? I forget. Run through the sequence. But yeah, basically it's Candy Pidgeot, Thornton, Candy Charizard. But that means we had to Thornton this turn. We didn't have a choice. It would have been nice to not Thornton this turn, but we didn't have a choice here because we didn't play Thornton last turn. So we had to do it this turn. So yeah, it still would have been better to have Thornton on that previous turn, for sure, I think. And we didn't play a supporter that turn either, right? Like, I'm not tripping. Maybe, is that what I missed? No, we didn't play a supporter here. Unless I'm, like, losing my mind. Maybe we didn't. Maybe that's why we didn't play that Thornton. Yeah, maybe I've just lost my mind. Oh, the only supporter on that hand is Thornton. And then we play through the turn and we just choose not to play it. Okay. That's fine. But then we just pull off this insane turn here. I thought we had to do the double Radzard play. I didn't even think that Pidgeot combo was even a possibility. So I freaked out when Carlos went for the Dippity. I was like, what are you doing? You have to go for the Radzard line here. Putting 2 pressure in play is just the end. But we had, yeah, we had everything. Thornton, we had Candy Pidgeot, Thornton, Candy Charizard, knockout active, Radzard on the back line. And then honestly, even going into this last turn though, it was kind of close. Because there's no fire in the deck at this point for Carlos. Now the Pokestop's still in play. Oh, we hit the vacuum on the stop as well. I didn't even see that from Fabrizio. Iono to 2. Well, honestly, this is actually pretty close. We got rid of the Pokestop as well. Carlos has no energy in deck, I believe. Stretcher was gone as well, so you couldn't just go quick search for Stretcher for fire. So, oh, but Carlos could have drawn like Arven. There were still a lot of outs, right? Carlos could have drawn Arven, Luminion, Ultra Ball for Luminion, becomes Arven, becomes Super Rod, quick search, becomes fire. Yeah, it was probably favored still actually for Carlos there. Also, you could have drawn into like Nest Ball for Dippity, draw 3 with Dippity, or something like that as well. So yeah, I think it was probably still favored there at the end, to be honest. There was a lot of outs. There's a lot of outs. Azul for Louisville as a AzulGG player, is it worth the Klefki or just take the Elder Thorns? And testing it does give us a shot, but losing that spot hurts just for that matchup. I wouldn't play... I mean, what's the % chance? That's the thing you have to ask yourself. What is the % chance? I wouldn't play Klefki if the only reason you think Klefki is good is for the Thorns matchup. I would say probably not. But if you think Klefki is beneficial in other matchups, good against Raging Bolt, it's good against Strago. It's good to, like, if you can push it up turn 1. There's a lot of matchups where it's really good to push Klefki turn 1. It's good to do it, but the question is, can you do it consistently? Can you get it into the active and then get it out of the active and still have a clean turn 2 is the question. Turn 1 into turn 2. And obviously, like, sometimes you have to read the wind, or stuff like that. So you can't always just rely on it. And then it does give you a chance against Thorns. It doesn't, like, make it like an auto win, though, which isn't great, but... Isn't Fluttermane better than Klefki for Lugia? Not really. Feels like no. If it feels like no, then I would say you shouldn't play it, yeah. Like, I mean, you have the information. Yeah. Trust your information. Yeah, if it just gives you a chance against Thorns, it just giving you a chance against Thorns, I don't think is a good enough reason to play it. I do think Thorns is a really good play for Louisville, but it's still unfavorable even with it, I believe, so. Flutter is worse than Klefki because the power of Klefki is like shutting down Ogre Pawns. Like turn 1 Klefki against Drago and stuff is super good. Now it's only as good as you being able to do that. It's only as good as you being able to do that and then still actually function reasonably on your turn 1, turn 2. Does it make you want to come out of retirement? Bro, everything makes me want to come out of retirement, bro. See, like, that's going to be the thing. That's what, like, I'll watch enough people misplay on stream. I don't know if that's where you were going with that. I'll watch enough people misplay on stream that I'll want to come out of retirement because I was like, this is too easy. There's no way these people are getting away with winning tournaments and making these misplays. This is free. If I show back up to these tournaments, that's a dub. And then... but if everyone starts playing really well, it's like, ooh, these are some really sick plays. People are making some ingenious plays. I'll be like, it's not worth coming out of retirement. Then I stay retired. So me coming out of retirement depends fully on how well other people play. Like, I don't know, these players come up with some sick plays that I didn't think about, and they're kind of popping off. I think I'll let them get these dubs. I'm not gonna try to compete up against that. They got it. No, I'm not like officially retired or anything. I don't think I'll ever like officially retire. Like, well, I guess like there's a point where I would still maybe go to a couple events throughout a year, but I don't plan on like being like super competitive. I guess that's like effectively retirement, right? Like even if I go to a couple regionals a year, I could still say I was like basically retired from competitive Pokemon, which I'm not saying I am. Can't get silent on by the kiddos. Exactly, right? I just need to hold. I just need to keep what I had and be like, you know what? We'll just leave it at that. Why am I doing less majors? I just want to. That's basically it. I just want to take a break. Work on my fitness goals, which is a lot harder to do when you travel every third weekend. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm going to go to Sacramento this year and we'll see what happens next year. Maybe I'll just like kind of take... I honestly, for the way things kind of feel, I might end up just like taking pretty much the full season off, besides like the ICs and SAC and Stockholm and maybe San Antonio, because I want to defend my titles at those. Like I might just go to those, and then maybe next year I'll hit it hard again. We'll see. But taking like a season off honestly doesn't sound, or basically taking a season off doesn't sound like a terrible thing to do, to be honest. Gotta accidentally get your invite? Yeah. I at least need to give myself a chance to get my invite, so I have to go to at least one major. As far as the sack drive, not too bad. Like 2 hours. Registration is usually 8 weeks before the event, right? Yeah, about, yeah. Top 125 is too hard for you, Azul. We get it. Jeez, bro. Jesse exposing me out here. Yeah, it just feels like Lugia has so much to get done the first 2 turns that you kind of need to just fall into the having Klefki and then stop fish sometimes when you need it. Yeah, that makes sense, Nux. Yeah, if you're finding if it doesn't like smoothly give you, if you can't use it smoothly often enough, then it's probably not worth it. The idea of it seems broken, but how well does it actually work is the question. Top 4 in IC and get an invite. True. Top 4 in IC. When is the competitive Pokemon Pocket career starting? I mean, I would definitely try and get my Worlds invite in Pokemon Pocket if that becomes a possibility. I don't know if it's going to be that competitive though. I'm not sure. Does the current meta and format influence your interest in going to a tournament? Yeah, for sure. Did I ever consider Did I ever consider becoming a judge? No. I'm never gonna judge, I don't think. What decks are you considering for Sacramento? United Wings. What was your least favorite meta? I don't know. As of recent memory, like Broken Lugia or ADPization. One of those. Pretty good metas, pretty good formats. Best deck in your opinion to hit day 2 in Louisville? It's not like a category of deck that I think about. Any good deck that you play well. Any good deck that is piloted well is as good as the rest. Am I ever gonna cast? Maybe. Which is worse between a Broken Lugia and ADPization? Broken Lugia, but that's probably just because we played IRL tournaments with it. ADPization was still really, really bad. But we didn't go, like, there was no IRL tournaments. Honestly, ADPization maybe wasn't... If there was, like, more meta progression due to major tournaments, ADPization might not have been as big of a annoyance as it was. Yeah. Do you ever see yourself collabing with TCG? Not something I've thought about, but not something I'm against. Yeah, Broken Lugia and ADP is the biggest difference between the two was like there was major tournaments and one wasn't. I think ADP would have been way bigger. Tons of people just didn't play it because playing it sucked. You mean like in online stuff? Or like do you like be like the lack of if there was more IRL tournaments, more people would have been playing at IRL tournaments? Is that what you mean, Jake? Which I definitely probably agree with. Like, and for online tournaments, people were just like, do I really want to play ADPization? I don't know, probably not. But if you like put a major tournament in front of them, it's like, do I really want to do well? Yes. Okay, I'm playing ADPization. Yeah, way more people would have played it IRL because it was that good. Yeah, probably. Also, the new set, Surging Sparks, and what deck you think gets better with it? I mean, Surging Sparks, I don't know, there's so many things to think about. Things that can abuse Pikachu EX, like that's like the best card in the set, probably by far, right? Is Pikachu EX. So stuff that abuses Pikachu EX is probably the things that get most improved. Although I'm probably missing... Am I missing, actually? I don't know if I'm missing any like really impactful trainer cards. There's like the stupid Helper Bell. That's a cringe card. Helper Bell is literally... What did someone say earlier? Someone in chat was like, I feel like they're... Not calling you out. I'm kind of calling you out. Someone in chat was like, I feel like there need... Maybe this was yesterday. Someone in chat was like, there needs to be a... I feel like there should be a card that says... What was the card? Oh, wait, maybe it's not as bad as I was... What did they say? If it's your first turn... Or is it your second turn? If it's your first turn, maybe it's not that bad. If it's your first turn, go in first, shuffle your hand back into your deck and draw 6 cards. Or if this is your first turn, shuffle your hand back into your deck and draw 6 cards or something. And play it from your hand. I was like, no, I don't know if we want any more like turbo turn 1 cards. I don't think we need that. Helper Bell is like a cringe card. Don't really need that. It's not necessary to have something like that. There's no like having no variance tied to a card is so... There is obviously some variance, but like... Yeah, cards like Helper Bell are cringe because it's not like you don't have to like sequence or play differently around the card. Well, I guess you kind of do, but it's just like if you draw it, you play it. But it's like, oh, how do I maximize my potential for my Poke Gear? There's some amount of intricacy and there's something interesting about that, right? How do I maximize? I'm playing Raging Bolt and I need to find Sada turn 1. I play Poke Gear. How do I maximize my potential for my Poke Gear to maximize my outs to my Sada? And then there's Helper Bell. Oh, I Pokestopped into my Helper Bell. Helper Bell for my Sada. Like, there's nothing... There's, like... Something way less interesting about that. Like... Yo, what's up, Sleepy Cat? And even then, Pokegear is, like, not that interesting of a card, but, like... It's not Helper Bell. I mean, if possible, Scramble Switch in Drago is the best way to play Drago. I could see that, to be honest. So that would be like... Actually, sounds kind of sick in Drago. Yeah, Scramble Switch. Drago might get a big boost with Scramble Switch. I could see that being better than Prime. It'd be tough. Prime's pretty good. But Scramble Switch is also pretty good. You would definitely play 5 Energy Switch if you could. And you would play a card that's better than Energy Switch if you could. But would you do it if you have to cut your prime catcher? You know what? Actually, fuck it, dude. There's no way that Scramble Switch isn't probably the better ace spec in... If we have people out here playing Scoop Up Cyclone in Regidrago, Scramble Switch got to be broken in Regidrago, bro. Because that card sucks ass. So Scramble Switch has got to be broken in Regidrago. If we got people out here playing Scramble Switch or Scoop Up Cyclone, it's got to be broken. There's just no way. And I'll share with the class again. Glad someone said it. Have you been thinking about that for a while, Akko? Scramble Switch probably makes Kieran plays much easier with Drago. Yeah, it's true. You don't get the gust, but if people just aren't playing Manaphy to begin with, you're just like Kieran. They knock out your active Drago, you push up an Ogre Pawn, attach another energy to it, Scramble Switch into a new Drago, and I'll cure him again. Kind of broken. It does have a decent amount of 7 ace specs. Well, it's not more. We had 7 ace specs in the first set as well, right? Azul, I won my first little tournament in Vienna. Thanks to you in chat with Maridon. Stick to here, Stevo. Keep it up. What does Rich Energy do? When you attach it from your hand to one of your Pokemon, you draw 3 cards. It seems terrible. I saw someone typing it up recently. How do you tailor Guardy to withstand Terapagos? No clue. Probably the turbo build, but not sure. Yeah, probably the turbo build. Actually, someone asked me about Guardy earlier, and I was like, they're probably both kind of equal. Actually, you probably have to play the turbo build just to keep up with Dusknoir decks, to be honest. Okay, if you're playing Guardy right now, you probably have to play the turbo build to keep up with Dusknoir. Dusknoir's probably too hard to beat without turbo-ness. Return seems broken with Block Lax. When you attach this card from your hand to a Pokemon, draw 4 cards. I guess you could go attach it, draw 4 Penny. Yes? Is that what we're thinking? Maybe it's okay. What does the button do? Scramble Switch? Switch your active to your bench. Move as many energy from the old active to the new active as you like. Pidgeot V. Yeah, but you're not guaranteed to draw back into the rich energy. That's not that good of a... Like you... Nest Ball for Pidgeot V. Attach rich energy. Draw 4. And then you shuffle it all back to the deck. And it's like, who knows when you'll see the rich energy again. And then also, who knows when you'll see the Pidgeot V again. You don't have infinite Nest Balls. But with the Penny looping, that's a little bit different. But also, I don't know, the Heroescape is pretty hard to... I don't know, it's pretty hard to say that Heroescape is not the better of the choices, to be honest. Yeah, Heroescape is pretty it's pretty cool, pretty chill. Pretty good card, pretty good card. But yeah, best Pokemon, best card in the set, I think probably Pikachu EX, right? Next best, I don't know. Oh, Countergain's kind of chill. I don't know what you play it in, but Countergain's chill at the very least. Scramble Switch is good. Perfect Mixer is... like, Scramble Switch and Perfect Mixer are probably the 2 best niche cards. If you really want to beat Lugia, I got you. Discard all Pokemon Tool cards and special energy attached to each of your opponent's Pokemon, and discard any stadium card in play. Blow it all away. Knock out the chops. That's game. Counter Catcher the chops. Megaton Blower. GG. Terra Orb is good. That's a good one, yeah. It's a pretty good card. Where's that? Terra Orb. Search your deck for a Terra Pokemon. Kind of broken. That would be like a 1-of in Dragapult and Charizard, right? Because being able to go Arfin for it, for your Terra Pokemon, is pretty sick. By the way, 8 ace specs. Oh, true. The Amulet of Hope. Can't forget about the Amulet of Hope. If the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, you may search your deck for up to 3 cards and put them into your hand. This card has to suck, right? Although, hold up. I saw the memes with the Jirachi. But what if you, like, searched out Arvin for Amulet of Hope plus Poffin for Cleffa attaches to your Cleffa. Well, they're just not going to knock out your Cleffa, right? Yeah, Amulet seems pretty mid, to be honest. I don't know how you're forcing your opponent to knock this something out with this and how much it would actually matter. They'll be using Block Lax more than Rich Energy? I'm not sure about that, to be honest. It's pretty mid. It seems pretty mid, though. Definitely seems mid. I've seen better. I've seen better A-specs. Hold up. Lamont's quick thinking. Heal 60 damage from each of your lightning Pokemon. This is what Jesse needed in the show match, or in the show match I did against Ian to heal the lightning Pokemon from the double Kieran play. This is for Jesse. Hold counter for Miraidon. True. I don't know. You have so many other liabilities that aren't. Half your bench is non-lightning Pokemon. Non-lightning Pokemon 2 prizers. I think you're still cooked against Pult for that game plan. You must discard a relaxing teaser from your hand in order to use this ability. Once on your turn, you may switch in one of your opponent's... Wait, hold up. Wait, what? I didn't read this. That's real? This is good. You can use this card only if you go second and only on your first turn. Put an energy attached to one of your opponent's Pokemon into their hand. This is... The effect of this is whatever. That's Gust on board, though. Waste an item? Are we cooking? Not you. Where is it? Oh. I don't know. I think we're cooking. I think we're cooking that. Pokestop into the teaser. Tempting Tail. Gust. GG. You lose. It's cooler than boss. It is cooler than boss. What do you think, Jake? Do you think boss is going to rotate? I think boss is going to rotate. Actually, they're giving us 2 gust effects in this set. That'll be around when boss rotates. They're giving us... Nope, not you. Let's see his appeal. Switching one of your opponent's benched basic Pokemon. Or benched basic Pokemon. I meant to emphasize basic, not benched. To the active spot. The new active is now confused. They're giving us the appeal and Tempting Tail. I think boss is going to rotate. I've been saying this, though. I've been saying boss is going to rotate since this was revealed. Because this card makes no sense if boss is in the format. Now, it's fine for them both to exist in the same format if boss is going to rotate. I think 100% boss is going to rotate when I saw this. But now we see this as well. Boss is done. The boss's days are limited. Boss isn't confused, though. Yeah, you're right, gamer. They're just trying to give us different ways to gust Pokemon. They're going to get one that poisons, and then we're going to get one that burns. We also have Chantel. True, they also gave us Chantel. Well, Chantel's cringe because it's a coin flip. Now decks are going to play 4 Chantel, 4 Pokemon Catcher. That's what decks are going to become. You play Chantel first, and if you switch your side, then you play the Pokemon Catcher. No. You play Chantel first, and you switch into... If you get heads, you gust. If you get tails, you switch into your Weavile, and you gust with the Weavile. And then you rescue board retreat your Weavile. And they also gave us Weavile recently, too, as like another gust effect. Yeah, then you push up your Weavile, you gust them, and then you rescue board retreat your Weavile. Genius. The boss is out of order. Yeah, it's out of order. It's got to go. Weavile is old. Oh, is Weavile rotating with boss? Okay, never mind. Removing boss from the game would be dumb. No, I don't think so. I think having some kind of gust effect around is good, but having more conditional gust effect, I think, is better than... Well, I personally think is better than boss. Removing boss neutrally should never be considered like a dumb thing in the game. I think you could argue that the way the Pokemon TCG is, some form of gust effect should be a constant in the game. I think that'd be like a fair argument. Saying boss should never be removed is being dumb. That is dumb. But you could definitely argue that it's better to have some gust effect in the format, which I don't disagree with. I think some form of gust effect is like your opponent not being able to just like build up their freaking kingdom on their bench with their stupid Pokemon that you can't interact with is probably cringe. So as long as you have some kind of bench disruption, Iron Bundle, Escape Rope, Rhyme, or even we get into the gust territory as well. We can get into the gust territory. we get into the Gus territory as well, right? Where he's like more conditional, great catcher, custom catcher, yada yada yada. Or we introduce you to Meowstic with Tempting Tail. Or Lycia's Appeal. Only basic Pokemon can be gusted, you know? Yeah, some kind of bench manipulation. I don't know what the best term to use is. I've been using that term though. Some kind of disruption, I guess. Some kind of bench disruption of your opponent's bench, I think is good. Boss's Order just kind of being like a blanket kind of disrupt all is kind of cringe. It's not as cringe as something like Guzma. Guzma was hyper cringe, the most cringe card, and even when before that it was even worse. It was non-flip catcher. Non-flip catcher. Oh my gosh. See, but some of y'all, a lot of y'all, most of y'all have not played as long as I have, or some people in chat, and I've seen a lot of different gust effects in the Pokemon TCG. Is taking Mawile Tempting Trap out of the active take away its effect? No, the effect is on the Pokemon that Mawile attacked, not the Mawile itself. Why is Guzma worse than boss, in your opinion? Just being able to switch out your side is just broken. It's just broken. It's more often broken than bad. It being like a double card. It's like 2 cards in one. Yeah. There were some situations, but it was very rare where you're like, oh shoot, I have to move my side of the field. It was very rare that ever came up. And it was almost always more so, thank goodness I can move something on my side of the field. Oh, the stream end? It's unfortunate. Maybe it just like disconnected. Oh, I meant to switch over to this. Dude. Holy. 7-round event? Do they only have 7 rounds? No, they had they didn't even play the 7th round. The 7th round hasn't even played. Let me see. Let me move around on this real fast. Isn't it 8-2? Yeah, it's 8-2. 8 day 1, 2 day 2. 8-2? Actually, I'm gonna fact check that. That 8-2 sounds crazy, but it might be 8-2. There's only 300 players there, so. There's only 300 players. Yeah, 8-2. Only 2 into asymmetrical cut. So will 8 and 2 be cut then? Probably. Yeah, it's 8-2. You need 513 players for 8-3. 513 players for 8-3. And then 1,025 for 8-4. And then, yeah. 8-2. Yo, chat, because I haven't actually played in one of these tournaments. Do you guys like the new system? Yeah, I haven't actually played in one of these tournaments. Do y'all like the new system or the old system more? Or are you neutral on it? New, old, or neutral? How do y'all feel? For anyone who's been to a major event this season so far. Explain the system. Old is better. I hate gentlemen's. They are playing. I don't know why stream is cut. Yeah, I mean, I'll stay on the page here to see if it comes back. But and then maybe they're done. I don't know. I doubt they're done. Maybe they lost internet or something. Well, the tournament's not over, that's for sure. Wasn't Worlds this year in the new system? So you have played in it? I guess that is technically true, but I don't know. Worlds always feels weird. I didn't think about it as being a new system. I feel like no one approached it as it being a new system either. The new system is fine, but time in between rounds seems to have gotten longer due to players settling gentlemen's. Yeah, that needs to be like figured out. So it's like not like a actual factor on the slowing down of the tournament. That is true though. Worlds of the Year this year was in the new system. I didn't like think about it as like being a new system though. If I go to a Pokemon tournament, I would like to play more Pokemon rather than less Pokemon. That is a fair take, I think, Jake. New tournament system is better because day 2 is an achievement now. It is harder, but I mean, I guess that is still like a personal statement. Like, I don't think getting day 2 in the old system was very much an achievement. I guess I wouldn't look at getting day 2 in the new format personally as an achievement either. So it's kind of like a personal take, no matter what. It is harder to do it, but yeah, like for some people personally, making day 2 in last format or this last format or this format was an achievement. Just feels a lot more cutthroat. Makes sense. Kind of like force everyone to get a little bit more competitive. Why is an asymmetrical cut better than an extra squish round on day 2? Because there's always going to be people that are left out, but asymmetrical, I don't know. That's actually kind of a good question. It's kind of the same thing. Is it how is it that much different? How is one more swish round that much different than asymmetrical cut? It's really not that much different, right? I think that making day 2 at a 2,000 plus player tournament is an achievement is such an insane take. Well, it depends how you got there. Imagine if you have to get there by winning 1 of 9 rounds, right? It depends what you have to do to get there. Does it feel like you have to actually do that much to actually get to day 2? Yeah, it's not about actually making day 2. It's about what you have to do to get to day 2. In my opinion, I don't get why day 2 needs to mean anything at all. I think it'd be better if everyone could play all the rounds. Cutting people off is arbitrary, but we do it for logistical reasons, so it's reasonable to have some it's reasonable to have it to some extent, but I think the new system eliminates way too many. It's a fair take, I guess. Way too many. Maybe. I guess it'd be kind of cool if they like put more resources into like other things to do at the event in terms of like side events, like other ways to play the game at the event. Although I don't really know what side events look like at tournaments because I don't play in side events ever, to be honest. It's way harder to make day 2 and to win now for sure. I don't know if it's any harder to win a regional now. It's harder to make day 2, but I don't know if it's any harder to win a regional now than it was previously. It feels like it's probably about the same. You kind of had to go X and 2 at majors towards the end of last season. You had to go X and 2 anyways. If they were actually utilizing this extra space, then it makes sense, but venues are empty day 2. Day 2 is easier, day 1 is harder. Is it easier? What's the first event I'm playing this season? Sacramento. It's always subjective anyways. Azul has 1 major event, so of course making day 2 means less to him. If you never made day 2, it probably means something to you. Either way, it's fine. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like it's just like achievement is like personal in that situation. I mean, I think there's some things that we all come together on and are like, yeah, that's a pretty big achievement in the PokemonTCG. Like winning a major tournament is, I think we all agree, is a pretty big achievement in the PokemonTCG, right? But when you get down, the further away you get from actually physically winning the event, the less of an achievement something becomes for more people, right? And then it just becomes more of like a personal thing. Like, to you personally, does that mean something? We used to have 10% make it to day 2. Now it's 5%. I don't see why it shouldn't be even 20%. Even if there's a ton of people who can't progress into like top 8 still making day 2, Jake? Or do you think everyone who makes day 2 should Do you think everyone who makes day 2 should be able to win the tournament? Going undefeated and missing day 2, is that good? Ties, dude. This is one of my pet peeves. This is one of my pet peeves. Anyone with a tie should not be considered undefeated. If you have a tie, you are not undefeated. Yeah, it's not a thing. We need to stop that. I think someone who is 13-1 is vastly more impressive than someone who is 12-02. Not vastly. It's more impressive to be 13-1 than be 12-02. Both pretty impressive records, but I would definitely tip give the higher props to the person who has just like who is 13-1. Thank you. Someone at Baltimore was like 503 and gloating how they were undefeated. Yeah, having a tie is it's nothing impressive. Like it's not impressive. Like it's nothing special. Being undefeated with ties is like not special. It's not more valuable than a loss. Like it's not more prestigious than a loss. Like defeated means you lose. Ties in a lose. All right. You're technically undefeated, but the mindset around that meaning something, it needs to change because it doesn't mean anything. Let's put it that way. You are technically undefeated if you haven't lost yet, but the way that it's portrayed as like being some like extra feat, it's not like something. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not some extra like feat is being achieved here just because you didn't lose a match. Yeah, because you didn't like lose a match, like not some extra feat wasn't achieved. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. Someone who's 12-1 is more impressive than someone who is. Someone who's 12-1 is more impressive than someone who's 11-02. That's what I'm saying. Like the idea of being undefeated is like touted as being like more impressive than potentially having a loss when that's not true. Ties feel like a participation trophy. Yeah, it also doesn't feel good to tie like ever, pretty much ever. It feels like pretty like even if it's like a situation, like even if if tying just feels different, to be honest. Like losing to someone obviously doesn't feel great. You lost, they won, but tying feels kind of deflating. It's like I didn't win, but like, there was just no conclusion to the match. The ties are just so unsatisfying because it's like, yeah, ties are just unsatisfying. Even like, yeah, ties are just unsatisfying. You didn't win, but your opponent like so we're sitting down to have a competitive match and neither of us won. So it's not as deflating if you were to lose. I don't think it's just different feelings. I feel like it's just different feelings. Tying and losing are two different feelings. Tying and losing are two different feelings. I guess I would say I would definitely prefer to tie. Well, I don't even know if that's true, because if you tie and it's effectively a loss in the tournament, like if a tie puts you out of the tournament, it's like the same thing as losing. But it's so much less, like even when you lose, you're like, all right, I lost. You know, best of luck to my opponent. You know, I hope because everyone has like a little bit of like, I'm out of the tournament, but like you almost like are rooting for the people who beat you to do better, right? I mean, at least that's how I feel. Like if I want someone to do well besides like my friends or my testing partners, I want the person who beat me to do well because they beat me, right? Not me as in me, but me as in like anyone. I don't think I'm alone in that feeling. Like I want the people who beat me to do well because they beat me, not beat me, but beat me as in the me, as in the you. Before someone says, before someone says what they think that I said, it's not what I said. Yeah. Of course, it's like different if it's like a tie that doesn't take you out of the tournament. But now basically every tie is effectively a loss. So yeah, I'd say it's just different. It feels different. Almost equally as bad though. Okay, if you're 6-0, would you rather lose or tie? Lose, because that means I was smart and made a gentleman's agreement that caused an outcome of the game that wasn't a tie. If I tie at any tournament ever again, besides IDing, call me out on it. There's no, I hope, well, if my opponent refused the gentleman's agreement, then that'd feel pretty bad. That would also feel bad then, because then I was in a situation where my opponent refused gentleman's. I was like, well, we could have had like a conclusion to this, but that feels pretty bad. And I'm not holding it against my opponent, but it would feel bad. Like for me and my opponent to end our match in a tie, when it's like, well, we could have had a gentleman's agreement here, but my opponent didn't want a gentleman's agreement, because I'm in a gentleman's agreement from round one. Every single major I go to, moving forward. Literally, I'll sit down round one against my opponent. I was like, hey, you want a gentleman's agreement based on board state? If they say no, then I'll have to 2-0 them. But if they say yes, then I'll 2-0 them anyways. I don't know. I feel like being 7-0-2 going to day 2 is a lot better than 7-2. Yeah, but for the overall potential outcome of the tournament, it could just be the same thing. It could be different, but like it's so hard to predict if you'll end up with your ties. I'd rather go into game 3 with 7 minutes left, being like, if I just play better than my opponent for these 7 minutes and acquire a better board state than them, then they will concede to me because we agreed to have a gentleman's based on board state. So I'm actually utilizing that time towards the progression of potentially 3 match points instead of being like, well, 7 minutes left. I guess we're going to tie. I'm going to end up with 1 match point. I think the ties versus wins should be worth 2-5 rather than 1-3. That'd be interesting. Would that actually shake things up, Jake, or would still X2 be cut? Would that actually change anything at the end of the day? Gentlemen's on prizes is cringe. It is cringe, but it's probably the way that most people should approach gentlemen's agreements. It would. Have you done the math? I haven't done the. I wouldn't. I obviously have not done the math. So, explain a better board state. Higher percentage. Like if you look at a game of Pokemon and you're like, I think I win this 70% of the time. That's it. And it's not as hard to do as you think it is. Like, when you guys look at board states or when you're in games of Pokemon, do you always think, oh, I have a 50% chance of winning this because either I win or I lose? Is that, no one looks at board states that way, right? No one looks at a board, is playing in a game of Pokemon or looks at a board state of Pokemon and being like, well, you win or you lose, so it's a 50-50. If you're in a game of Pokemon, you're like, I think I win this. Or you think, I think I'm probably going to lose this, but, I mean, we're in game 3, so we'll play it out, and I hope I don't lose, right? You're like, well, if they just have boss next turn, they probably have boss like 100% of the time. I probably lose here, right? But a board state doesn't work with every deck. Yes, it does. What do you mean? You maybe can't determine who has a higher chance of winning, but there's always a higher chance of winning on board. For every given board state, it's not possible for there not to be a board state where someone has a higher chance of winning the game. Someone always has a higher chance of winning the game. From the moment you agree to have a game of Pokemon, or from the moment you guys are playing a game of Pokemon. Just because you can't maybe conclude who has the better board state doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It does exist, but evaluating who has it is the thing of contention. It's 50-50. You either win or you lose. More likely your opponent backs out of a gentleman's if you go off board state. Probably on average, but I've never had someone back out of a board state gentleman's agreement with me. When evaluating board state, do you include cards in hand, whether a key card is still prized? Yeah, if you're both are being like truly honest about the situation, then like I had I conceded to someone in, I don't remember where it was. It was the second regional that Hedrick won. I probably would have won if I didn't prize second ordinary rod. But I prized second ordinary rod, so I conceded to my opponent. We had a gentleman's on board state. We would concede off board state, and they went, what did they do? They went, stream is back in Lima. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, we are back. Nope. They went like, knock out your Manaphy, go. And if I could recover Manaphy that turn, I'd probably win. But my ordinary rod was prized, so I conceded to them. Wait, did they just add the player cam? Am I tripping? Yeah, they just have one of the player cams just kind of floating right here. We are in round 7. Damien versus Ulrich. We have Cloth. Let's go. The Cloth versus Raging Bull. That's a pretty good matchup for Cloth. Hey, that's what you want to be playing against. This looks so... You guys can't see the player cam, so it doesn't look as weird for you guys. Okay, I'll show you what I'm seeing right now with the player cam. You guys can kind of see the player cam. But it's a little bit off-putting because you have a player cam there. Okay, they switch over to the other player. They need to just get rid of the player cam, though. Or are they now putting the player cam up here maybe now? It wasn't up here before. I just need to, like, completely cover it with my camera, to be honest. I'm just gonna occupy this space. but it was off-putting because they had it like the wrong player facing the wrong way. There we go. There's the Iron Bundle. Pretty good. Still needs to move this Brute out of the way. I'm not sure how far progressed they are in their turn here, to be honest, though. Yep, there's the Iron Bundle use. Looks like doing some math on the cloth. How likely is what I send up gonna die? And the answer is, if Damien can find Mochi, they all die. Needs more than just Mochi here, though. But yeah, the answer is, that's a pretty big hand. And there's a secret box in it. I think the play is available. I would, yeah, I would guess that the Squawkabilly is dead. I don't think Billy survived it. I'm sorry, Billy. We do need the least amount of stuff here, I think. I think we just need Sneasler to KO this Billy here. Right? We just need, Switch Cart, Sneasler, and the Ancient Capsule, I believe. This has to be a bad matchup for Raging Bolt. It's a terrible matchup for Raging Bolt, yeah. Did give up the Mochi there. The Mochi is effectively the Sneasler, but maybe we just want to go with the Sneasler. Well, actually, we do want... Oh, there's a Perilous Jungle. Wait, Perilous Jungle would have also worked. Wait, that's interesting. Do we just... No, but I guess we need to find the Ancient Capsule, right? Because there's a Switch Cart in the hand. I saw the Switch Cart in the hand. It almost like made me think that we literally had the play in hand and then chose to play Secret Box when we didn't need to. But I think we needed to get Ancient Capsule. If we didn't need to get Ancient Capsule, we should have just kept the whole hand. But they are eyeing up the Ancient Capsule, so that must mean that we did need the Ancient Capsule. Wait, no. Is there one in hand? Wait. There's Switch... How much HP does Squawkabilly have? 60 minus 30? We didn't need to play Secret Box there, right? We literally had... We could have played Perilous Jungle, Switch Cart, Ancient Capsule, knocked out the Squawk, right? And then we could have not put Sneasler on the bench and then had an extra bench space to work with. I don't think I'm miscalculating that, right? Because Cloth hits for 190. Yeah, we had Switch Card and Ancient Capsule in the hand. Switch, Ancient, Perilous Jungle, knockout. And then we just hold Secret Box for next turn. Yeah. It feels like an overcook here for sure. Cloth is counter meta or is meta? Counter meta. Definitely not a meta deck. I mean, I guess like I could see a reason for doing this would be, I don't know, it doesn't even progress our board state by that much for the cards we lost. It's like we got rid of cards that get the knockout to get cards that get the knockout. Yeah, it feels like an overcook for sure. Yeah, you like overcooked. Yeah, it's like you got rid of cards that get the KO to get cards that get the KO, which obviously doesn't make a difference. You could have just kept those cards. Already played Artisan though. Well, we got Artisan off the Secret Box, which we didn't need after we discarded Perilous Jungle off the Secret Box, which we could have kept. Yeah, it felt like a big overcook there. It felt like a big overcook. Good way to put it. Ooh, Briar definitely makes a difference in this matchup. I still think it's favorable, though. Definitely a favorable matchup, I feel like, here for sure. Briar's definitely a good card for the matchup, though. But right now, I think you're looking for... I assume we're looking for Sada to attack with this Fluttermane here. I guess, like, one thing, if they use Jungle, Flutter could KO the Cloth. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I guess maybe that's a reason to really not want Perilous Jungle in play. I guess I could see that. Maybe is that a good enough reason? That might be a good enough reason, to be honest. It could be. I could see it. I could see it. All right. The chase on the Brute. The classic play. But is it just... Gust Brute Pass. It might be. And we do see that switch card. There's a switch card in the prize cards here. So depending on how many switch cards are gone from Damien, Damien might struggle to move this. Now, most lists play like the 3 switch card, and then like the list that did well recently also plays a Jet Energy. So theoretically, there might be like 1 switch card or a Jet left here, possibly. I think he's trying to go for the Sneasers to get the Poison KO, no Fez. Perilous Jungle does the same thing. It still gets the Poison KO. Oh, we're actually going for the knockout here. Okay. That's probably almost a little bit better for Damien, to be honest. I wonder if, like, we could have played down a route where we try and trap this for a longer time. All right, there's the KO. Got our cloth. We got a Mochi in hand, so I believe... Wait, can we KO this thing without Mochi? 200. No, we come up 10 short. So the Mochi needs to get involved, or Perilous Jungle plus... It doesn't really matter what you send up here. Perilous Jungle plus the other thing. The biggest thing was like the Sneasler eats up our bench space is the thing I don't like here. Because now we have to bench another Brute. But we can't bench Brute and Pheasantipity, which would have been nice to bench Brute and Pheasantipity here. And if we had done the Perilous Jungle, we wouldn't need Radiant Sneasler on a bench. But now the Radiant Sneasler is on a bench. So Ulrich next turn can go for like an Iono plus knockout play, which could cause us to like whiff. We have another Brute in the deck. There's another Brute in the deck. There's another Brute in the deck. And yeah, we do have the Arvin in hand, so we will get the tool card here. And we have a Mochi in hand as well. Lining it all up. Well, this is where Iono could have a big impact because we don't have those support Pokemon in play. We don't have the I guess like Dippity is like the big one, right? We don't have Dippity in play here. We don't have bench space for it. We could see the Iono give Ulrich the time they need. They do need a lot of time, though, actually. They've drawn 1 prize card. And Damien will need 1 more KO on a 2 prize Pokemon to close out the game. So, yeah, Ulrich needs this Iono to do insane work on this next turn. Absurd levels of work. There's the Mochi. We got the knockout. Now we do need Mochi plus Radiant Sneasler. To be able to KO a Raging Bolt. But you don't have to want to KO this Raging Bolt either. Could 2 KO it. Could wait literally until Ulrich has drawn 4 prize cards and then take a knockout with a Ursaluna. That's also a possibility. They do have the Iono in hand, which is the big card coming up here. And I would assume doesn't play Bravery Charm because we didn't see any Bravery Charm in play or be played last turn. And Ulrich had a turn of access to that town store because Damien went use town store, play Artisan, use Artisan, which means that town store was in play during Ulrich's turn. There's the pawn. I have to imagine here comes the Iono. Also, oh, it's a Briar. I was like, is that a jamming tower? It's a Briar, though. Hazel, general question, is an ETB enough to compete at a tournament, or do you need more such better equipment? You definitely need more. But for the price of an ETB, you can buy like a competitive deck on TCG Player. So that's what I would recommend. Yeah, ETB is not enough. Oh. Wait, there is Bravery Charm. What the heck? Did Ulrich forget to use Town Store? Ulrich must have just like blanked on using Town Store. Two Bravery Charm. There was no Bravery Charm in play on Ulrich's side, right? Maybe one got vacuumed. That'd be three Bravery Charm though. That's Artisan, but it was Town Store. At the beginning of Damien's last turn, Damien activated Town Store, or Damien had Town Store in play, it was activated, and then played Artisan and used Artisan, which means Town Store was in play for a turn on Ulrich's turn, but there was no Bravery Charm in hand or on board, so I just assumed Ulrich doesn't play tools. But we see here, that's not true. Ulrich does play tool cards. They're there. What's the Uncommon Energy series where you and Chip play with just an ETB from Palian Fates? That does exist. Yeah. Oh, you asked me. I don't know if you're asking me a question though. Using opponent stadium is cheating. To be fair, true. I like to play with my own cards. All right, there's the cloth punch. No vacuum yet. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to get the knockout here. Artisan is activated. I don't know if they play vacuum. Oh, I do see the vacuum there actually. It was actually towards the top, I think. I think that was the vacuum in there. So that does mean if we just eventually find the vacuum, that can be the win condition here for Damien. You don't actually have to KO. You don't have to actually ever attack again. You just need to find vacuum, and you'll be able to win the game. There's the poison. And then here's the swing. Going to be for 240. Oh, I guess you can win with the Pecharunt as well, right? You could just go, like, push up Pecharunt boss. Because there's a boss in the hand here for Damien. So you could just gust the Raging Bolt into the active. We have to assume the Raging Bolt leaves the active this turn. Otherwise, you die to poison. So, going back into your turn. So we have to assume there's a switch card. Oh, but switch card does heal. We don't have a switch card yet. Here for Ulrich. Bolt is down. Here's the Sada. We could at least hard retreat our active by attaching to it for turn. Probably to the Fluttermane, to be honest. Yeah, that makes no sense on the Raging Ball, I don't think. The Fluttermane makes a little bit more sense, I think. Draw 3. Not much left to work with. Here comes the Tracking Shoes. Dippity, but there was no knockout last turn. Discard it. We need more. No, just... There was no knockout. Wait, was there a knockout? There was a knockout. Oh, and yet Damien catches them. He's like, nope. There was no KO. You're poisoned. And that's game. Damien can't retreat. Wait. 240? Yeah, that's game. It's game over. Damien can't retreat. It doesn't matter. Even if you get catcher heads here, you take 30 going into Damien's turn. Oh, you could KO the Sneasler. Wait, but then you die to the cloth. No, it's game. It's game. It's game. It's game. Damien with a 2-0. Cloth. Yeah, there's no out here. It's just game. Yeah. Or I mean, I don't know what that next card was. If you discard the Pheasantipity, what's behind door number 2? We'll never find out, I guess. At the very least, Ulrich needs a way to retreat the active, though. I'm curious what they're discussing here. I don't know if Ulrich realizes that there's no out here, or he's trying to come up with an out, but there is no out. I don't know if Ulrich is just like, oh, what Pokemon should I trap in the active for the turn, or if maybe there's not a realization of like the lack of outs here. House Claw 501. This deck is only good against Bolt. It's better against more than Bolt. It's not the best deck ever, but it's decent. It's solid. All right, there's a concession. Yep, Ulrich is like, how can I do it? I can't do it. And we got the cloth. This was actually a win-in round. Damien moving on to day 2 here with the cloth. Dude, cloth keeps cooking. I mean, as long as Raging Bolt is as popular as it has been, like, that is like the big thing that I think is carrying cloth right now, is Raging Bolt is so popular, and it's such a good matchup for cloth. Like, it's so good. Cloth has replaced Ancient. But is Cloth good against anything else? Now you got me second guessing. Like, wait, so Cloth is good against Raging Bolt, but so was Ancient Box. But Ancient Box just sucks. Cloth is at least cool. Cloth's not probably that good either, but it's a cool deck. It's got the cool points. There's nothing cool about Ancient Box. It's not cool. It sucks. All right. Well, Ulrich loses that one, but we'll have one more shot at a winning and going to the next round. So we got one more round left. We got round 8 coming up. Bolt needs an Ancient Capsule, then it wrecks Cloth. I mean, they would just 2-hit you, though, right? Why is Cloth particularly good against it? Because it can 1-hit KO them, and then it is a 1-prize Pokemon. So the prize share is just always in its favor. All right, you can't say a deck that won an IC sucks. Wait, what deck won an IC? Ancient Box? Wait, which IC did Ancient Box win? Wait, did Ancient Box win an IC? UIC Gabriel Fernandez? Dude, seniors doesn't count, bro. No, that's not how it works. It's not like a... That's not a turn. That's not going down in the record books. No one will remember the tournaments that seniors won. This is counting seniors now. It's just like putting it there for like, it's just like it exists on the site, but it doesn't mean it's like not something we use to like justify Ancient Box not being a bad deck. You got to come out with more than that. If that's all you got, that just like proves that Ancient Box is bad. You just have a different meta. It's not like too ridiculously different. It's just like so much more depicted by like what the good players play though. I mean, look at Gabriel Fernandez, for instance. Like Gabriel Fernandez literally won with a terrible deck in Ancient Box. Like that, like should be enough of an example of the fact that like what does well in seniors doesn't matter, right? Because Ancient Box, terrible deck. Gabriel Fernandez won with it. I think it has a lot more to do with Gabriel Fernandez than the player or than the deck, right? It's way more to do with the player than the deck, right? It's a perfect example of that. Also, 4th at Worlds, same player. 1st at Worlds Juniors. What, Ancient Box? This is just like further proving my point of how good these juniors and seniors players are. I don't know what you're trying to... You're just literally proving my point for me, Zeki. Ancient Box is a terrible deck, and then Gabriel Fernandez was able to take it to an IC win and get 4th at Worlds and seniors, and then also won in juniors. Like that the Gabriel Fernandez is like a really good player, can even take a terrible deck to deep finishes in the seniors division, and same thing with the juniors player as well, right? Like... Took this absolutely awful deck, Ancient Box, and won juniors with it. Like, the players are so good. They got third at regionals and masters soon after. Yeah, I'm saying, like, yeah, these players are like, imagine if they played good decks. Like, these players would be like undefeated with every single deck that they touched. Jake could work out second Orlando. Yeah, like, but imagine if he played a real deck, he would have won the tournament, right? Liam would have stood no chance if Jake had just played a real deck. Like, would have been cooked. Easy 2-0. What deck just won? Cloth. You're literally just making my point for me, Zeki. Who doesn't like the deck? It was a horrible deck. No, I just think it's a horrible deck. You guys, I don't know where you guys like why like I'm not misspeaking. Like, you guys are like inventing something that I said. You guys are like inventing something that I said when I say things. I think the deck is bad. I don't not like the deck is just, I think the deck is just bad. Like, I don't have anything personally against Ancient Box. I genuinely think the deck is bad. It's not a good deck. It's not a worst tier deck. I mean, what is a worst tier deck? I don't even know. That's not even saying anything. It's like a tier, if it's on a if it is on a tier list, it's like a tier 5 deck. But even then, it's like not on a tier list. I don't know, lowest tier. Yeah, that's where Ancient Box is. It's probably on the lowest tier. But people, it's probably not even on people's tier list right now because the deck is that bad. Yeah, like this is like the conversation I brought up. This is what I said like earlier when someone was like, I'm not sure if Azul is trolling or being genuine when he says Raging Bolt is mid over and over. I'm not like, there's nothing to interpret here. There's nothing like, I'm not trying to next level mind game you guys. There's nothing to decipher. I think Raging Bolt is mid, and I think Ancient Box is bad. It's not because I have a vendetta against Ancient Box, and it's not because I'm trying to troll people into thinking that Raging Bolt is not mid. I genuinely think Raging Bolt is mid, and I genuinely think Ancient Box is bad. I don't know why you guys think there's like some extra layer to what I'm saying. There's no extra layer. There's not another layer to like get through. It's like, oh, what does Azul really mean when he says Ancient Box is bad? Is he saying it's bad as in he doesn't understand how to quite play it? But if his experience with the deck was better, it wouldn't be bad. It would be a tier 4 deck, not a bad deck. Okay, I get what you're saying, Azul. I get what you're saying. And for Raging Bolts, he says it's mid, but mid what? Like mid, like you'd put it in the middle of a sandwich if you could put it in a sandwich. Ooh, that's probably what he means when he says Raging Bolt is mid. If he put a Raging Bolt in a sandwich, it would be in the middle of the sandwich. It wouldn't be on the bread. It would be in the middle. Interesting. Okay, yes, yes, yes. I love how chat is like Azul no like deck equals say deck bad. No, I have no emotional attachment to... There's some decks that I get more enjoyment out of playing or less enjoyment out of playing for sure. Or there's decks I like playing more than others. But if I say a deck is good or bad, I think it genuinely is just good or bad or mid. Like, it's not because I'm like, oh man, every time I play this deck, I always prize my prize cards. This is a bad deck. It's like, no, I think the deck is just bad because I think it's bad. I played this deck in an online tournament and I went 0-3. Bad deck. It has to be bad. I literally went 2-2 with Dragapult yesterday. I still think Dragapult's a good deck. Like, it's not... There's no extra layer to anything I say. Unless I'm obviously memeing, but then I feel like that should be obvious. Don't you hate prizing your prize cards? It's pretty rough. He says mid because you have to read in between the lines. If you're going with a beat stick deck, what would I pick between Raging Bolt and Roaring Moon? Raging Bolt. If I was picking between Raging Bolt and Roaring Moon right now, I'd pick Raging Bolt. I just want you to agree with them. Maybe, and maybe it's if I'm not agreeing with them, there has to be some deeper meaning to it. I guess that's possible. That could be part of it. Zul gives Ancient Box a doom. Zul must hate Palfany X. Loyal 3 Gardevoir. Loyal 3 Gardevoir in the current meta. Arceus Tina. He must hate all decks that have fun but suck. Must. I bet any given time there's only 3 good decks in a format worth playing if you want to have a chance at winning. I think the number can definitely be higher than that for sure, Mike. But the number is a lot higher than that of what can win. Maximizing your odds to win is like a different question though, right? But for the current landscape of competition, there's a lot of decks that like can reasonably win if you play a really good list and play really efficiently, right? Also, once again, like this is just on top of the to add an actual another layer, but this is just common sense. This is also just my opinion. You can disagree with me, but assuming that I'm being bad faith is kind of cringe. Like until I've like given a reason for you to assume I'm being bad faith, I feel like you shouldn't assume I'm being bad faith. And I guess it's like a little bit different perspective from me instead of you, because I'm just assuming I'm taking you guys all at your word, but I'm the content creator, right? So it's a little bit different on my side compared to you guys. Like whatever you guys say in chat, I just take you at your word, right? But you can definitely develop an opinion of or a perception of me. But I don't know. I feel like I haven't done anything that would cause you to assume I'm being bad faith ever. Like I don't know. It's someone in chat has something to work off of, but I feel like there isn't something to work. That you don't. I don't think anyone in chat has anything to be like, oh, this is why I don't believe Azul's takes on decks. Because he was bad faith here. But remember, it has to be bad faith, not wrong. I'm wrong all the time. But just because I was wrong once doesn't mean I was bad faith. It means I was wrong. Being wrong and bad faith are not the same thing as well. So to assume what you're assuming, or to add that extra layer to my opinion, you'd have to assume I'm being bad faith. Why do you think Bolt is mid? Just like out of the decks to choose from in the current meta, there's just so many better decks. Are they right 95% of the time? Well, I think I am. But once again, that's my opinion. But 95% of the time, I mean, yeah, I don't have an actual... Well, I mean, I know you're being facetious, Fami. Why is Azul so good at arguing? Is legitimately respectable? I just like to like, I'm a very logical person, but you can't, to be logical, you have to understand ways to like show people the logic, right? Like I can't, it's really hard. It would be really hard for me to like converse with chat in the way I do if I don't give you guys examples or break it down in a way that is like, makes it like understandable, right? Because you guys also aren't content creators, so you don't do the same things that I do for you to be able to understand what I know, right? So I have to be able to explain it in a way, because it's just different, right? Like you guys aren't content, well, some of you might be, but like I am a content creator, so I like talk to so many people so often, right? Like in these kind of ways. So like, so you guys understand my points and where I'm coming from. I have to come up with ways to explain that, right? Like there's probably plenty of different things that you guys could explain to me that I have no idea how to explain, but that's for your expertise, right? We all have different expertise, and one of mine is explaining things to chat. Yeah, one of my things is like explaining things to chat, which means then I have to come up with ways to explain things. And all this kind of like, I started getting good at this stuff when I started coaching, actually. That's when I started getting good at breaking down logical thought processes, was when I started getting better at coaching. That's actually probably the main driver for how I speak and break things down now on stream, is because of coaching. Because I had to come up with ways to talk about Pokemon in a way, so I had to come up with ways to basically break down Pokemon. And like I had to learn how to do that, which then has kind of transitioned over into my stream when I try and explain things. Or now it allows me to explain things differently. That hopefully makes it easier for you guys to understand when I'm trying to explain something, as far as like Pokemon things go, or even other things. So you're saying ACB, when I started coaching, I got good at breaking down. Do you mean genuinely breaking things down, or are you just making a joke? I don't think you're being bad faith. I just came back to the teaching and you keep saying a bolt is mid. So I did not know if it was a meme in the stream, meaning the deck was broken. Oh, I've been saying mid, not meme. No, I've been saying bolt is a meme. I've been saying bolt is a mid. Bolt is mid. Will you and Chip touch on the Ihana situation on the pod this week? Probably. I'm not gonna say for sure though. What deck is better than Bolt? Drago, Lugia, Dragapult, Charizard, Cloth? Maybe. Probably not. I would rather Thorns. Thorns right now, but Thorns is like a meta call deck. Maybe Turtles. Honestly, I'm not sold on Turtles yet because I haven't played with it. Gardevoir's probably not better. Stall might be better. Palkia Dusknoir's better. Palkia Noctowl probably isn't. Drago, if I didn't already say that. Did we lose the stream again? Hold up. They lost internet again. Oh, wait. No, it's not back. It's not back. We just lost it again. The internet must keep going out. That's the only thing that makes sense. They keep losing the internet. So thanks for the advice at the end of the pod this week. Helped me stop stressing and locking my deck choice. Yeah, it's the number one. I think that's actually the number one problem for people who are trying to be more competitive, is overthinking their deck choice for major tournaments. People gotta stop overthinking it. You just gotta play a good deck, learn to play a good deck well. I like Bolt, play with Bolt, had local success with Bolt. Even I understand what Azul means when he says it's mid, and I agree. You have time for a tier list? Bro, I'm too tired to do the tier list, honestly. I'm kind of just like vibing. I don't want to think too hard. I feel sick. I don't think I am. Dude, I've been saying this last 3 days. I keep feeling, every day I feel sick, but I'm not like sick. It's just like I feel sick, kind of worn down. But I'm not getting sick. I don't know what it is, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not trying to think. I know thinking about doing a tier list doesn't require that much thinking, but that's how I feel right now. I don't even want to do it. I'll do a tier list tomorrow after the stream. I might stream for a little bit after the tournament anyways as well. We'll see. We'll do a tier list tomorrow after the stream though. Maybe Monday. We'll see. Tomorrow or Monday. I need to say I played TCG for like 12 years. I was never as good as today. Yeah, I'm older now, but your breakdowns and explanations are helping a lot. I love your content. I think you are starting with real. I think if you are starting with real coaching, I will be the first one to go to your lessons. Appreciate it, Sivo. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever returning to coaching again. The closest thing people can get to higher level Pokemon TCG insights from me will be my Metafy group, but I've been enjoying doing the Metafy group, so I don't think I'll ever return to coaching again. Too restrictive. I don't like the idea of like being like I have to commit 3 hours guaranteed of my time on certain days throughout the week, or 2 to 3 hours, whatever. I like the freedom. What do you think of Crispin and Bolt? Probably bad. Probably just play more Poke Gears and more Truck and Shoes. Just always better. Money wasn't good enough? No. 'Cause theoretically for coaching, I could literally charge as much as I wanted. Nothing, I don't do anything. Nothing I do is motivationally driven. Or not motivationally driven. It is motivationally driven. Is monetarily driven? Yeah, nothing I do is monetarily driven. I made pretty good money from coaching. And I could have probably increased my rate by quite a bit if I really want to. I just don't like doing it. Yeah, I just don't like doing it anymore. What do you do if your opponent doesn't speak English when asking for a gentleman's agreement? You can call over a translator, or you're just gonna have to go without. Yeah, translator, if there is a translator. But like at Worlds, there's a translator. There usually is someone who speaks most of the languages that are used commonly in the Pokemon TCG. At majors, even like regionals, yeah. Ian's playing in the Magic regionals. Would you ever bench out like that? Don't have any plans to, but I'm not against it. Translator on your phone, maybe. You can probably use that as well. Yeah, before the match starts, you can probably use your phone to like do like some quick Google translating or something like that. Yeah. Is my full-time job content? Yeah. Content, kind of like Pokemon in general, but more so content than competing. There's another round. There is technically another round in the tournament. They will play another round in the tournament. Will it be streamed is the question at this point. Any plans to dabble in VGC? No plans, but same thing, like not against it. Have any pets? I do not. There are 2 cats that exist in the house. I feel like it would be fun to watch you play the next main game series. Bro, I really hate the Pokemon video games. The whole like battling and everything interests me and is cool, but the Pokemon video games are just bad video games. They're like not, yeah. I mean, people get annoyed when I say that, but dude, they're just not good video games. Obviously, they're meant for kids, yada yada yada. But like, besides like the whole battling part of the VGC, that's like the only interesting part. That is the cool part. The competition around like the competitive VGC is cool, but actual video games themselves are just like, I don't know, it just feels super mid. There's like no story. Like what I consider as good video games is like, what is the video game supposed to be? It's like you take something like the Pokemon video game and it's like an action RPG? What is like the official like genre you'd give it? Action RPG. I played God of War Ragnarok. I have not finished it yet. I'm like, I actually don't know how far into it I am. I did play a little bit the other night though. JRPG. So Pokemon is a JRPG where the graphics suck and the story sucks. You can say that the whole interaction of catching Pokemon and breeding your Pokemon and battling Pokemon is fun in like the other part of it, but that it's still just a bad video game because it's the other 2 things. There's no story. The graphics suck. There's no story. The story's terrible. L video game. Now, if they made those 2 things good, it could be a good video game. Pokemon is baby's first JRPG. Exactly. But yeah, but kids' games are generally bad games. Good for the kids. And obviously it makes them a lot of money. They're still making them. Makes them a lot of money. They're still making them. Final Fantasy would be a good version of that genre. Yeah, there are obviously good video games in that genre of video games as well. That's another thing I should follow up on. There are good video games in that genre of video games, but there's a story and the lore is pretty solid, but people just button mash through the dialogue. But that's because like the way it's presented is so boring. Like everything visually looks terrible. Do the people even make, like, yeah, everything visually looks terrible. The people aren't actually even talking. It's just like they're just standing there and like bobbing their head as the text goes by. It's not engaging. It's just not engaging at all. You have to read it exactly. Although, like, some of the Zelda games don't have dialogue, right? But I read those because, like, I'm intrigued to know the things about the world. I'm more intrigued. Yeah, the Zelda games don't have dialogue. Like, they don't actually say anything, right? So they do have dialogue? Do they? Not all of them. Like, the older ones don't, though, right? I remember reading all this stuff on some of the older ones. They're just pushing out Pokemon games with minimal dev team and effort. It sucks. It's definitely just not a well-rounded experience. For sure. It's just not a well-rounded experience. I'm actually curious, like, what their growth numbers are on that, to be honest. Like, for the video games and stuff. Isn't, like, one of the most sold video games of all time, like, Red and Blue or something? But have any of the other video games passed that number? I wonder. Have I talked to Wolfie at all? No, I've never talked to Wolfie before. Each game breaks the record. Oh, does it really? I think Breath of the Wild was the first Zelda game with dialogue, and it's not even full dialogue. It's just like the first sentence that was said. Yeah. But I like read the dialogue in that one. But yeah, that's why I probably won't ever play. If I ever play, dude, but that's the thing. If I wanted to like play, Hazel, what's your prep for a major tournament? I went to Dortmund and my energy crashed hard around the 5th round. I mean, I think like some amount of like physical activity could definitely be, I don't know, like I guess like the main thing that would like make the most difference for like that kind of stuff is always like to be like being in shape can definitely be like a big difference for that kind of stuff as well. I mean, I think running is like just like the #1 thing for people to do across the board, and that can definitely translate over to, you know, a long day at a Pokemon tournament. But just going through the experience is definitely part of it, right? But then getting good sleep, drinking water, even if you're not thirsty, eating some food, but you don't have to eat a ton of food throughout the day, even if you're not hungry. Caffeine. I've been like doing a disclaimer whenever I mention caffeine. If you're over 18 or have like permission from an adult, caffeine is a good tool to utilize in long days at Pokemon tournaments. If you are a consumer of caffeine. But like all that stuff does make a difference for sure. All that stuff definitely does make a difference. According to Google, Red, Green, Blue still has the most sales, followed by Sword and Shield, then Scarlet and Violet after. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think that, yeah, I think those are all watch that sleep video? Yeah, watch the sleep video. Don't drink Monster, take a break in the breaks. A break in the breaks. Yeah, while you're taking a break, take a break. It's like that old meme. Unless, of course, you're like me and caffeine makes you sleepy. Is that even a thing? I don't think it's even possible. Can caffeine make you sleepy? Does that even work? It's a common symptom of ADHD. Really? That caffeine makes you sleepy? Interesting. I think my issue was inconsistent sleep the entire week before, then expected to hit so hard. I mean, sleep is like the #1 most important thing, just like in life in general. Like, I feel like it's something that I've discovered recently. I was kind of talking about it the other day on maybe it's a couple weeks ago now on stream. Like, that's like the #1 place to start is having a sleep schedule. If you're the biggest thing with some people is like work schedule. If your work schedule allows you to have a sleep schedule, like a consistent one, definitely something you should be doing. But that's like the #1 thing that can some people won't be able to actually consistently manage it because of work schedule. Day 1 over. Well, there is an 8th round, but I don't know if they're streaming it. Technically, there's an 8th round. They're probably playing it. Maybe they've started it. I don't know. And I do want to stream it, but the stream went down, so we're kind of waiting to see if the stream comes back, I guess. Yeah, we're waiting to see if the stream comes back. Which hopefully it does. But if not, well, we'll see. A very important question. Charmander, Bulbasaur, or Squirtle? Charmander. Has there been any Cloth on stream? We did just see half of a game of Cloth beating Raging Bolt. But the stream has been inconsistent. So there was no stream, and then it went on in the middle of round 7. I'm refreshing the page still constantly. And round 8 is supposed to be coming up, but the stream is dead again, so. Have I ever played Pokemon Go? Yeah, I haven't played in a long time. But I did play it on and off. My collection is probably definitely below well, I don't know. Maybe I have an average Pokemon Go collection. There's a lot of people who had Pokemon Go. Who knew there were so many ADHD doctors who play Raging Bolt? I mean, with how popular Raging Bolt is, there's going to be more Raging Bolt or more ADHD doctors who play Raging Bolt than most other decks, to be honest, because it's like the most popular deck in the format right now. Am I still making my own ice cream? I am, yeah. With the Ninja ice cream maker. Time has been called on round 7. They're finishing the final few games. Okay, so round 8 hasn't started yet. We'll see if the stream comes back. Chikorita, Totodile, or Cyndaquil? Totodile, Cyndaquil. Am I just going with all the Firemons? Totodile is the worst. It's like between Chikorita and Cyndaquil. It's pretty close, though. I'd probably say Cyndaquil, though. What, Totodile is the boy? Nah, Totodile is definitely the worst of the 3 for sure. Yeah, definitely the worst. Chikorita the underdog? I can see it. That's Cap. What, the Totodile comment? Totemid? Totodile is definitely the worst of the 3. Not even close. Wrong. Wrong. What? Oh, wait. Are you... Wait,
what did you say?
What did you say? Totodile is... number 3 in the... Water starters. Out of the water starters, he's number 3.
Out of which one?
All of them.
What?
Like all of them, he's number 3. That's pretty high up there. There's like 12 of them.
3. So okay, he's number 3. Okay.
Yeah, he's number
I thought
3.
you meant he was the worst. I was about to.
No, it's the worst. He's the worst. Oh, not the worst. He's number 3.
Okay.
He's the worst of the top 3 of the water starters.
So which one are the top 3?
You got. I forget what the other ones we were talking about were. Whatever the other ones were. Bro can't name 5. 5 water starters. We got Totodile, Squirtle. Hang on, let me
2.
think. I wasn't done. Mudkip.
Okay.
How was that? How many is that? That's 4. Mudkip.
Try to think of him in order of Gen.
I know, so that's what I tried to do. Was Mudkip number 2?
No, Mudkip's number 3.
Oh, Froakie.
Okay, yeah.
And I.
Wait, who's Gen 4? Gen 4. Who's the Gen 4 starter?
Totodile?
No! That's Gen 2!
Who's Gen 4? Hang on, let me think. We're thinking of
What
water
is
ones?
Gen 4?
I don't know.
What gen is Gen 4?
I don't know. Oh, wait, there's a.
Sinnoh. It's Sinnoh.
I don't know. That doesn't help me.
Oh my god.
Tell me a Pokemon that's a Gen 4 Pokemon. Maybe that'll help me.
Dialga.
Oh, Piplup.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Piplup's probably number 1.
Pippers is a bitch, though.
Pippers is a bitch?
Yeah.
Why?
Have you ever seen Pippers in the anime?
No. Lorelai said Piplup in the anime is a little bitch. Gotta love Quaxley. Nah, Quaxley's kind of mid. Quaxley's like number what?
Mudkip is number 1.
Oh, is that what someone said? Over Totodile?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell Totodile about that. So there is a couple that are over Totodile then, because you
Yeah,
were getting mad at me for
Totodile's a good one though. What was your 2 that were above Totodile?
Piplup and one you said.
Wow, you forgot Piplup.
No, I didn't.
Well, you did for a little bit.
Well, yeah,
and
for a
it's
little
in
bit.
your
Yeah,
top.
yeah.
Apparently, it's not in your top 3.
No, it is.
Getting
Piplop's number 1. And then what one did you just say? Mudkip's number 2.
Oh, okay.
And then Totodile.
Yeah, that's agreeable.
Okay, there we go. We figured it out. See? He's just the worst of the top 3. That's it. Squirtle's the best of the water starters? Nah, Squirtle's kind of mid. Turtle mid. Myrtle. Barely safe. Totodile over Squirtle, Froakie, and Sobble? Probably. Oh no, she brought the cat now. He's been kind of grumpy lately. No, this is not very good. But he's fine with it. One table left in round 7. All right. I don't think the stream is back up yet still though. No, the stream's still not up. Trico's the best grass starter.
You're wrong.
Which one's the best? Rowlet. Lorelai says that's kind of a basic answer though. I feel like Rowlet's the. I feel like people who don't actually like know Pokemon say Rowlet. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like the. You know, like the fake Pokemon fans. Not fake, but like they know a couple Pokemon. They have a couple favorites. Rowlet's in their
Rowlet's
tops.
just too good. Even the fake Pokemon fans do.
Rowlet OP.
Just emulates greatness.
Yeah. Would you roll a Rowlet down a hill? If it was at the top of the hill? Like if there was a Rowlet at the top of a hill, would you roll it down the hill? Say it as well. Mudkip is GOAT. I don't even know if I could like pick a favorite starter Pokemon if I had to be honest. I don't even know what I'd put up there. Who? Yeah, Strudel. Strudel's my favorite starter. Do I follow baseball? No, not really. I like kind of know when someone wins the World Series, but That's about it. That's as much as I keep up with baseball. Is just knowing kind of who wins the World Series or what teams are playing in the World Series. But I actually couldn't even tell you which teams played in the most recent World Series. Round 9 parents are up. Oh, we could look at Poke data. What am I doing? We could do that. Honestly, that wouldn't even been that much to look at, but we can look at it now. We can actually take a look. See how the term is progressing. Oh wait, let me do. Dude, what the heck? Where did my other screen go? Hold up. What's the 7-0 at the tourney? Juan. I believe with Charizard. I think, yeah, Juan Andre. With Zard. Hold up, I lost the stream page. I'll find it again. Okay. All right, good now. I gotta reset it. There we go. All right, now we're good. Oops. Do I have a prediction still up right now? When did this Play Latam channel become a thing? I don't know. They streamed a couple special events last year, I believe. But yeah, let's see. We got Juan 70, 601. So everyone who has six wins or more is in day 2. So there's a lot of win and ins. Oh, there's not that. Actually, how many players are gonna be in? Wait, the cutoff is X2, right? The cutoff is X2. So, dude, it's gonna be like a 16. And let's count how many people are gonna be in day 2 here. There's not that many players. Will top 32 make day 2 regardless of record, or is that not a thing anymore with the new season? I actually don't know. Is it X2 or top 32? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Like 22, 23 players. X2, there doesn't need to be 30 people. It's just X2. Interesting. There's only like 25-ish players making day 2 here. So we could just be looking at the rank, but whatever. Well, no, but it's gonna be half of them. It's gonna be half of. Wait, are you talking about me? It could be, but it's gonna be half of them Irish, but not exactly, because people up here are guaranteed in. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. -9, I guess we could have done that. So 35 minus 9 is 26, so 13. So yeah, 22, 23. Around 25 player day 2. Interesting. It's not many people. Not many people in day 2. How the US people do? One's in cut. I think they're the only one in cut. Oh no, we got one on the winning in as well. One in cut, one on winning in. Not guaranteed though. Appreciate the 11 months that are selfishes. Yeah, there's only 2 rounds. There's only 2 day 2 rounds, but I assume all X2s will make cut here, for sure. All X2s will probably make cut. Why even have a day 2 rounds if people in day 2 is like 24 people total in day 2? I mean, they would, because I don't want to play all of top cut today as well. I mean, I guess you could have argued to play 10 rounds today, but that's like a really long day. Like, just split it up a little bit, I guess is fine. You're still playing for something tomorrow as well besides that, right? Like, everyone who goes 0-2 won't get top 16, and the people who win at least 1 round in day 2 will get top 16. Like, you're still playing for something else as well. Stream is back? Oh, okay. All right. All right, here we go. They got Lesage on stream. Is it? Yeah. No idea. I have no idea what Lesage is playing. Cool to see the little bit of the international competition though, going up on stream. Or yeah, someone from out of region. I guess it is like different. It's a lot of different. Honestly, it's only like America where it's like literally. There's only the United States where it's like the United States versus United States all the time, except for the Canadians. But like every other region is like a bunch of different freaking countries. Like if you're playing in Europe, you're playing against different countries all the time. But international in terms of yeah, I got the prediction. International in terms of regions, I guess. I think he might be playing Turtles. Saj on the Turtles. On round 7. No, it is round 9. They haven't updated the records yet. There we go. 5-2. Looks like 5-2, 5-2. No idea who won the coin flip. 10 rounds would be insane. Yeah, 10 rounds would be a lot, to be honest. Looks like Raging Ball. Dude, so much Raging Ball. How many rounds of Raging Ball have we seen? With Noctowl, though, so that's kind of cool, I guess. And it looks like, yeah, it is Terapagos here for Lesage. The timer's already started, but the players haven't even laid out their prize cards yet. I'm assuming they'll reset the timers. All right. I don't know what the Pidgeot count is for Zach. Some people play 101, some people play 202. So that Pidgeot could be a big deal. It might not be a big deal. We'll find out. I don't understand why some people play Bolt. Is it because it's simple or just fun? I mean, that is part of the reason. Like especially with how much the game is growing, like a lot of people get into the game, they pick up like some of the easier decks to try out. It's like a deck that a lot of people recommend to like newer players in the game. But the deck also just isn't bad. Like it's not a bad deck. But sometimes there is a lot of people that play bad decks. Remember one example is 10% Ancient Box at Baltimore. One hoot. I mean, if you bench the Terapagos, you give up it's like if Iron Bundle happens, you give up a 2-prizer. But if you don't bench, but like, are you gonna push? I feel like you should bench. I think you should bench Ursaluna here almost as well, to be honest, from Zach. Because if Iron Bundle happens here, it sucks to send up either of those Pokemon. Yeah, it feels bad to send up either of those Pokemon there. All right, here we go with the Pokestop. Mill 3. The Nest Ball would have been better if Greninja was in the deck, I think. Because we have Sada and Vessel in hand, but now we have no way to get the energy off the Vessel, well, into the discard pile. So it might just have to be a Billy and hope to find another Sada, to be honest. People don't play Bundle anymore in Bolts. I think Fabrizio was playing it just in the last round. But yeah, I think you're right, though. I think it's fair to not play around Bundle. So I guess it comes down to catcher anyways. Yeah, Fabrizio was playing it, I think, but I think you are right, though. The majority of players don't play Bundle in Raging Bolt. So that's fair. So we went with an Ogerpon grab here. Seems a little sketch. What was the grab, though? What was the pull? I can't tell. Shoes, okay. If we mill an energy or find a way to mill something. Second Vessel, okay, that works. Second Vessel works. We got the Sada play now. So we're at least knocking out a Duskull this turn. But we would like to KO the Hoot Hoot. I think the Hoot Hoot is the main target here. I would even argue it's better to... Actually, if you KO Terapagos, you just win the prize trade. I actually just don't know. My experience with this matchup is basically 0. Yeah, the Raging Bolt grab there... Well, maybe Squawk was prized. I guess, was Squawk prized? We did have the prize card info. I'm not going to go back and check. But not grabbing Squawk there feels not correct. Getting one card and praying it's an out to a way to discard a card is... We discard an energy and get an energy in the discard pile feels weird. Alright, there we go. Sada for 3. I didn't see much else to work with there, to be honest. Oh, we have Greninja. Okay. Stretcher for Greninja. Concealed cards on the way. Okay. Get rid of one of the lightnings, probably. We could still get a Gust here. Gust KO Hoot Hoot is just so powerful here. Or, like, honestly, KOing anything off the bench is just so much better than KOing the active. There's Prime! That's Prime! The Hoot Hoot's dead! That's such a big hit. You always go KO Hoot Hoot here, right? Alright, well, that's what I was saying, though. Like, oh, they're gonna go for the Terapagos knockout instead. Yeah, is the 2 prize knockout here also that big? That still seems pretty big. Alright, boom. Terapagos dead. I was thinking the Hoot Hoot. I was kind of on the Hoot Hoot, but I don't hate this either. Both knockouts seem really, really good. Alright, so we took 2. Zach could go KO Ogerpon this turn, though. Draw 2. And then Andreas goes KO. All right, Zach conceded. All right. I thought Zach had a draw supporter in hand, but hit Pokestop and was like, all right, let's pack this one. I'm curious what guy discarded off the Pokestop, but I thought Zach had like an Iono in hand. I don't hate the early pack. It seemed tough. Okay, so Andreas went 2 prize cards. If Zach then responds with 2, and then Andreas goes 2, and then Zach goes, yeah, Zach would be able to go then Dusknoir, Greninja, use Dusknoir, KO Greninja, KO Ogerpon for 3, right? So you really don't want to put Greninja down in this matchup. Putting Greninja down in this matchup is really, really bad. Can I explain what Gust is? Gust just means to an effect that brings up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon guaranteed. Yeah, a Gust effect is just an effect that brings up one of your opponent's Pokemon off their bench guaranteed. So Iron Bundle is not a Gust effect because it says your opponent has to move their active to the bench, but they get to pick the new Pokemon. Whereas something like Weavile, when it goes from the bench to the active, it brings one of your opponent's benched basic Pokemon to the active. Even though it only targets basic Pokemon, it's still a Gust effect. Yeah, so Gust just means you get to pick one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to come to the active. The Pokemon Catcher isn't a Gust effect? No, Pokemon Catcher... Oh, okay, that's fair. Pokemon Catcher is a Gust effect. Yeah, it's like, if a bench... Oh, triple fighting... We're going to game 3, folks! Triple fighting prize! Going to game 3! Oh my gosh. I assume Lesage chose second here. I assume you want to go second in this matchup, don't you? Wait, maybe not though. Lesage don't you want to go second in this matchup just so you can set up? Interesting. I don't think I like that. I feel like going second makes way more sense. Because you're trying to respond. You're always behind, so you just want to have a higher chance of being able to respond, right? Yeah. A gust effect is just when one of your opponent's bench if you use an effect that brings up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, if you use an effect that forces your opponent to bring up one of their bench Pokemon, if you choose which bench Pokemon to bring up, it's a gust effect. That's basically it. So something like Iron Bundle is not a gust effect because you don't choose. You use Iron Bundle and your opponent picks a Pokemon to send to the active. Attack going second, so your first turn is in 4. Yeah, but it's the same thing. It doesn't matter because your opponent can't attack when they go first. Turtles are better first. Why? Why are they better first? Why would they be better first? And yes, I know the turtle can't. Don't we want to like have a higher chance of setting up? Why wouldn't we just go second? Imagine we open up a dead hand besides Iono, and then we can't use the Iono, and then we lose to Raging Ball taking the first knockout, which they're going to do no matter what. Like Raging Ball's always getting the first turn knockout when they go second. So why wouldn't we go second to increase our odds of setting up to respond to their first turn? Want them to whiff in best case. Don't we just beat them if we set up and play the game? Yeah, none of your guys' arguments are very convincing for yeah, none of your guys' arguments are very convincing for us not to go second. Zach just knows what's going to game 3. True. It's 100% second. You just win if you set up with all 1 prizers. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Like, you just need to get to that full 1 prize board. You give them the first prize card. You take over, right? I guess, like, you could argue that if Raging Ball goes first, they could have a cleaner setup that leads to less 2 prize Pokemon in play, which could make things awkward. Like, if Raging Ball goes first, there's a less chance that they have to put Greninja in play, right? But I don't know about that. They would if they get the first 2 prize KO. Yeah, but you're never putting a 2 prizer in play. Like, if you go second, you have so many Pokemon you're going to start with that it's not Terrapagos. So you're assuming we're not opening Terrapagos. So we open a 1 prizer, put a bunch of 1 prizers in play, and pass. Oh, but you can also double Dusknoir them as well. Yeah, you put a bunch of 1 prizers in play and you pass. And then they go, KO 1 prizer. And you go, okay, cool. 1 2 prize knockout into combo turn of double Dusknoir plus knockout Ogerpon or... yeah, when is Andreas going to find out that all the fightings are prized? Wait, does Andreas know yet? He knows? Does he know? So he's going for the grass pawn attack, right? He's playing so fast, I feel like he doesn't know. All in on pawn. But does he know that there's no fightings? All right, here we go. Burst Roar. Dude, I don't think he knows. He doesn't feel like he's playing like he knows. All right. Over to Lesage here. The Tenacity's coming out. Yo, does Andreas play the Tech Kyurem? Predicted the Tenacity turn 2. Kyurem board wipe the Hoot Hoots for the comeback? I'm just saying it's possible. And dude, that would be... that feels so bad for Lost Box. What if the thing that causes people to start including Kyurem in their decks is Terrapagos playing Colress's Tenacity? Kyurem is a card that comes out. Lost Box is a deck that exists that was very good, but isn't even the factor for why people play Kyurem. That's just kind of sad. I feel bad for Lost Box at that point. You're not even the reason people put Kyurem in their deck besides Regidrago. And Regidrago plays Kyurem for other reasons. Holy... It's a rough stop there. Do we even have to hit the stop there? What was even the point of that? Did we need an out to a Terrapagos? We maybe did. Wait, okay, I think we did. I think Zach's hand is dead. Wait, Zach just bench locked himself out of Terrapagos. This gives Andreas infinite time. Not infinite time, but now Andreas can definitely decide when to be the initiator. And this gives Andreas the opportunity to wait until an Ogerpon KO can happen to find a fighting energy. So like if Andreas whiffs the Ogerpon KO this turn, Andreas will be like, well, you can't pop off next turn because you bench locked yourself. I'll pass. And then Andreas gets the full tempo control with the Ogerpon KO to like play the game. He can just pop Dusk. Oh, he can pop Dusknoir. That's fair. That's fair. It is extra work. That is fair. You can pop Dusknoir. It is more work, though. I guess it is more work, but you can just pop the Dusknoir. He's not benching a 2-pressure. That's why. Yeah, the Dusknoir I mean, depending on the hand, I guess. Wait, but is that still correct? If Lesage's hand sucks, I guess it depends. If you have Candy Dusknoir in hand, then maybe it's fine. You found out? Yeah, I think you found out here. The triple fighting prize is crazy. Yeah, if Lesage's hand sucks, puts you on even though if they take one. But you have to pop the Dusknoir first anyways, though, right? Because if they take a knockout, then you have room for Terrapagos. If they don't take a KO, you pop Dusknoir first, then you're putting them on odd. So that's fine then, I guess. Okay. Andreas now knows I have to attack with Ogerpon to get a prize card. But Andreas can maybe take advantage of this board save from Lesage. Like, if Lesage doesn't have Candy Dusknoir here or Dusclops, then Lesage is stuck for a turn. We'll see. No attachment for turn from Andreas yet, so just needs like a Gust card to unlock this Ogerpon here to be able to attack. We can switch card, Prime Catcher, both work. Prime Catcher might be ideal. KOing the Pidgey here seems like the best knockout. Maybe KO the Duskull is the best KO here. And then avoid putting Greninja in play for the rest of the game. There's a line into the bench Raging Bolt. And at this point, Lesage should know that the fightings are prized. Like, I think the word is out. There's a switch card, and we have an attached return, I believe. So we can go knock out Fan Rotom here and get aggressive, which I think for how Lesage's last turn went, you want to get aggressive here as Andreas. Because Lesage never wants to hit Pokestop and chose to actively hit Pokestop, which then led to a mill of a Terrapagos and a Area 0, which you can pretty easily assume. Ooh, okay, Catcher as well. Tails, do we have another one? Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't look like it. Okay, into the switch cart. Unfortunately, I have to KO a Fan Rotom here. As Andreas here, you could be like, I'll wait a turn. But I think you should just go for the knockout probably. You don't want to give Zach another turn to find like Candy Dusknoir plus get a Terrapagos, which I think was what Zach was missing last turn was a Terrapagos to unlock the Noctowls. There's plenty of Owls in hand. Now the Pidgey's up. Now we do have a bench space to work with though. Yeah. Is that a Nest Ball? Okay, top deck Nest Ball. We're in business. Okay, it was looking kind of sketchy. Like we'd have to hit the stop again. That works. That works. Terrapagos, Area 0. Yeah, it's not as bad as I thought it was, the bench from Lesage. The only way it would have been really bad for Lesage to have benched the Duskull here would have been if Lesage doesn't have access to Candy Dusknoir in hand. But if you have Candy Dusknoir in hand, then benching... I don't see Candy Dusknoir in that hand. So I think benching the Duskull was still probably a mistake. Because you want the ability to be able to be aggressive as Lesage, but by benching Duskull, you don't get to be aggressive until you find Candy Dusknoir. So you're further potentially holding back the ability to be aggressive. Like if next turn, Lesage hits Pokestop and finds Nest Ball, but doesn't have bench space and doesn't have Candy Dusknoir, then you're just like, well, I literally have to wait until I find this Candy, and then you're like one turn further off than you need to be. All right, Candy Pidgeot's here as well. And we can knock out the active here. It should be pretty easy. Area 0's in the hand. Did mill in Area 0 as well, though. Did mill in Area 0 earlier with that Pokestop use. One less of those. I don't know if Andreas plays the Vacuum. The Vacuum would be a pretty big play here as well. Do we want to hit the Pokestop? Guess not on this one. Has Poffin in hand. So Zach can literally win in 2 turns, though. Zach can go knockout active into Dusknoir, knockout, bench Ogerpon. Dusknoir, KO Raging Ball plus bench Ogerpon. Or plus KO the Ogerpon off the bench. So we are just like, or I guess Ursaluna. Ursaluna can get involved as well. Yeah, you could attack with Ursaluna. Yeah, it's hella Duskulls are out here. We do need one more Pokemon, so the Noctowl is going to have to be used here. Nest Ball for another Terrapagos so we don't lose our bench, right? Nest Ball for Terrapagos plus Candy for Dusknoir seems kind of chill. Sounds good to me. Get that set up before we get it judged, or we don't have to get judged away. Or Stretch It for Terrapagos also works. Yeah, judge before you get judged or Ionode. Probably good to Kenyatta Terrapico. Honestly, dude, Judge sounds really, really good right now in Raging Bolt because of this matchup. Like, imagine, like, then you could argue to go first in this. Like, the Roaring Moon deck with Judge sounds good too. Well, Roaring Moon kind of sucks. You can't play Roaring Moon. Judge sounds really good right now because then you can go. They do their stupid owl thing, and then you go, okay, cool, Judge, and then knockout. Good luck. What can we play Judge in right now? What can we put Judge in that it's actually good? Raging Bolt. It's okay in Raging Bolt. Thorns. Thorns. Okay, I'm down. Well, yeah, Thorns. I'm down. I'm down. Judge them. Already can use Judge. With that, and we want to do it before they take a knockout, so Unfair Shamp's not quite as good. Judge Drago. Turbo Dark. Maybe that's the only way to beat. It gives you a chance to beat him. I'm trying to judge somebody. Arctina for Judge. Bring it back. The moment is now. Lesage plays Judge. Yeah, it's for the mirror match. So that way you go first. You go turn 2, judge them, and punch something. You go punch Judge. Take away their owls. Okay, there's the knockout. Andreas played so many vessels over the last 2 turns, and now this fighting energy is on the bottom of the deck. Will we be able to find it? I actually think is a pretty big question here on Andreas' side. We did get one of them, but it's on the bottom of the deck now. And we played so many vessels already. We played like 2 or 3 vessels, I think, so far. There's a nest ball in hand, though, off the rip, though, to shuffle the deck. Okay. Oh, there's a vessel on the bottom of the deck as well. What are we going to grab here? Oh, that's why the Slitherwing is also good right now. Chaos Terrapagos, right? Slitherwing's kind of broken. Nest ball for another pawn. Okay, plenty of liabilities on the board for Zach to take advantage of now. Yeah, getting the last 4 prize cards here from Zach should be no problem, I feel like. I did laugh at your comment, poor boy. It's the reason you play the Slithering right now? Alright, lock it in. Slithering broken. Oh, there's the fighting energy. Okay, that's good. Draw 2. But Zach can literally win just next turn, right? And probably wants to win next turn. I can't imagine you'd want this to go on much longer. Oh, there's the Pokestop. Owl Duskull, I assume, is going goodbye. What happens if you KO that Dusknor this turn instead? Doing a little bit of evaluating of the hand here from Lesage. Does have a Nest Ball and a Stadium, so maybe you could get rid of the Terrapagos. Yeah, can you go after... Can you go after the Dusknor here? And ignore this to take away the possibility of Lesage winning next turn? Does that even make sense, though? Like, what does that lead to from there? The thing is, like... If you KO the Dusknor here, we keep... Like, Lesage doesn't have that many Pokemon. Like, there's only... 4 Pokemon on the bench. There'll only be 4 Pokemon on the bench after taking knockout. Is going after the Dusknor make the most sense, actually, here? I'm actually not sure. Do the Duskulls matter? Technically, the old Duskull is slightly better because Mew EX can't copy it for as much value. The Pidgeot knockout, though. Okay, hang on. I kind of like this. That's a pretty big hand, though. I don't know if it's going to matter. I do like the Pidgeot KO here, though. Remove the Quick Search. Pretty powerful ability. Once again, Lesage can still win next turn. Does have a pretty big hand. Has a lot of good options in there as well. And does have the... Could try and take advantage of the Pokestop. There's like another thing to potentially utilize there. Comes the Pokestop hit. Goodbye. On Slitherwing. Retrieval. What have we not? Have we used either of our pawns? Is there even grass energy in the discard pile to get out of the discard pile? Oh, okay. Yeah, there is. My bad. Could we ever make like a super big Ogre Pawn to actually KO a Terrapagos? with Briar. If Lesage doesn't win next turn, I don't think so, right? It's probably not likely. Well, definitely not likely, but we are getting rid of our fighting energy. We're getting 2 prize cards here, and I think we're gonna get both fighting energy here. Well, we got one of them. And what was the other one? A Super Rod, I think. Squawkabilly was prized this game. Okay. I think there was another situation in that early game where it was like questionable whether or not to grab Squawkabilly there. All right. Lesage has like a million cards here to work with. Pheasantipity is also a card to get here to draw cards, and that's... Oh, no. Eyeing up the Ursaluna. Maybe already has game in hand here, actually, from Lesage. Let's see. So Lesage has 4 prize cards left. So we can play Countercatcher. So if we go Countercatcher, Nor, we win. Oh, no, we can KO the active Raging Bolt. I'm stupid. That's right, because Ursaluna does 240. So we just need Nor and we win. Okay, that's game. All right, and this is the first time, I'm not gonna lie, this is the first time I've seen Terrapagos do the thing, I feel like. Like the big combo play. But this matchup is definitely, your bench is so much safer in this matchup. Like they're not chasing your Duskulls and stuff. This is definitely the first time I've seen like Terrapagos do one of its things though, one of its combo things. This is a Bolt play Briar. There is Briar in the Bolt, yeah. But yeah, this matchup, it seems like it's a lot, your bench is so safe. It's a lot easier to pull stuff like this off. It's really awkward. I'm curious to see what, yeah, so game 1, I actually, I don't know who went first in game 1. I think it was Lesage. Game 2, Lesage chose to go first. But I don't think it makes any sense. I think you want to go second. Increase your odds of playing the game. So I'm curious to see what Andreas chooses here, especially after what Lesage chose. That's always a little bit of a mind game. Like if you go into a matchup and you're like, I want to go first in this matchup, and your opponent's like, you can go first, and you're like, well, do I really want to go first? Do they know something I don't? It's always a always a little bit of a interesting situation. It always makes me second guess. I'm like, do they know something I don't? Because I feel like I want to go first in this matchup, but then they just told me I could go first. Like going into game 2 after I just beat them in game 1. They're actively choosing second here. That's the thing I don't like about Bolt. At best, your matchups are even. No, Bolt definitely has some favorable matchups. Bolt does have some favorables. A lot of Pokemon so far are prized. Wait, there's no way. Andreas was just laying out the prize cards correctly. I think they were about to tell him to flip them the other way around. All right, thank goodness. Lesage, that has to be the one to flip them around. Terrapagos Steph wants to go first. Here we go again. The propaganda. I know I can't attack turn 1 going second. The point is you have a higher chance of just setting up and playing the game against a deck that will always attack turn 1. Or we play as if it attacks turn 1. Like, if Raging Bolt's going to attack turn 2 going first or turn 1 going second, but I get to play an Iono to help me set up, I would rather take that. This is a perfect example of it right here. It's happening in front of us. Lesage is going first, and the Pidgey is going to die, and Lesage is going to cry. But guess what's in the hand for Lesage? An Iono. So if Lesage goes second, you play the Iono and you set up. Why is he attaching DTE? That's a good question. I don't know. This game, I'm so glad this game happened. This is like a miracle to me. That Lesage, well, I mean, I don't want Lesage to lose, but like, to prove my point to chat, I am so glad that Lesage drew poorly here going first. Like, does he have energy switch? Energy switch only works with basic energy. Yeah, I don't know, but that double turbo attachment is interesting. A Thornton, right? I guess it sets up for a Thornton. A Thornton play, I guess. Whiff off the gear. Okay, Andreas better go for Billy here. I feel like Andreas avoided Billy weirdly in game 1, but maybe was prized. Game 2, Billy was prized. Game 3 here, this is definitely a Billy hand. Although Andreas seems like sometimes like to live off of the Ogre Pawn for 1. Why did you choose first? Makes no sense. Well, in this game, Andreas chose. Andreas chose second in this one, if that's what you mean. But yeah, going into game 2, Lesage chose first. But yeah, I think it's wrong. I think you should definitely be choosing second here against the Bolt. Set up, win, have a good time. All right, there's the Billy. Get 6. What do we got here? Is it good enough? Let's find out. That fighting energy is set up, so we just need a Sada. And then ideally, we do KO the Pidgey here. But even KO on the active here with a no Hoot Hoot board, you're still feeling pretty good, I think. Yeah, you're still feeling pretty good, even if you KO, get just a prize card on a no Hoot Hoot board. Oh boy. Oh boy. Concealed cards on the grass energy for 2. There's a Pokestop and a Prime. I don't know if I'd burn my Prime over chasing a Pidgey, to be honest. I'm not sure. Hitting the stop. Vessel, good card. Catcher, good card. Nestball, good card. Hey, 3 good ones. Still short Asada, though, I believe. I can't tell what that last card in the hand is. Easier to find fan Rotom if you go second? Exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. But not for every matchup. Don't go second. Terapagos shouldn't go second in every matchup. Just this matchup. Against Raging Bolt, you should choose second. You don't want to blind choose second, though. You probably want to blind choose first. All right, Briar's going to the discard pile. I think we're living off these grass energy, though, to actually find our Sada to get off a turn 1 attack here. If we get the Sada, I'm pretty sure that's all we need here at this point. Wait, did we just grab double grass there, though? I guess we do want to maximize our draw power, but now we don't have the fighting energy, I don't think, or the lightning, one or the other. There's draw number 1. All right, we're living off this draw. I'm going to hit the Vessel off the Sada. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Or just like naturally drawing into the lightning. Is Andreas thinking about Motivate? I think Andreas is thinking about Motivate. I think you just definitely pawn here again, though. You really want this knockout this turn. Oh, Andreas just holds the energy for concealed cards next turn? I don't know. I think I would have wanted to see that extra card, to be honest. Yeah, I'm looking at that extra card there every single time. Dude, now I really want to know, is the top deck Sada? It's the 3rd card. It'll be the... Oh, wait, was it? I don't know. It's the front card in the hand, right? The front... No, wait, was it? Could have even Motivated. I think it was. I think it was Vessel. It was Vessel. It's the front card. Okay, that's what I thought. It is the front card, right? Not gonna lie, I kind of want it to be a Sada. It's a Sada, dude! It's a Sada! Yes! Yes! You always dig for the card there, bro. You always dig for it. And they would have got the Vessel. The other card, the next 2 card was Sada Vessel. No! The punish, the punish. You love to see it. You always go for the knockout there. We're not going for the knockout there. You shuffled it a bit. Let's watch again. No. It was definitely... Oh my gosh. It's so... Dude, it's so... Like, I don't know. Stuff lining up like that is so crazy. It's like, what's the chance the Sada's there? It's not very high. But the difference between getting a knockout this turn and not is like pretty big. And then watching them... They make the mistake. Once again, we're not judging the person. We're judging we're not judging the player. We're judging the gameplay. They did misplay. And then the punishment happens. It's like... Man. All right, catcher. Heads. Goes up to the Pidgey. I mean, that's probably correct, right? That's probably what we're going for. The way he drew his card, Sada was not the next card. I'm pretty sure it was. It would have been the next card he had drawn off the grass, right? We can go back and watch it. I'm definitely going back. I now want to go back and watch it. I'm pretty sure it was. We can confirm if it was the Sada. All right, we're doing a little pawning here. He's also tired now. He's amped up. Yeah, it gave me the energy. Watching someone get punished for a misplay, dude. Watching someone get punished for a misplay gives me the energy I need to continue streaming. I live off it. That's why these streams are so easy, because people are constantly throwing. And I'm here to call it out. It was 100% Vessel. He picked the card weird. I'll go back and watch it. We'll reanalyze it. Cards did get shuffled around a little bit. It's juicy seeing a punish. Juicy. Azul casually getting people's misplays injected into his veins like venom. All right, we did get the Pidgey KO still here, which is good for sure. Definitely a big deal to still get this knockout. Pidgey's been taken care of. So like Iono into the late game for Andreas can actually be like a pretty impactful play. But the Iono's in the last two. Our Iono's prized. The Rapikos is there for Zach. Honestly, the scariest thing in that deck is finding the freaking turtle. Like sometimes you just can't find the turtle. Why do you want the grass on the bolt? Oh, true. Yeah, we should. What did we discard? The fighting? Yeah, we should definitely discard the grass. Very true. Yeah, that could be a big mistake. Because now you have to have Asada next turn if the active gets KO'd. Well, the active's probably not getting KO'd though, right? But it could be. Knockout for 2, Nor. Because we could punch the active with the turtle, not KO it. Oh, but then we wouldn't need the Asada anyways. Ace it saves us an energy. Chat was right. Oh, it was Vessel. My mistake. It was Vessel, dude. L. All right. Never. Then our answer is never punished. So the play here is to knock out an Ogre Pawn, right? Or you can knock out Squawkabilly as well, I guess. But you'd rather knock out an Ogre Pawn if you can. Okay, there's a Stadium, Nest Ball. I guess the energy on the Duskull does give you like a pivot to work with, technically, which isn't terrible. If your Pidgey gets targeted, right? Which it did. Now you can play around that as Lesage here. Pidgey's gone on Colch's prize. He needs the DTE. Yeah, and we got research into... you would like to counter catcher this turn, right? You'd like to KO an Ogre Pawn here with an attack. They do show the prize cards quite a bit there. Too legit. Man, I already ran out of water. Didn't I just go fill this up? All right, we got the Candy Nor. We got second turtle. Gotta have second turtle. Ooh, maybe not. Oh no, you gotta have it. All right, in research, we're looking for. We can win the game. We can win the game with the combo play with punching the active, right? We don't have to have counter catcher, but I would assume no double turbo. I would assume counter catcher is better. That's a pretty big. Oh, we got Dippity still. Hold up. We're not done. We're not done. Dippity is available. Did Lesage forget about Pheasant Dippity? Because he seems like he's like, well, I don't have anything. You could also burn. Yeah, what do you want to bench the Hoot Hoot? Because you could use this Noctowl to go get counter catcher. You could play Poffin to go get Pidgey. Okay, I think you just realized. Wait, I have Dippity. Oh, no double turbo. Yikes. Okay, this now you're falling pretty far behind, right? Especially if a 2-prize knockout happens on this next turn. Is there an energy lotto? There might be. I'm not sure. Yeah, we could have thinned out with Noctowl and the Nest Ball before we went into the Dippity draw, to be honest. I don't want to say that's for sure correct, because like losing your owl is pretty bad, but energy lotto moment. Honestly, yeah. I don't know if Lesage plays it though. You had to thin first. If you miss, you just lose. I mean, that's not quite how it works. Like, no, I don't. I mean, that just isn't how it works. Like, maximizing your outs for a single play in a game doesn't maximize your outs to win the game. Like saving a Noctowl for later when you don't have Pidgeot set up is pretty good. Like, you don't want to burn all of your owls. Yeah, I don't know about using the Noctowl there, but like if you want a counter catcher, if you're trying to counter catcher there, then using the owl, I guess you go get counter catcher and something else. But I think Lesage does want to bench this other Hoot Hoot for Noctowl next turn. as well. So we see that Lesage didn't really want to nest ball or Poffin for anything because the Hoot Hoot was in hand, not in the deck, which is reasonable. The question would just be like, how much were you trying to counter catcher there? I think is the biggest thing. Because if you were trying to counter catcher there, I think you just put the Noctowl in play and thin out the 2 cards. If you're not trying to Hoot Hoot or not trying to counter catcher here, then I think saving the Noctowl is probably correct. Why do you place the double turbo on the Dusky? So we could pivot into a Terrapagos if our Pidgey got chased, because Pidgey is our free retreater. But if our Pidgey gets chased, then we have no free retreater and we have to pop a Dusknoir, which is that many more resources, and maybe something we just don't want to do, because if Andreas plays Vacuum, once we put Area 0 in play, whatever we ping with Dusknoir can be discarded after Andreas bumps Area 0. Oh, it doesn't have to be Vacuum. It could be Pokestop as well. Appreciate the 39 months there, Baja. All right, we got Concealed. Here comes a catcher. I mean, you go KO Pheasantipity here if you get heads, right? I assume. Looks like it was a Tails. That's a Trek and Choose in hand. Does have you want to get the Greninja off your bench, right? You don't want Greninja in play here as Andreas. So you want to get rid of that. If you can get rid of that, you could still lose. But actually, no. If you get rid of the Greninja, can you lose? Like if you just draw 2 prize cards every turn after this turn? Because there can never be a double Nor pop, right? Yeah, if we can get this Greninja off our bench right here, I think we're in a really good spot as Andreas. We just need to bench something and then put a Pokestop in play. I don't know if there's anything in hand to bench, but no, bench something. Get rid of the Greninja. Boss the Dippity for sure. Get rid of that guy. Do they have nothing to bench? I think they have a Raging Bolt in hand. It still hurts a lot though on Zach's side. I probably gotta get rid of the turtle here, right? Turtle's gotta go. I didn't see anything in hand. I thought I saw a Raging Bolt. I could be capping them. We did have a Vessel, so we could have drawn with Ogerpon first as well, I feel like. I can't tell what's at the back of the hand. There's something there, but I can't tell what it is. But we can keep one of these. No, don't keep that grass. Wait, is this 2 turns in a row now? Andreas has kept the grass on the... That's not the right one. Okay. Okay, even though we didn't bump the Greninja, how does Zach win? Zach can go KO Ogerpon. Yeah, actually, okay, hold on. Maybe it's not as big of a deal as I thought to get rid of the Greninja. So what's Zach gonna do here? Pop double Dusknoir Iono? Right? That has to be your play. Pop double Dusknoir on the... Oh, you can pop double Dusknoir on the bench Raging Bolt, KO active Raging Bolt with Ursaluna. That's pretty brutal. That's a lot. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good play. Yeah, KO both Bolt and then try and win next turn. Okay. It's a good play. Man, dude, this matchup, there are so many super powerful plays for Terrapagos in this matchup. This is actually like gross. Doesn't he keep grass because Zach would kill Ogerpon, but can't kill bolts with Pagos? No, because in this situation, we're seeing the only real good play Zach has here is this play where we KO both Raging Bolts. The grass energy should definitely be on the Ogerpon here, 100%. Because the only play that Lesage has is this combo play, which involves KOing both Raging Bolts. His other Iono is prized? No, is it really? Oh my... Well, the judge. Get the judge involved. Not the judge, but... Didn't someone say that Zach plays the judge? I mean, either judge works here. If you can... Yeah. Get a game loss on Andreas or just play the judge. Shuffle draw 4. You can get it from prizes? True, we can get it off the prize cards. We can double Dusknoir, get it off the prize cards. That works, that works. Okay. We're still in it then here from Zach to find the Iono. The Iono is definitely big. We definitely want the Iono here. This matchup is like 95-5 for Turtles. How is this happening? Honestly, it could have been worse for Zach. It could have been worse. If Andreas had been Been a little bit more aggressive and found Asada. Could have been worse. Did we get the Iono? We did. All right. We're cooking. We're cooking. Some Poffin, some Stretcher. Got to get rid of this Pokestop as well, but we have the Area 0, so we can do that. Do you Stretcher for the Pidgey here? I feel like you probably don't, right? He takes from the top. That's the bottom for Zach. The prize cards for us are flipped for Zach. The 2 prize cards Zach took were the bottom 2. No. The prize cards Zach took, they look like the top from us, but they are the bottom for Zach because the camera they have set up for the prize cam is flipped for Zach, but it's not. But Andreas, it's correct. He drew his prize cards bottom to top. Bro, chat out for blood after 4 seconds. Yeah, I know, bro. And even if he did draw them out of order, like I said, I do say you shouldn't draw your prize cards out of order because it can only create suspicion about you. But like, how would you ever like know if he knew, right? You couldn't really know anything. It'd be like, well, that is kind of sus to draw your prize cards out of order, but. Ooh, Dippity's decent. To get the reset after your own Iono here. Chat knows. True. All right, the bench is getting pretty. We're just thinning out these cards out of the deck. Makes sense. Save that owl for later. There's the Iono. Oh boy. Andreas, I think Andreas did have Pheasantipity in hand. So Andreas could have also benched Pheasantipity. I guess you leave Greninja in play here as Andreas, but this is gonna be honestly, Andreas needs a lot here. Could just KO a 1 prizer though. You could just KO like a Hoot Hoot to win or something. Dippy for 3. You got Fez off the prizes? Oh, you're right. Fez was prize. You're right. I don't know what card I saw in hand, or I thought I saw in hand. All right. This is it. Can Andreas draw the nuts this turn? We need a prime KO. I can't tell what that card was. I think it was a Stretcher. You always push Ogerpon here. Oh, no, you could push Greninja. You could push... No. Zach always has game next turn. You don't push Greninja here. You never push Greninja here. Well, I guess if you know you need Prime to win, I guess it's okay. But couldn't you... There's Area 0 in play, so you could, like, pawn. And, yeah, there's too many cards in hand. You don't push Greninja here. You push Ogerpon in case you need a pivot into something else. Yeah, Zach never doesn't not have Boss or Prime or... I guess the Ursaluna could be stuck. I guess maybe that's a good enough reason. You know Zach has Prime left, but it could be in the last 2 prize cards. Maybe pushing Greninja is not terrible here. Because it is likely that if Andreas wins this turn, it's through like Prime on Hoot Hoot or something, I guess. Alright, doing some more cooking. It's so hard to generate cards at this. You need like draw into like, you need like top deck Nest Ball like right now to get Fez. Catcher. All right, well, concealed cards. We need to generate cards. Here. Oh, this is another thing as well. If we had left the Grass Energy on the Ogerpon, we could have won this turn with Ogerpon as Andreas. We could have won. We could have Ogerpon knocked out a 1 prizer. Draw 2. Is it anything? Oh, it's nothing. That's it. That's game. We know Zach has the Prime Catcher in hand. Pass. Draw. 1 billion cards in the hand. Switch Prime. Holy. Oh, I guess we did need to move the Ursaluna again. I didn't even realize that. You had to retreat. There's no free retreater on the bench. There's no Pidgeot. That was yeah, it was a pretty big comeback there. And that matchup seems insanely good for... How do you lose as Terapagos ever? That matchup... Dude... How is Raging Bolt a deck in the format if that matchup is that bad? That matchup seems miserably bad. Like, that's so bad. That's such a bad matchup, it seems like. How can you play Raging Bolt in this format anymore? Terapagos is like a good deck and will probably be like a 10% meta deck, but that matchup is auto loss. Like, it's not even just one of those matchups like, well, it's kind of tough. Holy. Back to Charms and other tools. Maybe you gotta bring the Charms back out, to be honest. Yeah. Need the Charms. What is like another I mean, if you're unfavored against Lugia and you have a terrible Terapagos matchup, I'm just trying to justify Raging Bolt. Like I said, I think Raging Bolt's a fine deck. I don't think it's that great. Mid. But the justification for it being mid, I might just start calling the deck bad now. I haven't seen the Terapagos matchup play out, but that's tough. I don't know if I can... If you got a bad Lugia... If you're unfavored against Lugia and have a bad Terapagos matchup, I don't know if I can call you a fine deck anymore. And a bad Charizard matchup. Charizard actually is closer now. The Briar definitely changes things. I'm unexperienced in the Briar situation. All right, we got to see if the Sada was drawn or not. That's what I'm most interested in. It's pretty early on, right? Let's literally turn 1. Right here. I don't know. There's already a Sada in the discard pile. Oh, okay. Can we go back further? Oh, it's like the Iono after this turn, right? Wait, what am I missing here? Oh, it's before. We didn't lay out the hand yet. Okay. So what is the next card is the question. There's the Iono. Okay. So the question is, what is card number 1? Card number 1 is card number 3 here. This is card number 1. This is the card we would have drawn if we had Ogre Pond. Now, where's card number 1? Card number 1 is still this one. Oh, it is a Vessel. God damn it. All right, never punished. Well, no, didn't get punished, but now we can just say never punished. We can't lose. See? We can't lose. As the spectators, we literally can't lose. We can only win. Either they get punished or we can say never punished. We have every situation covered. All right, chat. That's going to do it for me and for day 1 of Lima special events. I will be back. We hold all the power. Yeah. As a spectator, we hold all the power. Chat, have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow for day 2 of the Lima special event. And maybe we'll do some other stuff tomorrow as well. I'm not sure. Fun stream as always. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming out. It was a good time. Make sure you come out tomorrow for some more action. Let me find someone to raid here on Twitch before I do get out of here. Let's see. I think we're just gonna go ahead and raid Lorelei here before I get out of here. Yep, if you want more content from me, check out the YouTube channel, as always, and I'll catch y'all tomorrow for the day 2 of the Lima special event. It was fun. I'm gonna try and get some better sleep tonight, because, yeah, man, I don't know. Feeling off, but I'll have more energy tomorrow, hopefully. We'll see. See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.